that you can access through the link on the screen. Before we start our session for today, thank you. Science Dojo 3.0 Cycle 2 Day 4. Is everybody ready? I hope you are because today is going to be a very packed day and it may be very tiring. Now, for today's session, we have invited so many people from various places to judge today's session. Now, let us introduce the judges for today. The first judge for today, there is Pak Ahmad Rusdan Handoyo Utomo. For Pak Ahmad, I want you to tell me your name, your background, and words of wisdom for the participants today.
It's tough. Word of wisdom. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Call me Pak Ahmad, yeah? So to everybody, hopefully you guys have learned something. And today you guys will be competing. Don't ask for who's going to win or lose. That's not really important. But as long as you can actually practice what you have learned so far. Good luck to everybody, inshallah. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Pak Ahmad. For the next judge, we have Dr. Ariel Pradipta. For Dr. Ariel, please state your name and words of wisdom for today.
Thank you. My name is Ariel Pradipta. I will be judging today. I guess words of wisdom is just have fun and hope, remember that you're helping yourself and also others by performing as best as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ariel. For the next judge, we have Ibu Agriani Dini. For Ibu Agriani, please stand up, state your name and words of wisdom for today.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, my name is Agriani Dini Pasiana. You can call me Anggi. I'm from Rin. And wisdom for me is have fun and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. And for the next judge, we have Ibu Eni Sofiatun. For Ibu Eni, please stand up, state your name and words of wisdom.
Okay, hello all today, good morning. Maybe some part of you already recognized me yesterday as assessor, but today I become judge. I'm from
I don't know how to say a word of wisdom. Maybe just try your best for today and good luck.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dimas. For the next judge, we have Ibu Anggia Prasetyo Putri. For Ibu, please state your name and words of wisdom for the participants today.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everyone, my name is Anggia. You can call me Bu Anggia. Just one syllable difference from Bu Anggi. So, I guess my words of wisdom for everyone would be to enjoy the journey of learning, and hopefully, you'll be a better person in academically and also personally from today and from this experience. So good luck, and win or lose, I'm sure that everyone's had a great experience that you will remember. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. And for the next judge, we have Ibu Luh Ade Ari. For Ibu Luh, please stand up, state your name and words of wisdom. Oh, it seems that Ibu Luh Ade Ari isn't here today. Let's go to the next judge. There is Ibu Shofi Andari. for Ibu Shofi, please stand up and state your name and words of wisdom.
Thank you. And I don't think the MC has introduced herself to the judges. Later maybe, yeah. Okay, hello everyone, my name is Sophie, good morning. Oh, I'm from ITS Surabaya. Anyone here from Surabaya? Yay! My word of wisdom would be have fun and que sera sera. Whatever will be will be. Semangat.
I do hope everyone will have fun today. For the next judge, you have Ibu Putri. For Ibu Putri, please stand up and state your name and words of wisdom for all the participants.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Putri Wiki. Because millions of Putri in Indonesia, you can call me Wiki, it's fine. Yeah, I'm from Sina Clinical, a research organization in Jakarta. I think it's the same as another judges. Enjoy and stay curious. Okay, have fun everyone.
Before we start with the introduction, let me introduce myself. Thank you, Ibu, for reminding me. My name is Judy Fia, and I'll be the master of ceremony, and some of you might have recognized me. So before we begin, today we are at the peak of the Dojo minicamp. We're going to start the Shinjitsu tournament that will be introduced by none other than Pa Anuraj Shankar. For Pa Anuraj, I invite you to stage. Time and place is yours.
Okay, thank you everyone. Good to be here and welcome all you super competitors and welcome all sensei. So fantastic to have you here. Everyone, give yourself a big hand for getting through to this point. Fantastic. Love it. So I've seen you all in the exercises, challenging each other, developing your posters, developing your skills to defend yourself, and developing your skills to challenge others. So it's very important. So now, today, we will have the Shinjitsu tournament, where you'll actually test your skills in head-to-head competition. So how will this happen? Okay, let me show you. First slide. Okay, welcome to the Shinjitsu Grand Tournament. Okay, next slide, so we can kind of go through. So currently here today, we have 46 teams, 46 two-person teams. And through this tournament, they will qualify for analysis and writing workshop. And the top 25% of performing teams in the whole camp, plus your performance today in the Shinjitsu tournament, this will determine who is the top 25%. Now, who is your opponent? How was this decided? So it was randomly decided through a tournament drawing, spinning wheel, for the first match. The teams under the same sensei cannot face each other. And you will soon see who your opponent is. And as discussed, as soon as you find out who your opponent is, you need to go and look at their poster. And you need to prepare yourself for how you're going to challenge them. The tournament is a double elimination system. So I'll go over that in just a minute. There are some teams, if they don't have a particular opponent, so if we have an odd number of persons, there may be some teams that in fact don't have an opponent for the first round, and they will then face someone in the second round. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, this is a double elimination tournament. So what does that mean? What that means is that you can, and you're still in. You're still in. So if you lose one match, don't worry. Don't feel bad about it. Just stay focused. Go to your next competitor, and hopefully you can do well on that one. But if you lose a second time, then you're out of the tournament. Okay? So it's a double elimination. Now, if you are out of the tournament, stay here. Still stay here. Watch the matches. Maybe you can help some others or have additional discussions. So stay in the process. Okay? Okay, next. Okay, so this is how it works on the double elimination, essentially. So the upper bracket, really all teams were going to start there. and the teams that win, as I said, they continue on. If you lose in this, then you go into the loser's bracket. I don't like to call it the loser's bracket. It's actually the lower one. It's the second one, and then you go ahead and you compete there. So in the end, usually what happens is in the final, there eventually gets to the point where persons who have not lost versus someone who has lost a single time are competing against each other. So don't feel bad if you're down here. This is actually equivalent. Okay, next. So what actually happens in the Shinjitsu match? So this is how it works. You'll have the first team A, team B here. You have a referee, and you have two judges. So we met our esteemed judges, and you'll have these two judges per Shinjitsu competition. And what happens is Team A, so there's a decision about who is going to present first. They flip a coin, right? And then whoever wins the coin toss can decide if they're going to present first or they're going to present second. So whatever their decision is, let's say it's Team A, then Team A has 3 minutes to present their project, all right? And then Team B has 6 minutes to challenge them, all right? So they will ask a question, Team B will ask Team A a question, and Team A has to respond to that. And they will be scored in that process. Then after that, that's the first round. After the first round, then there's a 1 minute intermission for the teams to recover and plan their strategy for the next round. And so then it's changed. So in that case, Team B will present for 3 minutes, and Team A will challenge them for 6 minutes. And that brings us to the end of the match, and whoever has more points at that point is the winner of the match. But it can happen that the score is tied. So what happens in that situation? So in that situation, we actually give an extra 2 minutes, and each team gets to alternate asking the other one a question. And at the end of that, usually one team has more points. And at the end of that, since this is the tournament, if that's the case, then we will actually go with another round. And we'll keep doing that until one of the teams has more points than the other. Okay, next. So I think I went through this already in detail, but there is a very important detail that I need to emphasize. So you can see here that if you're asking a question, right, you cannot ask a very long question and be talking about a lot of background information and so forth. So you have a maximal, when you're challenging, you have a maximal of 30 seconds to ask the question, how you're challenging the other team. Can't be longer than that. If it goes beyond that, the referee will stop you. Now, if you're responding to that, defending yourself, you don't have more than 1 minute. Same thing, the referee will actually stop you and say, that is enough. You had a minute to defend yourself. That's it. And the reason these rules are in place is because you can imagine, let's say one team is ahead and there's only a few minutes left in the match. So then, of course, that team who's ahead, they will just take the floor and keep talking, right? Because then no one else can score any points. So that is to prevent that from happening. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we already went over this. Next. Okay, here we go. This is the tiebreaker. Okay, next. Okay, this is the scoring. Okay, so how is the scoring actually done? So the way it's done is this, basically. So each judge can award or deduct points from each team based on the relevance and effectiveness of the argument. So with a challenge, there's really two types of challenges. One is sort of a simple one, saying that, look, I think this is a problem. Then a more complex challenge would actually be, I think this is a problem because X, with more justification, okay? And so judges can award a point or even more than 1 point for a very effective challenge. Same on the defense. If it's a simple defense saying, no, that's not true because of X, that's good. But if there's a more detailed response saying, no, that's not good because of X, and in fact, the question or the challenge is further somewhat invalid because of Y. Okay, so it's a more detailed, in-depth response. So they might get an additional point for that. Now the scoring is in real time. However, the scoring is done such that two judges need to award a point within 5 seconds of each other for you to win the point. Okay? So keep that in mind. So it means your challenges and your defenses must be very clear so the judges can assess immediately, yes, that's good, I want to award a point. Because both judges basically have to award a point close to the same amount of time for you to win that point. All right, so that is very important. And also, of course, you can imagine the judges themselves, they are really working their brains, right, to pay attention very carefully. So they know exactly, yeah, in real time, yes, that's a good point that was made. I'm going to award a point to that team, okay? So keep that in mind. So that's how the scoring is done. Now, why is the scoring done that way? It's done that way because you can't have a situation, more difficult to have a situation, where maybe one judge tends to not award a lot of points and another judge tends to award a lot of points. So we don't want the match to be decided exclusively on what one judge might think. So it's a combination of both of the judges' efforts. So that's how the real-time scoring is done. And you will see in the Shinjitsu arena the scoreboard, and right in front of you, you'll see your score. You'll be able to look up and see what is your score, what's the opposing team's score, how much time is left in the match. Okay? Okay, next. So I already went through this. I said there's a attack. How do you award a point? There's a basic attack. There's a critical attack that has more justification. There's a basic defense, and then a more challenging defense that even might be, as I mentioned, a counterattack, saying, actually, yeah, it's an interesting question. It's not correct because of Z, but in fact, the question itself, I feel, is not valid because you did not see other point X, okay? So now, if you go overtime, please don't go overtime on your presentation. You have an opening presentation, and this should be 3 minutes, right? So do not go overtime. If you go overtime, you get a point deduction, okay? If you go overtime also on your challenge or your defense, okay, try to avoid that because you can get a deduction as well. The referee will give you a warning, all right, but just don't keep talking after that, okay, because you might get a deduction. Okay, next. Okay, so this is it. There'll be 5 matches running in parallel. Okay, we have the Rinjani, Bromo 2, 4, and 5, and Sumeru. So it'll be a total of 90 matches in this tournament. So there's a total of 18 minutes match time. As I mentioned to you, you have 3 minutes of transition. So there's approximately 20 minutes, max 30 minutes per round. So what this means is that when you complete the match, your name will move up in the bracket, right? And so you've got to go look at the bracket as soon as you finish your match, right? And find out who's your opponent for the next round, right? You got to go to their poster and you got to start preparing for that, right? Because you're not going to have a lot of time. And then with the notes that you have taken in your match about how the other team challenged you, you have got to look at their challenges and the ones that were valid and difficult for you. And you've got to prepare for that. Because remember, sometimes different teams are going to be watching your match. So as you advance through the competition, it gets more difficult, right? Because people have seen how you defend something, all right? So you've got to be prepared for that. So next. Next slide. I think that's it, yeah? That's it. Okay, that's it. Great. So any questions? Questions, comments, clarifications? Yes? Okay, just a second. We got a question here. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, bro. So in the POI session or attack session, can we refuse the POI from the opposite team? Can we refuse the POI from the opposite?
Like, can you refuse a challenge from the opposite? No. You have to accept. Yes, you have to. Yeah, very good. Yeah. So if your opposing team is asking you a question and challenging you, yes, you have to respond. You must respond. If you don't respond, you'll give up a point. Okay. Yes. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Good. Any other clarification or question? Okay. Good. Nothing more from me. Let the games begin. Yes, okay. Okay. Excellent. Okay, back to our host, and you'll get some final guidance. Yeah. Okay. Over to you, yeah.
Thank you for Pak Nuraj. Before we begin the Shinjitsu tournament, we want to introduce to another judge. For Prof. Henny, if you can stand up and give your words of wisdom.
Okay, good morning everyone. Glad to be here again. So good luck for everybody. Okay, that's it.
And for that, let the Shinjitsu tournament begin. Now, we'll have an overview of the rundown, which team will debate with which team. That will be explained by Mbak Tia.
Hello, can we zoom in the screen a little bit? Because I think in the back we cannot see. Just to zoom in. Hello everyone, my name is Tia. Hi, I'm one of the committee. I'm just going to briefly explain the overview of how the rundown is. So the committee have done the tournament drawing earlier. We used 2 spin wheels to make sure that all of you are properly randomized and selected in battling each other. So as Pa Anu have mentioned, we have 5 rooms, right? We have, if we scroll down, the first room is gonna be here. So when we refer, come to room 1, it means Rinjani 1 and 2. This is this room, right? And then we can scroll to the right, please. Great, and scroll up again a little bit. We have the second room. No, scroll up. Just scroll up again. That's the name of the room, correct. So we have room 2, which is Semeru 1. One of the committee will help you guide you there. And we have room 3, which is Bromo 2. And we have room 4, Bromo 4. We have room 5, Bromo 5. Okay, so the first match, as you can see, each row will happen simultaneously. Right? So there's going to be 1 match happening here, 1 match happening in Semeru 1, 1 match happening in Bromo 2, and so on and so forth. Right? So if you can see in this first room, we have the first match, which is Team 27 versus Team 77. This rundown will be posted on WhatsApp group. And please pay attention because we will update it real time. As you can see, for example, on the match 31, focus on match 31, right? We have L30 versus L1. It means the loser from match 30 will match or debate the loser from match 1. Is it understood? Is it clear, everyone? No? Do you have any questions? So for example, here, we have match 26, right? We have winner 11 versus team 53. It means this match can only happen when match 11 is have already over. Because the teams that will debate in this is the winner from match 11 versus team 53. So all of you have to refresh and check the rundown constantly to know who are you going to match with. Maybe not for the early stages because we have already a fixed rundown for this. However, for the later stages, you will have to keep track of like, oh, I'm battling team who's gonna win on the match 11. So perhaps I will go to match 11 to see who's gonna win it, right? Is there any question overall? We're gonna post the rundown a bit later after this in the WhatsApp group. Any questions, everyone? Clear? Can I have a clear, everyone? Clear. Great. Okay, so a committee can share the rundown right after this. And there are no further words from me. I guess let the game begin and may the odd be ever in your favor. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so be sure and check your opponent. I think they all have the link, right? So be sure and check your opponent now. You've got time now to go and look at their poster to see who they are. And I don't know if they have access to the posters online also, but either way, the most important thing is to start to look to see who is your opponent and to prepare for your first match. Okay, good luck. So if you want to get up and go to the gallery to look, whatever you need to do to prepare, now's the time to do it.
For other participants, you are allowed to prepare yourself and our committee will help mobilize. Thank you.
So all of you, you can check the rundown we have sent in the WhatsApp group. Perhaps we're gonna have like a 5 to 10 minutes break. You can see on the outside, there's like banner, right? Everyone, please. Everyone. There's banner of people research, so you can go look at it to see whose team are you debating. The rundown? Oh, okay, sure. Great, great. Can you share the rundown, please?
D0077. I will tell you the technicals for today's match. So for one match, there is 4 rounds. For the first round, you're gonna try and sort out who goes first. So the one that goes first will have a 3-minute presentation. And after the 3-minute presentation, I will stop. And then the next, there's another 6 minutes. The attacker will start first for 30 seconds. And then you have a 1-minute chance to answer. And we'll go back and forth until the 6 minute is up. And then after that, the next team that is going to presentate is going to take another 3 minutes for the presentation. And then another 6 minutes for a debate that's going to go back and forth. So far, is it clear? Okay, so now we're gonna do a coin toss. Each team, you need to choose if you want heads or tails. Who's heads, who's tails?
I'm tails.
Okay, because you got head, you can pick if you want to go first, if you let the other team go first. Okay. Can the operator for the presentation for team D0077? So let me reiterate. You have 3 minutes to present. I need to confirm, is this your slide?
Yes.
Okay. And after the 3 minute, I will, even if you finished or have not finished, I will still cut you if the time is up. Okay. 3 minutes. The operating team. Is this your presentation?
Yes.
Are you ready? Can the...
Yes.
Yes. Are you team D0077?
Yes. Yeah. The position.
No, I think it's correct. 77 is there. It's correct. The live streaming got changed. Should we change?
No, it's okay.
Mas live streaming ini dibalik bisa?
I am. There was technical difficulties to the logistics team, so.
Okay. All right. So anyway, so Tia, so you have to make sure that they understand the rules. You have to say you have a time limit on your presentation, you have time limit on the challenges, and you make your point. So it's 30 seconds or a minute. You have to confirm. Do you understand that? Okay. Right. Then you have to make sure no phone or nothing. So you cannot have your phone on your device. You cannot have any phone or computer on there.
Just me, Judge.
Okay. And then when you flip the coin, the one who wins the coin toss decides if they want to go first or not. Okay, great, yeah. And then you have to stay very adherent very clearly to the time limit. Anyone who goes over time has to stop immediately. You don't have to wait till they finish talking. You say, no, stop, 30 seconds, stop. Okay. Okay, good. All right, and good luck. Any abusive language, if anyone starts using abusive language, you have to say, this is not okay. You can't say, hey, you stupid, or that's an idea, or whatever. It sounds crazy, but a few times that's how you do it. Good. All right. But you have to control the match, make sure that they shouldn't start arguing and interrupting each other. They should start.
Depends. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Boleh ujian disertasi kan?
Sooner the better, Pak, ya. Dingin semua ini jadinya.
Ke kiriin. Ke kiriin. Kiri, kiri itu kanan. Nah. Sebentar, Kak. Sebentar, Kak.
Oke, slow down. Take a breath.
Take a breather.
Dan ke kanan.
It is going to start soon, but you can take a breather.
Bisa ya. Oke. Ready?
Ready.
Kak, aba-aba ya. Kalau mulai nanti langsung saya klik. Oke. PPT-nya udah langsung.
I like to confirm, is this your presentation?
Yes.
Can the operating team put a timer of 3 minutes?
Oke, langsung 3 minutes. Oke, ready?
You can start now.
The effect, thank you, good morning the judges and the participants. This is my title about the effect of tactile kinesthetic stimulation on linear growth and bone formation in stunting infants. And my members is me, Sutarmi, and my member Meliana Nurul. Next. Stunting is to be the most problem in global. There's around 150 million, and also Indonesia effect of around 20%, and also in Blora Regency is more than 21%. And also because this is impair of osteocalcin or bone formation that reduce for formation biomarker and then make growth failure. The research gap of this research as nutrition alone is not enough to achieve the optimal catch-up growth, and then the effect of tactile kinesthetic stimulation on bone formation is unexplored. Our objective is to evaluate the effect of a dilated tactile kinesthetic stimulation on linear growth and bone formation as a secondary outcome among the stunting infant in Indonesia. Next. There is 80 children, 80 infants with stunting with the inclusion criteria in the age of 6 until 12 months with the length of age about more than minus standard deviation, and then we cluster randomized to be with the healthcare center for allocation. And then the control group is a 40 participant. We give supplementary feeding plus 1 boil each daily, and then the intervention group we edit for 30-minute tactile kinesthetic stimulation, including infant massage and baby massage, and we measure for body length, osteocalcin, and alkaline phosphatase before and after intervention. Next. And the research said that daily tactile kinesthetic stimulation produce 3.09 centimeter greater length gain than nutrition alone after 12 weeks, and indicating for substantial catch-up growth in stunting infants. And then we also measure for biomarker evidence and about osteocalcin and also bone alkaline phosphatase. In this research, there's osteocalcin as a bone remodeling or bone formation increased dramatically or increased significantly. It's about 18 times than control group. But for bone alkaline phosphatase,
I'm sorry, your time is up, and we're going to go to the 6-minute debate session.
Okay.
For team D0027, you have 30 seconds to...
Timer 6 minutes, okay?
6 minutes, okay. Aba-aba.
You have 30 seconds to attack, and for team D0077, you have 1 minute to defend. For the timer, you can start now.
Good morning, Ibu, and that's a great presentation, actually. My first question is, you've mentioned that intervention group receive implementary supplement food. And then the control group also received the same, but plus only one boiled egg. But I think it hasn't been described clearly. What is the implementary supplement food contain of?
Okay. Thank you for the question. The supplementary and feeding foods is a program from government. This include food or feeding that's for nutrients for the baby 6 until 12 months. So this is the programs. Okay, and I eat for one boil each a day. That several to 9 to 7 grams protein. Okay.
So the program is only give one boiled egg.
No, the program is supplementary feeding.
Supplementary feeding.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Next.
Terima kasih. Thank you. What is you said that the biomolecular mechanism linking about the what you call it, about osteocalcin and BALP. It is effect direct or indirect effect?
Okay, there is indirect effect because when we give tactile kinesthetic stimulation, this is a mechanoreceptor and go to nervous vagus, and then up for the secretion of growth hormone, and then growth hormone will come for the bone formation and bone remodeling. That's such as for the most important or the most for bone formation is osteocalcin and also bone alkaline phosphatase. That's all.
Okay. Is it how did you isolate the effect of nutrition and what you call it TKS? What? Yeah.
Tactile kinesthetic stimulation.
Yes. Yeah. What you isolate the effect? This is effect from the nutrition or effect for TKS or both of the.
Okay,
treatment?
thank you. This is a good question. I think when there is a direct effect from tactile kinesthetic stimulation or just for the nutrition, I actually adjust for multivariate, then the confounding factor about the nutrition, and then still that maybe that's osteocalcin is 14 times, and then for tactile kinesthetic stimulation directly effect for the growth linear about 98 times. That's
correct me if I'm wrong. This TKS is like massage.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This content about
yes. Okay. There is a standardization about the massage, about the pressure the hand or the others.
Okay, we have already protocol from International Association Infant Massage and also from Government of Health.
So this you all the who someone who massage is you what is
My
yeah,
enumerator.
okay.
Okay, I train cadres. That's a cadre trained. The cadre what is the intervene for 1 until 2 respondent until like that, and they live besides and one RT, one RT. So that's quite good to intervene.
Okay, so all of the person who done this treatment, the TKS treatment, are already standardized. I mean, according to the SOP. Yeah. One question, Bu. So this research this research was conducted for 12 weeks. Meanwhile, we know that this stunting problem is a major problem, especially in Indonesia. Besides because of the lack of zinc nutrients.
Would I answer? Should I answer? Okay. This is 12 week. I choose because as pathophysiology for improvement length velocity for baby 6 until 12 is around 3 until 4 centimeter. Okay. This is from WHO.
From your research, it can be adopted in the different area or different social culture or the other?
Okay, I think this is a good question, and then this is a good what is a finding of my research that it can be generalized to not only in Indonesia, because I have a protocol, and no, we already also show to the government that this is the what is the other intervention that's a low cost and then visibility and no other efforts, and also no invasive procedure that's easy to do, to apply. That means that can be generalized our finding, our interventions. Because as I said before, that nutrition alone is still to be high for stunting, and then we go nutrition and then stimulation.
So, if we it is can be scaling up general
Okay, ready? Please look the presentation, please.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
Make the timer of 3 minutes.
Okay, Aba-aba. So,
You may start now.
Okay, good
Ready?
morning everyone and also the judges. I'm Lina Isyawati and this is my friend Annie Vidyawati. I will be presenting about our research entitled Characterization of the Diversity and Functional Potential of Root Endophytic Bacteria in Shallot Producing Melatonin, a plant growth promoting trait under abiotic stress. Next. So the background of this study is, as we all know, that shallot or bawang merah is a national strategic commodity in Indonesia due to their high economic value and major role in driving domestic inflation. But the practice is to produce high yield, the farmers often rely on high chemical inputs such as fertilizers and pesticides. And this can degrade soil fertility and pose risk to human health. So we are trying to do the eco-friendly cultivation using biofertilizer derived from beneficial microbes isolated from shallot fields. The microbes we target are melatonin-producing endophyte that can act as a stress tolerance and also enhancing growth. Our study aims to characterize the diversity and functional potential of these melatonin-producing microbes to sustainable shallot production. Next. So we collect healthy shallot plants such as a rubaru variety that we planted before on Batu in Batu Malang and carefully sterilized to get the endophytic bacteria that were isolated and characterized morphologically. And then we see in the graph for the second step, we do the molecular identification that was performed using 16S or RNA sequencing and phylogenetic analysis. And the third step, these isolates were screened for plant growth promoting traits such as nitrogen fixation, phosphate solubilization, and also phytohormone production. And then we do the hypersensitive reaction test to get the pathogenic and non-pathogenic isolate bacteria. And then we exclude the pathogenic isolates, which is declared by negative HR. And then finally, candidate strains were tested to measure the melatonin producing using HPLC analysis. Next. Okay, the result, we succeeded to obtain a total 29 endophytic bacterial isolates were obtained from shallot roots. There are various genus and the Bacillus as the dominant group, accounting for 15 isolate, which is 51% of the whole genus that we found. And then the phylogenetic tree based on the 16S RNA sequences that we already done, we get the five main isolate bacteria that produces melatonin, as you see in the figures. So these 5 isolates are Pseudomonas hibiscola, Enterobacter chuandensis, Bacillus licenceus, Serratia marcina, and Pseudomonas versuta that were confirmed to produce melatonin with concentration.
6-minute timer.
wait a minute. Okay, ready?
Okay.
Aba-aba.
You may start now.
Okay, very great research. My first question is, what measurable improvements in plant growth or stress tolerance were observed when shallots were inoculated with melatonin-producing endophytes?
Okay, thank you. from the other research, it can that melatonin it is the defense mechanism about plant to defend from stress, and second, what you call it, efficient in fertilizer. So it is not the application for the final result from this research is next year. It is now we only just isolate the bacteria who can produce the melatonin.
Oh, so this is not final research?
No.
Oh, not yet. Okay. My second, how consistent are these effects across different salad genotypes and soil types? Did you?
Yeah. As my partner mentioned before, that this is a multi-year research actually, Bu. So for the first and second year, we just explore the isolate bacteria, and then this year, the third year, we do the efficiency test to get what you ask now. So we are going to test it on the shallot plant with different combination of the bacteria from the isolate bacteria, different combination and different doses. So we're planning to do it in this year.
This year.
Yeah.
Okay. For this study, did you evaluate long-term persistence and these endophytes in the rhizophore underfield condition or in the laboratorium?
We are going to do both under the screen and also in the field.
Okay. What did the result between the laboratorium and under the field?
We haven't done yet.
Not done yet, yeah.
Not done yet.
Okay. But this year only in lab.
This year both.
Both?
Yeah, we're gonna do in both.
The result not yet.
No, not yet.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah.
it's kind of your first step, yeah.
Yeah.
Your first step. Okay. In your first year, about the bacterial melatonin production, it is your research in this year about the bacteria. You produce the bacteria first, or not yet?
Okay. First one, we isolate the bacteria from the rhizosphere, and then we characterize, and then we to find who it is with a DNA isolation, and then we screening from with the other plant is so it can be after that the bacteria who has producing the nitrogen, phosphate, phytohormone, and then we testing and HPLC which one the bacteria who produce the melatonin.
Okay, and the result is what the bacteria who produce the melatonin.
From the 29 isolate, we produce the 5 bacteria. You can produce the melatonin. Also, you get nitrogenic fixation, phosphate solubilization, and also phytohormone.
Okay, about the phytohormones, the plants on hormone signaling pathways. Can you explain it? What is the explanation about this result?
Okay.
From the previous research, from the first and second year research.
Before this research.
Yeah.
I see.
No. This during the research. So when we tried to explore the bacteria, so we found out that this bacteria, beside producing melatonin, also producing another hormone such as phytohormone like auxin, cytokinin, gibberellin that enhance the growth of the shallot root that we are hypothesized as to enhance the shallot growth.
You said that there is a phytohormone, right?
Yeah.
Can you explain it to me about the mechanism of the phytohormone so can that produce the melatonin?
It's actually in the different pathways. So it's like once isolated bacteria has double function, Bu.
Oh, double function.
Yeah, and the precise mechanism is that's what we're trying to find in this year by trying to apply it to the shallot plant, which is we're gonna plant it under the greenhouse and also in the field. Yeah, we're trying to figure out what kind of mechanism, but the way it works, it's a different pathways.
Different
Yeah.
pathways, but in the same.
In the same isolate bacteria.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have the winner here, Team D077 in first place. Okay, so we'll have him. Everyone, please stay for a second. We'll have him. He can stay here. We will hear. You can hear 1 minute feedback from judges. Maybe 1 minute.
Kang overlay 2 Kang siap ya. Overlay 2 siap ya. Nggak masuk karena nggak dimasukin 20971 tanya aja di sini.
And very, very insightful question. So if you start asking with what, they're gonna say explain yes. So what? And then move to the next question. So the interesting part is for one question and then go debate back and forth. That is actually a good one. So try to really look at the data of your opponents and really make sure that don't take their words for it. Analyze yourself, and then you can disagree. I don't think you're right. Your data is something else like this. Are you sure it's because of this? Or are you using the right statistical?
Effect of phytohormone, for example, like that. I mean, just like casual talk.
It's okay.
The next match, I will call upon Team 29. Team 29. Yes, Team 71. Team 71.
Bentar kak, bentar. Di zoom aja ke yang sempat. Di zoom ke tempat. Dia posisinya ada. Ya, ada yang kurang kanan Rio, kurang kanan Rio. Posisiin tangan. Iya.
So I'm just gonna explain the rules a little bit. So we're gonna toss a coin to decide who's gonna go first. And then if you go first, for example, you have 3 minutes to present. And then we have 6 minutes of debate. You will first have 30 seconds to attack. And then they will have 1 minute
2971 tapi di sininya 9323 gimana ya?
Okay, and then we go to the second session. You present for 3 minutes. And they attack for 30
Ini udah bener.
minutes. 1 minute
Judulnya
for 6 minutes.
29071 bener.
We will have 1 minute
Lebar. Harusnya itu.
for the judges.
Iya bener.
Everyone clear?
Lihat yang di update ya.
So you have a point.
Wait. Kak, wait the minute ya kak.
Tail, head.
Tapi di sini udah join, bener. 2971 di situ. Pak ini udah join. Ya, baru ditampilin. Kayaknya cuma nama itu doang nih kak. Harusnya aman. Dia udah join, Ani udah ngimpi. Yang satu belum join, yang satu. Iya, belum join. Tapi judul mah aman.
We have 71 presentation. It's okay, I'm just asking.
When judges is not join. Bapak. Pak. kayak benar kan cuma itu doang.
Is the team is correct?
Yep.
Wait.
Did someone present first presentation?
Yang mana? 29?
71.
Oh, 77 ya. Bentar. Wait, Kak.
It's okay. Ready?
Is correct.
Okay. So we will set a time of 3 minutes. Operator ready?
Ready?
Start now.
Okay.
Good morning, all judges and all participants. My name is Martin Ningsi. I'm from Poltekkes Kemenkes Mataram, and my team is Erlin from University of Indonesia. Today we will present our research result entitled Supurahenge, the perception, values, and belief of patients with hypertension in Bima, and ethno-nursing inquiry. Next, currently heart disease and stroke are the most common and serious health problem. One important risk factor for the disease is hypertension. Is the risk factor for the disease problem is often related to unhealthy lifestyle. However, health and illness are not only influenced by the lifestyle and biological factor. They are related to social cultural factor and closely relate to behavior and how individuals understand and respond to illness. The next. In Bima, West Nusa Tenggara, hypertension has become an important public health concern. It is reported as one of the highest reasons for visit community health center and also like to complications at disease and stroke in hospital. And primarily finding cultural belief strongly affect how people perceive illness and treatment. Next. The study aimed to explore the perception, values, and belief among hypertension patients and Bima ethnic through the perspective of cultural care nursing. The next. The research method is qualitative ethnography design using the ethno-nursing research method. This study was conducted across 3 rural and urban public health center services area in Bima in 2024. The next. Data were collected through participant observation and in-depth interview with patient hypertension as key informant and 51 general informant, and use the thematic analysis to carry out what as analysis data following the 4 stage of ERM. The data collection used participant observation and deep interview. And next, for 2 alternate data, through informant confirmation, expert consultation, and triangulation of method and sources. And this research was obtained ethical approval and use correct checklist for reporting writing. Next, key finding in this study, the meaning of Supurahenge is the main theme in which women's perceived hypertension is considered as a chronic illness with recurring symptom, a mild disease that may help naturally, a condition treatable through traditional and spiritual healing practice. The finding revealed that patient. Okay, thank you very much.
Now we'll move forward to the debate session. We'll 6 minutes. Operator, you can set a timer for 6 minutes.
Wait, okay.
Ready?
Is the team correct?
Ready?
Ready?
Set the timer now.
Thank you very much for the presentations. My questions is in your conclusions, you say that culture, belief, and significantly influence on patients, but that must be proven by statistic. And with your aims with your previous study, you aims to explore your research, your culture, belief. Is it not too far that you say that your significant influence?
Thank you for your question. So in our conclusion, it said that it's significantly, but you asked about the statistic. This is the qualitative study and using ethno-nursing. According to our finding and the theme from more than 50 patients consist of 22 health worker and also the religious leader and the tribe leader and also the community leader and also more than from 2 primary healthcare the hypertensive patient. So from the perspective, through the exploration of their perspective about their belief, perceive, and throughout their perspective about the treatment of hypertension, also the daily life. So we conclude from the team, most of the participants, they conclude that it's the health belief still influence how they perceive to face the treatment of hypertension.
Okay, I think it has been you have to say that it's influenced but not significantly influenced, because if you say if significantly influenced, you must be proven by statistic. And second question is your research. You choose patients. Patients are your key informants. Meanwhile, not all patients coming to the hospital is coming from BIMA peoples. So how they can be migrants from other province. So how you validate the information? The informations coming from patients as your key informations.
Okay, our key informant is from the hypertension patient, not the BIMA people. You just read in the title maybe. The real key informant is 16 of the hypertension patient, and 51 of general informant from the nurse and primary caregiver and family, and the other from the traditional healer. That's my answer.
So it is not for coming for the migrant itself, right? I mean, it's not diverse from the non-BIMA, non-BIMAnis. Just BIMAnis. So you control it as a purposive sampling you did.
In qualitative research, we not control anything. We just choose the respondent key informant.
Based on your criteria.
Inclusion criteria. This is hypertension patient.
Oh, okay.
As a key informant.
As a key informant. So when you validate the data, you have the community leader, you have culture leader in your triangulation. So is there any nurse you ask for your triangulation, you validate the data itself?
Yes, for the variety, we use variety maximal. It is for the other data, not only the patient, but the in ethno-nursing, we must to see the insider and outsider. In insider, yes, emic and ethic. We see insidernya from the hypertension patient and outsidernya from the nurse and then the traditional healer and the primary caregiver.
So in ethno-nursing, the main point of ethno-nursing, which differentiate with the quantitative and also other qualitative study, is we call it emic and ethic. Emic means from the insider, which is the hypertensive patient, and the ethic outsider is the other people, not the hypertensive patient, such as traditional healer, community leader, and the religious leader. So we gather their perception, how the BIMA people.
Okay, but in your title, you say that culture, belief, perception from BIMA, but the patients is not coming from BIMA. How do you validate it? How could you be generalize it?
Okay, in the informant is from BIMA, and also this is as I explained before, this is the ethno-nursing. So ethno-nursing, our participant is a specific community. Like in hospital can be like all of the nursing in neonatal care unit, for example, and this is specifically for BIMA people.
Yes. Criteria, all the participant is BIMA-ness people. And the title, we need to make something not too specific because it's will be going to publish in international journal. So we say BIMA-ness to represent it. Thank you.
Okay. So you, but in one hospital, maybe the patient is coming not originally from BIMA. Is that you ask first that they coming from BIMA originally?
We have inclusion and exclusion criteria. Of course, all of the patients, even in BIMA, is not all come.
Time is up.
From BIMA people.
We have a winner for this match.
Not yet. Pretty early, everyone. It's okay. So that is the end of the first session or the first round. We're gonna go to the second round, which is taking turn, right? Team 29 will present for 3 minutes, and then for 6 minutes.
I think it's not the percentage, our slide.
Did you update it in the
No.
folder?
Yes. Is it the wrong number?
Yeah.
This is for the other
Wait,
team.
I think the presentation is wrong. Can you check the folder again? The folder, yeah. What did you name it as? Is it only the only folder, the only file in the folder? Check, yeah. It's okay. Team 29, please check again, operator. It's okay, the operator will check. You can take a breather. While you check, yes. Use the 3-minute presentation slide. Yeah, the PPT is only one. When did you upload them? Okay, can you check again, operator, and showcase? 0029, correct? Yes. Okay, 29. Can you showcase again to check? This is the PPT, correct? Okay, can you go back to the first slide? Great. So now that we have all the PPT, are you ready to start, participant? You have 3 minutes, yes? So, operator, set a timer for 3 minutes. Ready? Start now.
Good morning. This is our study, a comparative case study of indirect tobacco marketing in podcast mass channel videos. Next, Indonesia is one of the 5 big countries of the YouTube user. In social learning theory, we know conducted from Bandura, what we can see lead our behavior. From previous research said that by depiction of cigarette smoking can lead smoke initiation. But the framework the framework of conventional tobacco control or FCTC state that the government should ban all forms of tobacco advertising, promotion, and sponsorship. That we call it as TAPs. And supported by Indonesian government regulation number 28 of 2024, but it is limited to the implementation and does not cover all form of TAPs. And this is become a good opportunity for tobacco company to carry out promotional effort of their product in various forms on apps such as YouTube. Several studies have shown that depiction of smoking, as said before, can lead to smoke initiation. So we conduct this study to examine how tobacco products and smoking behavior were represented within a popular Indonesian YouTube podcast and explore their potential role in normalizing smoking. Next, in method, we selected 3 videos with a large number of views that is in podcast mass, so showcase mass, and supported by tobacco product or brands. We use explanatory sequential mix method. In the first step is quantitative, and the 3 indicator is presence, frequency, and duration of smoking depiction. And the qualitative one is semiotic. We use semiotic and framing analysis, examine how smoking and tobacco brands were represented within the narratives. Next, the result is here. Within the 3 videos, we can see over the 1 million viewers on YouTube. There is frequency, the keywords they state in the video, and there is tobacco brand visible to see from the audience, and they discuss it also. Next, for the qualitative, that tobacco-related content appear continuously, and cigarette packs logos see in the picture, ashtray smoke and smoking behavior were repeatedly visible. That's mean in direct marketing. Smoking occurs alongside casual conversation, humor, sharing of personal experience and intimate interaction, and smoking is a part of conversational dynamics. And what if we ignore it? Imagine that video can be watched by anyone. Next. And next, what if the children or adolescent, it might be influenced by the young generation. So for the implication, we need to strict the regulation and the implementation. Next.
Your time is up. We're gonna go to the debate session. Operator, are you ready?
Thank you. This is very interesting.
Sorry, I have not yet started the session. Operator, are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, you may start now.
Thank you. Very interesting topic. I'm wondering for your team, why were only 3 high viewers videos podcast must you choose, and how you does the sampling strategy, how you ensure that the funding are in representative or analytically valid?
Okay. For the first question, for that questions, actually yes, we can still find another so many video consisting smoking appearance in that video, but in three videos that we included, we choose that because this videos consist sponsored by tobacco company, so the logo brands of that company appears along that video, and then did not be closures. That's its sponsored video.
My point is about the analytically valid.
Also, how to validate that's our
Because you
research.
choose the 3 highest video, so how you define the valid of your choose on the 3 highest video?
The validations is because case study, so we choose 3 videos that's because that sponsored by tobacco
But
tobacco
you say
company.
this is case study. Should be methodologically explain clearly, I guess. So you cannot just choose 3 videos and then without explanation robust from the validity.
Okay, so we choose it purposively because of the impact, because of
But you
the
didn't
viewers.
say purposefully in your
presentation.
presentation.
Yes, but this is we answer. We answer it purposely sampling. We choose them because of the brand visibility. There is sponsored, but didn't state that it's sponsored by the
Yeah, I
tobacco
mean
product.
you should clearly state it in your presentation about the how you choose the sample. So you said purposely, but you didn't say purposefully, right? Okay. The next one you say also sequencing. As far as we know, sequencing means there is a space, but you just observe 3 video at the time. Can you explain that? Because this only one time.
So in our point of view, the sequencing means after we do the qualitative, and next we see more with the qualitative exposure with semiotics like that.
Oh, that's mixed method. Yeah, but you should define sequencing means like what the step of the quantitative first, and then what the step for the qualitative. If, for what you explain, mixed method. So you do first the quantitative data, you collect the data through the 3 videos, right? And then you use the semiotic qualitative. So you cannot say that sequencing. You should say this is mixed method with two approach, first quantitative and then qualitative. So it's not really clear.
Yes, so sequencing that we mean that my friend has said, it is just because explanatory sequential. It's mixed method, but we go deeper into the qualitative.
Well, yes, we agree with explanatory, but not sequencing. That's the other topic.
What you explain with your slide is a bit different. Yeah. So it's
Just
not
that.
really- Can I still ask question? So how do you make sure that your interpretation of the video was not too subjective? Because it's only, yeah.
Okay, so in qualitative, as you said also, we have validation. Validation is coming from the triangulation. The triangulation become a source and anything, but we use the theory. We conduct with theory TPB, theory planet behavior, that is perceived norms, and because it's normalizing that in the video. So we choose the planet behavior theory.
Planet behavior.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So our results is supported by that theory, and then another things that we did to not really subjective. We do the independent research by each other, and then we make sure that it's match. And then another, if we had a conflict, we had one researcher to solve that.
Okay, and also talking about the you said in your personal content analysis. So we just wondering what coding procedures that you use in content analysis, and also what's the intercoder reliability tested to reduce subjectivity?
Yeah, in a quantitative.
I'm asking about the qualitative.
We not really counted, but we do the if it conflict, if it's if it like not same in each other perspective, so we do another, but not counted, not statistic, not like.
But this is content analytic. It's not statistic. Content analysis, because you say you do content analysis to analyze the qualitative data, right? Yes. So how you define the coding procedure so that it's not subjectivity?
That we conduct in the study. So we.
Excuse me, time is up. Time is up. Okay, so now everyone give a round of applause. That is the end of the tournament for this match. We have the winner, which is D071. Congratulations, Team 71. You can stay in your seat. Yeah, shake hands, of course. Stay in your seat, take a rest for a minute while we hear feedback from the judges. Maybe we can hear from Bu Eni or Pak Ahmad. Feel free.
I think the debate is going smoothly and like our expectation. Yeah, Pak, yeah. Maybe. Okay, no. I'm not, maybe.
Don't mention.
Yeah, this is actually better than the previous one because it's more lively. You guys ask the question of creating doubts on the other opponents, which is good. So this is starting in the beginning. So again, to make sure that, especially the presentation is also very short, only 3 minutes. So you just spend very in short keywords. What is the points? What is the question? How you're going to do to answer the question, and also show just key results, right? Otherwise, you're not going to finish. You guys are actually doing good job in the presentation, but in this group, actually, you don't have enough time. That's because you're dragging a bit too long in the presentation, right? But the question and answer is more lively, which is good. Keep it up. A lot of engagement, and that's actually what you want to see.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Ahmad. Thank you, 71 and 29. Okay. Now we're going to move forward with team 19, 119, I mean. Team 119 and team 75. 75? Yes. But first, maybe, yep. It's okay, yes. Pak Ahmad and Bu Eni, do you receive the link? Do you receive the link? Oh, you wanted to go to the toilet, maybe, or? Okay. We're gonna wait for the judges to receive the link, and we're gonna, my friend's gonna explain the rules.
So I'm gonna reiterate the rules. So there's gonna be one round. One match. One match has 4 rounds. So we're gonna do a toy and cross first. If you go first, you have a 3-minute presentation, and it's gonna be followed by a 6-minute debate. And after that, the next team will start their 3-minute presentation, and we're gonna go back and forth to the debate session. Is it clear at this point? Okay, so now we're gonna do a coin toss. You can pick heads or tails. You can decide if you want to go first or you let the other team go first. Okay. No. I'd like to confirm, is this your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Operator, are you ready? Okay.
Ready.
You can start now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Sudarmi and my team is Niputu Dian Ayu Anggreni. Next. The title of my our research is Obisa Herbal Oil, Formulation and Evaluation on Anti-Inflammatory Antioxidant Activity and Safety of Obisa Herbal Oil. And then next, Obisa, this baby message important stimulation and based on Sasa culture, I still widely practice. However, many message oil use traditional have not been scientific tests of for effectiveness and safety. Next. This study aimed to formulate safe herbal baby message oil as natural herbal ingredient as virgin coconut oil and turmeric, coriander, and kadara, and then clove essential oil. Next. This research laboratory experiment, we will prepare the extract using maceration and distillation method. The three formulation were products with concentration of 0.5%, 1%, and 1.5% active ingredients. Next, and then turmeric extract had the highest flavonoid content, indicating strong antioxidant potential and antioxidant testing using DPPH method. Activity increased with concentration, and then 1.5% pulmonary reach 85.5% inhibition for anti-inflammatory activity. 0.5% formula show the highest inhibition of protein denaturation. Next, and then the physical evaluation of formulation had good color, aroma, homogeneity, and stability. The paper were within the safe topical ring. The 1% formula showed the best adhesion, meaning it stayed longer on the skin, and the was considered the most balanced formula. And then the most important, the organic test is color, is meaning no redness, itching, swelling, or burning. They confirm that Obisa herbal oil safe for topical oil efficiency for sensitive baby skin. Skin irritation test on 21 subjects, so in irritation index O. And then conclusion, Obisa herbal oil has strong potential as safe and effective as herbal baby message oil. The 1% formula was identified.
Your time is up. We're gonna start the debate session. Operator, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, first thing first, thank you for your presentation. Regarding to your presentation, I'm going to ask about the first one, the protocol compliance. Do you get the IRB from your institution? The second one is about the sample selection. Why did you get the 21% participation from this study? Do you have any control group or something else? And
yes.
Yeah, you can answer first.
Okay. In the testing of the irritation test, we can 21%, 81%, yeah, 21 participant is the result is no apa? Yeah, zero irritation. Apa? Yeah, we can using control for this because we can look at irritation for in the skin, swelling, itching, and for two area. Two area is in the hand and the crotch for the baby.
Yeah, actually, my question is the justification between among the 21 participants. How could you get the 21 participant? The sample selection.
Yeah. To 21. Actually is enough participant for to look at irritasi, but we can better the most participant.
Okay, take really purposive samples.
Is that purposive or random sample?
No.
No.
Purposive, yeah, yes. We can purposive sample.
Okay.
So I think that's because it's purposive. Yeah, because it's purposive. I think it's really potential to become the pitfall of this study because purposive there is no randomization on it.
Yeah, not no random.
So yeah, I think it's really important, especially if you want to do the trials related to that. Yeah.
Another question is from me. Do you have any inclusion criteria for your participation?
Yeah. We can use inclusion. Is baby for baby age 0 until 12 months. The months. Yeah, 0 to 5 the months for baby.
Okay.
What is the why do you choose that criteria?
Because baby, we know skin the baby is very sensitive, and then we can use participant as for baby.
Yeah. Okay, maybe I still have one question about the compliances about the IRB. Do you get the IRB from your institution? Ethical clearance, maybe?
Oh yeah.
Because you are testing for human body. Right?
Yeah. There are ethical clearance, but no.
You are not sure.
Yeah, not sure what
That's
in
fine.
the. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next.
It's the second one that I want to talk about. Why do you need to mix the ingredients? I mean, why don't you focus, let's say, because you mentioned turmeric, right? Turmeric. Why don't you just use that turmeric? You just do the research for the turmeric, not the mixed oil, because its potential, let's say, the component of the ingredients can be really affect, let's say, to the result.
Yeah. Yes, because the turmeric is very important, but for baby message is must use to oil base to can be to message baby.
Yeah, and then I just want to ask related to the statistical result, analysis. So basically, in your conclusion, that you say that it's strong. Strength to I don't basically if you want to, let's say, you want to do, you claim as the strong, you need to do the statistical analysis. Let's say you do the comparison analysis, or let's say chi-square test, or etc. So you can compare each other.
We think because the best formula was determined based on overall parameter, namely biological activity, stability, adhesion, and safety, not just antioxidant.
Yes. I mean,
in the result, I do not I do not see that you have compare you have do the statistical analysis to support your claim. Let's say related to that.
Yes,
I mean, can you
we
explain,
cannot,
elaborate?
This laboratory
Time is up.
experiments through experiments.
We can start the next round. Just a reminder for the. You can have a 30-second break to wait for the next round. And I want to remind the participants to please use your voice loudly because this is quite a large room and we are live streaming and your voice can't be heard.
And perhaps for all the participants in the back, it's fun to discuss and watch, obviously, but be mindful that there is a tournament going on. So you are able to discuss with your teammate, but just not to use your voice too loudly that it disrupt the tournament. Thank you.
For the operator, are you ready? Yes. Yes.
Paling baru. Okay.
For the participant, is this your slide?
Yes.
Operator, are you ready? We will start now.
Okay, good morning everyone. We are going to present about the dissecting the dominancy of influenza virus subclade K in Indonesia based on molecular and epidemiological data. Next. Yeah, so subclade K becomes the dominant H3N2 lineage globally in 2025, and the first data is cases in Indonesia was in August 2025. And however, the transmission dynamic in Indonesia remain unclear. So that's why we do a phylogenetic and epidemiological analysis were used to investigate introduction and the spread. So we begin with the data selection. We are using the genomic data acquisition and curation that we are using to matching the epidemiological investigation data, and then we are using the analysis process from molecular characterization and mapping, and then we started to do phylogenetic reconstruction, and then molecular clock and phylodynamic, and then the epidemiological analysis.
Yeah, so this is the result. So at the left side, you can see the phylogenetic tree. As you can see in the box is the subclade K, where the potential introduction of this subclade K in Indonesia in June 25. Meanwhile, the first case in August 25. So there is possible 87 days of the delay of detection of the first cases. Meanwhile, at the red dot, you can see there are a lot of sub branch that's indicating the multiple introduction of the cases in Indonesia. And the right side, you can see the glycosylated site and amino acid mutation. As you can see, it's quite pattern. It has the pattern in the subclade K where the presence of the mutation in amino acid in N158D and also the aldoglycosylation. So the glycosylated in all of side. Next. Okay, so this epidemiology analysis, as you can see on the left side, is the increasing of the proportion of the subclade K. It's coincidence with the increasing of the genetic diversity across the time, especially during September to December, and also with the increasing of the influenza cases that from Sentinel, Ili, and Sari. And the comorbidities, there is no comorbidities on and mostly with the fever and cough. And the clinical, there is no relationship between the molecular characteristic and the severity. Next. So in the conclusion, beside of the molecular activity, it's also the policy recommendation related to integrated genomics, Sentinel, and field monitoring. I think that's promising.
We're gonna start the debate session. Operator, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for presenting. The study used influenza virus genome sequence data from the GSAID database and epidemiological data from Indonesia. What analysis method was used, and what are the main findings of the study?
Actually, we are using it's cross-sectional study. It's combination between the epidemiological approach and molecular approach, and then it seems a cross intersection between two fields. So we can, and we want to find how there is impact of the molecular characteristic related to the severity of let's say of the influenza subclade K in Indonesia.
Okay, it's compare. Data, based data.
Actually, we are using GSAID. GSAID is one of the platform that have it's standard WHO standard for the influenza surveillance, and the data is curated, and it's open source. So I think because it has been curated, and also there is the surveillance have it's more than 10 years. I think it's more than 10 years. So it's the data standardization is quite curated. So we believe that.
You may stop now. Please answer.
Okay. The results show that subclade K become one of the dominant influence subclades in Indonesia in 20 to 25. How did this study determine the emergence time of subclade K?
Because we are using the molecular clock approach, so we can determine what is the possible time, the estimation time of the introduction of the, let's say, the first infection, let's say in of the subclade K in Indonesia. We use that approach, and we use the standardized. We modified the standardization of the pipeline. It's named NextRain. NextRain we do we modify the parameter, so we can generate more explanation related to what happened in it. So it's that.
What are the most common clinic symptom in subclade K cases?
Subclade K cases in Indonesia mostly they are mild. It's mild. It's fever.
What
fever, cough.
mild?
It's mild, so it's not really severe. So it's not severe. So it's fever and cough. We find out that fever and cough. We realize that's one, because it's data from Sentinel. It's surveillance, and we realize that the data from the surveillance is not. It's there's potential maybe bias or related to that, but it can be this only the surveillance in Indonesia. So that's why.
Why is it necessary to combine genomic approach with epidemiological data?
It can be really important for the policy. Let's say influenza is most common disease in worldwide. So so it can be really approach, let's say, to pandemic preparedness. Let's say it's one it can be prevent the next pandemic, because mostly of the pandemic disease mostly have symptoms related to the influenza, and influenza have faster mutation. It's quite fast mutation, so it can be so combination of this approach can be prevent the disease that the next outbreak or pandemic in Indonesia, like that.
I'm thinking, how do you ensure that the dominance of subclade K is not simply due to sampling bias?
Basically, we do the WHO has also implement from the guidelines that also have made by guidelines in Indonesia, in Aili and Sari. There is minimum sample of every sentinel site to send, let's say, to do the genotyping, and also to do the lab process. So let's say, so basically we believe the sampling it's quite robust, because there's mandatory from the government, let's say, and there is funding on it. So yeah, I think it's can be really important.
Demand pending of the study and express the limitation your study.
Yeah. Basically, yeah. The limitation of this study is because, yeah, the first is the epidemiological data. Yeah, so we realize this epidemiology data. It's some, yeah, it's quite limited because it's interview. It is not based on the curated curated led to the data. So it can be one of the potential.
Yeah. The different COVID and influenza in your study?
Yeah, actually, we do not compare that, but basically, COVID and influenza, they have quite
Your time
distinct
is
in the
up.
molecular
You may stop
characteristics, yeah.
answering. So we already have a winner for this match. Congratulations to D0119. Woo! You may still sit down. Uh, you can take a 1-minute breather as we hear a feedback from one of the judges.
Okay, I think both of paper presentation have many potential of question. For example, from the method, from the result. But at the beginning, maybe both of you is too, how to say? Yeah. S yeah. Actually, both of the groups is have potential to attacks and to defense. Yeah, I think so. Maybe for the next chapter of the matches, you can improve more to make a question with critical thinking and also how the defense strategy for it, right? So, but I think both of you also really good. Okay.
So one thing is when you start asking what is your limitation, that is not a challenge because that will be easily explained, right? So the point of this tournament is not to asking for clarification, but actually to cast doubt that your data may not be correct, your analysis is overclaimed. I think this is actually a good example from this group when they start doubting your what they call this conclusion. So trying to do something like that. Yeah, I mean, you guys sort of try to catch up. In the beginning, it's a bit slow, you know, but and then it start revving up. It's just like a diesel engine, I guess. But okay, you have lots of chances future. Just keep that in mind. So good luck. Yeah.
Thank you, team. It's okay. Thank you, team 119, team 75. Yes. Okay, now I will call upon the next match. Judges, please take a break by drinking coffee. We're on the deadline here because we want to finish at 1 for lunch break. Sorry? Just 3 more match. 3 more match. Team 16. Yes, hello. Your next match is about to begin. And then team 112. 112? Are you here? 112? Okay, great. Okay. Pak Ahmad and Bu Eni, perhaps if you can accept the link to make sure they're sitting in the right order. Correct. 112.
Hello, so let me reiterate for the rules for this debate session. So we're going to do a coin toss to decide who goes first. And if you go first, you're going to have a 3-minute presentation, also followed by a 6-minute debate. And after that, you have the next team will do another 3-minute presentation, and we'll have another debate session that will last for 6 minutes. We have 30 seconds to attack and 1 minute to defend. So we're going to start with the coin toss to decide who goes first. Heads or tails? Tails. Heads. You get to decide. Do you want to go first, or would you let the other team go first? Okay. I would like to confirm, is this your presentation?
Yeah, right.
Yes. Operator, are you ready? The 3-minute presentation starts now.
Next, next slide, next slide, next slide.
I think there are some technical difficulties. It's okay, we're gonna restart the timer.
Next slide.
There's still some technical difficulties from the operator.
It's not started yet.
Yeah, it hasn't started yet. It's okay. Yes, it's okay. I'd like to confirm, is this your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, operator, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, next slide. Okay, introduction. A tree that built our furniture may also help protect our health. So while tuna sinensis is widely known in Indonesia as a valuable timber resource, it has long been used as traditional medicine in another part of country of Asia. So emerging evidence suggests that this plant exhibit anti-diabetic and anti-hyperglycemic effects. Through its antioxidant and anti-inflammatory compounds. As Indonesia's first increase of the diabetes case, that raised important equation for us. Can a plant commonly value as a wood become a resource of therapeutic innovation? So we deliver for this challenge that investigate about the metabolic effect of tuna sinensis extract in experimental diabetes, focusing on anti-diabetic activity and hepatoprotective potential.
And how to know the effect from the tuna sinensis itself next. So we have the method that from the preparation we extracted the tuna sinensis from the leaf and bark with the water and ethanol. And then we're delivering to the animal model groups. There is 11 groups, 3 groups are control, and 8 groups is formulation from our extracts. And the timeline for collecting the sample is about 2 weeks. Okay, next. And how about the results? From the extraction, we get in the leaf extracts, it's getting higher than the bark extract. It's about maybe, it's about 2 times or more. And next, the diabetes induced in our experiment successful with the sign. There is a metabolic disorder for all the groups with the induced diabetes. And how about the blood glucose? Next slide. All of the parameters, all of the groups that induced in the diabetes have a raised blood glucose, and during the medication from our extract or the control, there is also a lowering effect for the blood glucose. And then we get the 2 extracts that have a potential can more effect to lowering blood glucose rather than the medicine standard glibenclamide. Next. And for the hepatoprotectant, we measure that the lowering effect from the AST and ALT release, that's two extract also that equal with the control and the medicine glibenclamide. And how
Your
about
time is up. I'm so sorry. So next, we're gonna go to the debate session. The attacker will have 30 seconds to attack, while the defender have 1 minute to defend themselves. Operator, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. So I see from your poster that you did 4 kind of tests, but I think the result of each test didn't support each other. And you also didn't do comparison analysis. So I think the way you conclude your research that it is successful is maybe just cherry picking.
I will add a little to that. So your study, as my partner has mentioned before, it is more prone to confirmation bias since while the BE 400, you've shown that it
Your time
reduces-
is up. I'm sorry. You may answer.
Check. So, your question, the for trial? For trial in my
Yes.
Success over climate. You mean our
Yeah,
research
like
over
because
climate?
yeah, because you said that your research is successful.
Oh no, I didn't say our research is successful.
You said that in the presentation.
The induced diabetes is successful because the blood glucose is higher. So the diabetes test, how we know the mouse is diabetes? We measure the blood glucose is higher than the control. That's successful.
Yes, but
How they analyze?
yeah, your leaf extract is proven to show to reduce the blood glucose, right? That's your study. What your study is about?
Our study it's about potential. I didn't claim it the effective or it's successful. It have a potential. The successful means that the presentation it's about diabetes induced. It's successful because the blood glucose is higher than control. Not the medicated.
Then
our extract.
how you define that it is successful? Because when we read your poster, you didn't do like how significant it is, and even the 4 tests has a different result. Like in the glucose level, the highest is the BE 400, and the other is.
Okay, I see your question. It's about activity. The activity it shouldn't be for every crash we get the same medicine. So for the extract the lowering blood glucose it's BE 400. Not for the next I mean like hepatoprotectant. It's we didn't looking for the superpower extract. We just want to know the potential, which one with potential for hepatoprotectant, which one with potential for lowering blood glucose. We didn't looking for the one superpower extract.
So there is no correlation between those tests.
Yes.
Okay, then you mentioned that in the weight decrease, there are weight decrease that, yeah, there is weight decrease in the
During the treatment?
Yeah, the treatment. And then I think because you use mahogany and it is bitter, right?
Tuna sinensis, not mahogany.
Sorry. Yeah, but it's mahogany, isn't it?
No, it's Chinese cedar. Chinese tun cedar.
Okay.
Not
Okay, but
mahogany.
I assume it's bitter in the taste.
Yes.
Yeah. So in the weight decrease, I think it may be maybe because the mouse doesn't like the taste, not because the drug mechanism itself.
Okay, it's about the taste. We don't think we don't think the taste in the term of I mean rodent. It's the same with us. It's the first, and the secondly, every diabetic rat in our experiment, even though extract or even though the glibenclamide, it's bitters. I don't think so. It's relevant with the taste. It's mostly about something metabolic happen in their bodies.
How do you-
You know, diabetes. It's higher blood glucose, so cell can access the energy. So after that, the secondary that in our body, it's about adipose. So the result of
You may
energy
stop.
is from the adipose, then lowering the
You may
weight.
stop answering. Please continue to attack.
So, did you give high-fat diet to your mice or no? Only streptozotocin.
Okay,
You're aiming for type 1 or type 2 diabetes?
Type 1.
Type 1. Okay, since type 1 is more prone to destroying the beta cells, and your use of glibenclamide is less effective compared to metformin, which is the gold standard, if beta cells are depleted.
Oh no, the glibenclamide, it's the more specific than metformin.
Okay, in terms of what?
Because of the glibenclamide itself, its specific binding to beta pancreas, to the SURE1 receptors that can be make sure the release of the insulin is higher. So directly forces the pancreas to produce more insulin. That's why we use.
Your time is
glibenclamide.
up. Okay. So we're gonna start the next round for team D0016. I like to confirm, is this your presentation?
Yes.
Operator, are you ready?
Yes. Oh yeah, I think we have the newer one.
Okay. We're gonna wait for our operator team to fix the slide. Okay, let me confirm again. Is this your slide? Operator, are you ready? You can start now.
So our study is about computational design of anti-TFR anti-base 1 bispecific ICFE for optimized drug delivery and Alzheimer's disease. Next, please. So the current therapies, especially conventional antibodies in Alzheimer's disease, are causing ARIA or amyloid-related imaging abnormalities, presenting stroke-like symptoms, especially with patients with higher genetic predisposition. Base 1 is the hallmark of AD itself. It works by cleaving precursor protein and releasing toxic beta amyloid into the brain. So we're building small-sized bispecific SCFE to deliver treatments through the transferrin receptor in the blood-brain barrier. Next. So our method is we collect sequences from publicly available data, and we predict the variant fragment, the variant fragment using an antibody 2, and we construct the SCFVs into one, making the model 3D modeling with the AlphaFold, and then we do quality checks, including Ramachandran plot, verified 3D scores, a red score, and we also did protein docking with HADEC, and we will measure the molecular dynamics and predict the ADMET for the drug delivery. Next, please. And this is the modeling score. As long as the score is 2 angstrom, it shows the prediction error to be very low, and the structure exacerbate high confidence, very high confidence even, of our 2 arms, the dual mechanism of our arms. And we have interface contacts. We are aiming for low to moderate affinity to the transferrin receptor, and this is the interface contacts that we got, and we have gotten what we've needed to. Next. And this is the 3D structure quality. All of them surpasses the 90% baseline that we're aiming, and they have shown great structure quality. Next. Next, please. Oh, that's it? Habis. Yeah, so from our conclusion is that we have constructed computational model, and we can use this as prediction, as extrapolation before getting into the in vitro experiment. Thank you.
No, directly?
Not yet. Are there technical difficulties? So you have 30 seconds to attack and you have 1 minute to defend. Operator, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, your research is good, but have you imagined that how about the fragment? It's a single fragment, and you directly binding to the target in your modeling, and how you can make sure that I don't think it's supposed to be delivered well. I don't think it should be delivered well in your target, and it's maybe
Your time is up. You may defend.
Yes, so for binding itself, we have identified the transferrin receptor, which is widely available in the blood-brain barrier. So that is where the hindrances are for the conventional antibodies. And since our construct is very small in size, it's 3 times way smaller than the conventional antibodies. And we have we also use the anti-TFR arm, so antibody that specifically targets the transferrin receptor on the brain. We have predicted, and also with the binding affinity score that was in our study, it has been proven that it can transcytose. It can undergo that process.
okay. So it's only about how it interact in the target site, right? In the target site. So it's how about the delivering itself? It's not directly to the targeted brain barriers, right? So because the process in our body, it's not similar directly into the brain also.
No, we are targeting the specific receptors within the blood-brain barrier itself. And due to the low to moderate affinity that we're aiming, we don't want the affinity to be high, so we prevent the off-target toxicity because receptors might also available in other organs as well. So we need it to be specific onto the blood-brain barrier.
But why in your research, you're not comparing with something else that successfully have the affinity in the
Yeah, so for Alzheimer's, there is currently no positive control. There's no treatments that have positive results, basically, because Genentech also produced the even larger construct of antibodies, and those fails clinical trials. Every of those treatments have failed the ARIA test, the amyloid-related imaging abnormalities.
Okay, so I mean, when you directly only to the delivering and binding in the blood barriers in the brain, but you didn't measure how it's delivered before the brain. I think it maybe shouldn't be should be not delivered into the brain before in our body.
Oh yeah. I have explained before of the off-target toxicity, the transferrin receptor. I also mentioned that it might be on other organs as well, but due to the affinity and also the anti-transferrin receptor that we have, it will go through. I mean, it's outside of our scope to know the route of administration, but we can predict and extrapolate that. From intravenous administration, we are targeting for it to target the blood-brain barrier.
So it's still on the state of maybe.
Because it's a computational study, we are predicting.
No, I mean before the delivering directly to the vessel, like it's maybe something happen like maybe intraoral or intravenous. So before the directly to the blood barrier in the brain, so there is so many probability in our bodies that can be it never be to the brain itself.
Sure, there are so many possibilities in terms of drugs itself, right? It can goes everywhere. It doesn't necessarily apply to only to our treatments, but also every other drugs as well. But from this computational model, we want to predict that it will bind to that because we follow the framework that previous antibodies have been made from other companies, big pharmaceutical companies. And for the route of administration, we will probably do that after we've gotten enough results from our computational data.
Oh, I mean, if something that you were it's not to be delivered, so it should be not to be measured. I mean like that. If there's something not to be delivered to the brain, so it's not should be measured as well of the about the binding and.
So actually, like you are overclaiming your title that you are say that maybe it's your research is about a prediction, it's about prediction, but you are mentioned that it's a delivered.
No, we've never mentioned it.
No, it's showing up in your title. So we just like maybe it's your like a purpose is about the delivered.
No, it's computational design,
Yeah.
and we have followed the framework of several drugs that have delivered drugs to the blood-brain barrier. So they are also using bispecific antibody, but we're using a smaller version of that, the bispecific SCFVs.
Okay, if you maybe there is no drugs that deliver to blood barriers or brain, but I have.
I'm sorry, time is up. We have a winner for this match. Congratulations to D0016. Now, for both teams, you can take a breather as we hear a 1 minute feedback from the judges.
Okay, it's interesting match, yeah. But just from the delivery part, make sure you alternate, because looks like in this team, he seems to be a bit more dominant and she's a bit impatient. So try to alternate, you know, with the response and all that. And also in this team, I think she has to be a bit more dominant than the other. But trying to, because the whole point of this tournament is also to build up confidence in communications. So don't just leave the other person to take the mic, the microphone.
And maybe for this team, maybe for the next match, you try to improve to more focus the critical point of the question. I think your question is about actually our metabolism as human is really complex, right? Just straight like that. So you both of you just like and that problem, right? Okay. But I think for the next match, both of the group, make a good bonding and good performance for talking, for defense, for attacks. But good.
Thank you to both teams and congratulations again to Team 16.
Okay, now we'll move on to the next match, which I will call upon Team 104. 104? Team 104, yay! And then we have the winner from the earlier match, which is Team 71. Team 71? Because you win on the previous match, so you'll be debating again before lunch. Okay. Wait, it's okay. Pak Ahmad and Bu Edi, perhaps if you can click the link, receive the link already. Operator, Aman? Yeah, okay. So the name is 104. Where's 104? Oh, you can switch position because of the scoring, yes. A little exercise before we get into the match. Okay, now my friend will explain the rules again.
Hello, welcome back, Team 71. I'm going to reiterate the rules again. So we're going to have one match, has 4 rounds. For the first 2 rounds, the team that goes first, we're going to decide it with a coin toss. The team that goes first will have a 3-minute presentation, followed by a 6-minute debate. And then the next round, the 3rd round, the other team will have a 3-minute presentation and followed by another 6-minute debate. You have 30 seconds to attack and 1 minute to defend. Okay, so we're going to start with a coin toss to decide who's first. Heads or tails? Tails. So you can decide if you want to let the other team or you want to go first. Okay, so the first team that will go first is team 71 for the operator.
Good morning, judges and all
It
participants.
has not yet started, I'm sorry. I would like to confirm, is this your slide? Yes. Operator, are you ready?
Test. Test.
Are you ready?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm ready.
you can start now.
Okay. Good morning, judges and all participants. Today we will be presentation our research result entitled Supurahenge, the perception, value, and belief of patient with hypertension in BIMA and ethno-nursing inquiry. Next. 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 Okay. Hypertension is one of the most common communicable diseases. And now hypertension is the one of risk factor, not just influenced by biological factor, but the other factor is social and cultural factor. Next. Okay, hypertension become important in public health concern. One the most high risk factor that the first prevalence in community health service in BIMA. So the next. The research objective is to explore the perception, value, and belief among hypertensive patients in BIMA ethnic through the perspective for cultural care nursing. Okay, the next. The research method is qualitative ethnography nursing using ethno-nursing research method. The study conducted across 3 rural and urban public health service area in BIMA in 2024. Next. Data was collect through participant observation and with deep interview in 16 hypertension patients as key informant and 51 general informant. And analysis data using thematic analysis with 4 states of ERM. The next. This research have true autonomous data and ethical consideration. Next. Key finding of our research that there was the meaning of Supurahenge, that hypertension is a chronic illness with recurrent symptom, a mild disease that may heal naturally, and a condition treatable through traditional and spiritual health practice. Then next. So the findings show the cultural belief strongly influence hypertension management among Bimanes people. Patients often combine traditional treatment with modern healthcare service. The implication, healthcare professionals should respect patient cultural belief, negotiate cultural appropriate care, and combine modern treatment with safe cultural practice. Next. So the conclusion is traditional and spiritual healing remain important in Bimanes culture. Therefore, nursing should provide cultural responsive care to ensure patient safety and improve treatment outcome. Next. Thank you very much. This reference.
Thank you for Team 71. We're going to move on to the debate session. For Team 104, you have 30 seconds to attack, and Team 71, you have 1 minute to defend. Operator, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. My first question, why your sets important? It's just about a perception, and as we know, every person have different perception about something. So why your research is important? Because it's just about perception. All the people in this room have different perception.
Thank you for your question. As you can see, our research is ethnographic ethno-nursing. So, and the main aim of the research is to explore the perception of Bimanes people, not only from the hypertensive patient, but also from other groups such as traditional healer, religious leader, and also from the 3 types of primary healthcare in Bima, and all of them are Bimanes. So this is ethnographic nursing. That's why the perception is very important. Of course, we are not going to do the statistical method, but from the perception, we find the result. So later on, this can be generate a model to do to the next level. For example, to create a model to find the solution in that community.
Okay, thank you. So from your research, it's just for Bimanes, right? it's not global, have global implication, because it's just doing in Bimanis. How you handle this issue? Because your study just doing in maybe just one ethnic in Indonesia, so it's not just not have a global implication.
Thank you. If you understand about the main of the qualitative study and particularly ethno-nursing, so we are not talking about the specific. We are talking about the specific community. This is the qualitative. Of course, ethno-nursing and ethnographic, the population of the participant, of course, must be specific. For example, there is also a study from the ethno-nursing. We only study for the nurses who work in the hospital, even in a ward, in neonatal intensive care unit. So about talking about the nursing, the ethno-nursing, is not about the global impact, but this can also be implemented in another group. Using this framework, we can implement it in another tribes, such as in Papua or in another community that also they have the, they have the problem related to another disease.
Are you sure that by having a result on the Bimanis, you can implement it in the Papuanese people, because you have totally have a different culture? And how you really sure that once you find the, how to say this?
The result.
Yeah, the result, and then easily to implement it, and then totally different.
Of course. The framework of the study, we can implement another group, like in Papua or in, how do you call it, in the other culture or ethnic, because it is about the how to find the perception. So the belief and how they perceive the habit of the hypertensive toward the treatment, whether using the traditional treatment or also the medical. So the finding of this study, of course, it is applicable to another group, but of course the exploration according to their group also. Of course, they have the different lifestyle, and also the different health-seeking behavior. But the main finding of this, of course, it is applicable to another group with different exploration.
I am still not sure about your argument, because if we, I'm not expert on this ethnography, something like that, but what I'm thinking that if you want to implement the result that you found here in Bima, and you want to implement, let's say, in Makassar, and totally different culture, background, everything, the belief, the value, for example, if you go specific to this hypertension, and then people in Makassar have totally different belief, because I'm from Makassar, so that's why
we have
disagree
more
with you.
And many culture in Indonesia. In qualitative, we don't say some result can be generated, but in qualitative spaces we use method ethno-nursing to see what is unique. In qualitative, there are two kinds. We now as universalities and diversity. So we can find the universality in each each ethnic, but in ethnic have some unique that's maybe different in other ethnic, but the method how they collect the data can be used in other ethnic.
Okay, to the next question, I think it's about your conclusion. In your conclusion, you say that perception, values, and belief significantly influence how you measure the term of significantly, because in the quantitative study, we have the statistic is more objective than in qualitative. How you handle this issue, significant influence?
Okay, thank you for I'm sure that you write that from the banner, right? But actually the banner is far away, we upload it. But actually, as you can see, you should pay attention to what we present here. So that is, and we acknowledge that's the miswriting, but we already make it better in our presentation. There is no significantly in there. Okay.
My next question is, we have study about wow graph, yeah. But in your presentation, we not have you make some graph or some graphic.
Time is up. I would like to ask for Team 71. Did you get the point of the question? Yes.
Can you answer?
No. Here's the thing. Just a little bit reminder. The timer stopped, right? We're not timing anything, right? Stop timing it. Stop that. No? Okay, great. Just a little bit of refresh. So when you're debating for the 6 minutes, right, in the last like 3 seconds, 5 seconds, the other team is able to ask question, but the time stops, the other team who yang ditanyain gitu ya will have a chance for 1 minute to answer. Is that explained earlier? If it's not, let me clarify. So if when the debate 6 minutes is over, right, but there's an unanswered question, then the team can answer. The other team can answer for 1 minute. Is that clear? So did you get the last question that were asked? Oh, so you didn't get the question?
Yes.
You get the question? Okay, so can you start a timer for 1 minute? Okay, no worries.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so team 71, you have 1 minute
I
to answer.
appreciate your question, Ibu, but we have to differentiate between qualitative study and the quantitative. Of course, quantitative related to the graph, bar chart, and everything. But in qualitative, we call it pohon tema, thematic. But we don't have enough slide to put that. So we have like thematic tree. But because there is the limitation of the slide, so we don't put it. So we put it like all of the participant and also all of the thematic and also the sub-theme we put in the tree. If you want to see later, you can see, show you in the manuscript.
Like that. Can I respond?
Okay.
Or no?
No. I should clarify. The 1 minute was not supposed to debate. You were just about to answer. Okay, so the time ends. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to the second round. Right? So team 104 will have a 3 minute to present. Is this the presentation, 104? Is that correct?
Yes.
Is this your presentation?
Yes.
You are ready, correct? You are ready, 104?
Yes.
Operator ready? Okay, your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. This is our study. 4th trimester hemoglobin concentration predict anemia risk despite multiple micronutrient supplementation. Next. Multiple micronutrient supplementation is a promising intervention for preventing anemia during pregnancy. However, in most real-world implementation setting, MMS is often initiated during the 2nd trimester, limiting the total number of supplement receivers throughout pregnancy. This raises an important question. If pregnant women begin MMS supplementation in the 1st trimester and consequently receive a greater number of MMS tablets, would higher MMS consumption reduce the risk of anemia in late pregnancy? Next. To address this question, we conducted a longitudinal study involving 655 pregnant women who initiated MMS supplementation during the 4th trimester. Slide. Hemoglobin concentration were measured during the 1st and 3rd trimester, and we doing the logistic regression analysis and adjustment for potential confounder. There are 4th trimester hemoglobin concentration, gestational age, interpregnancy interval, and parity. This analysis allowed us to determine whether higher consumption of MMS tablets is associated with a lower risk of anemia in the 3rd trimester. Next. Our findings showed that the number of MMS tablet consumed was not significantly associated with the risk of 3rd trimester anemia. In contrast, 4th trimester hemoglobin concentration emerged as a significant predictor of anemia status in late pregnancy. Women with higher hemoglobin level in trimester 1 has 63% less likely to get anemia. Next. Our findings suggest that maternal hemoglobin status in early pregnancy plays a critical role in determining anemia risk during the 3rd trimester. This result highlights the importance of ensuring adequate iron and micronutrient status before conception and during early pregnancy. Therefore, MMS should be initiated as early as possible, ideally before pregnancy occurs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wait, we're not going to the debate session first yet. Timer stop now. Okay. Before we go into the debate session, we'd like to kindly remind all participants who are debating or who are about to go into debate to leave all technological devices outside of this zone. So perhaps, yeah, I know that you're not using it, just like we're not gonna allow it. Correct. Okay, just a kindly reminder. Okay, now we're going to move to the debate session.
right? You have 6 minutes for debate session. Team 104 can have 30 seconds to attack first. Are you ready, 104? Timer, are you ready? 6 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you for the interesting presentation, Ibu. Our question is, why do you choose the first trimester hemoglobin as the main predictor of the anemia risk in the third semester? Can you define that?
Okay, yeah. Actually, that's why we determine the first trimester, because in order to measure whether there is an effect on the tablet that we given to the pregnant woman, so we have to measure the first trimester, because this is the indicator to see whether there will be increase in the third trimester. That's
What do you mean increase in the semester?
Increase hemoglobin in the third trimester, because this is the starting point for the first trimester, and then we start giving the tablet, and then we follow up until they deliver the baby, and then we measure again hemoglobin in the third trimester. So there is a longitudinal follow-up. So in order to see the effect of this MMS, so we have to compare the hemoglobin level in the end of the measurement, which is third trimester, subtracted or minus with the hemoglobin in the first trimester. So that will be
So
see
how
the
you
effect.
maintain all of the participants from the first semester until the third semester?
Sorry?
You maintain the participant.
Yeah, we maintain because we work with the midwife who are working in the health center, and we know in the Parepare where we conducted this study that the antenatal care visited is higher. It's almost 95% pregnant women always visit the antenatal care services. So.
Yeah, but you're talking from the research base, not only from your observation. What's the research base of doing that? The first semester, hemoglobin, the main predictor of the anemia risk in the third semester. The research based.
Okay.
The evidence based.
Yeah, sorry. I think maybe there's a misunderstood here. What we end up with the title, the first trimester is a predictor, after we analysis the data. So when we found that there is an increased hemoglobin level in the pregnant woman in the third trimester, and we adjust those confounding factors such as we know that gestational age, or how, gestational age, and also will be probably influence the cadre or the hemoglobin levels, and also the total number of the tablet they consume, or also how many they deliver the baby. So those things considered as a confounding factor. And then after the
Sorry to rebut, but you cannot say probably actually, because this is the study that you already, it's kind of you choose the first semester. You cannot say probably. What do you mean by probably? So we're asking about the evidence based.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the question. But we have to say probably or might. We cannot really consider about the 100% that this increase or change in the hemoglobin concentration due to the intervention of MMS itself, because it's a community base in which many factors that can really influence those.
I mean, what's the influence? What's the influence that can be along the effect? The evaluation, it's a bit long, trimester.
Yeah. Could you repeat the question?
Why
please?
not in the first semester? Why it's so long to, what's the influence?
Oh yeah, because if we need a longer time, because it's also the effect of the MMS. So for example, if you consume the MMS, the vitamin now, and it's impossible that we can see the effect in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks later. That answer your question?
I mean, you have to actually you have to evaluate, like repeat evaluation, not only one in you evaluate.
Yeah.
Because you evaluate only at the end, right?
We start. Actually, we have 2 points here.
But you didn't put in your slide.
Okay, sorry if you misunderstood. We first we have 2 measurements here. First, we measure before the intervention. We measure the hemoglobin first, and then we give them vitamin. And after that, we measure again the hemoglobin.
You didn't clarify on your slide. That's why we thought only one.
Okay, thank you for the
So
suggestion.
there is no pre done, but only like post, right? That's one time.
It's not about the one time here. It's one time if you assess the independent variable and the dependent variable at the same time. But what we have here, we said that it's really longitudinal study. In the first trimester, for example, I'm pregnant and I start get the MMS in the first trimester. Let's say I have a pregnancy in
Because
3 weeks.
this is longitudinal,
Yes.
right? So you cannot just evaluate in the end. This is longitudinal, right?
Yeah, okay. It's really longitudinal study. It takes one
So that's why
year.
you cannot only evaluate at the end.
No, we still agree with this because as I said before, we measure first in the first trimester before we give in this the vitamin, and then we follow up.
But you said you say just one pre and post, right?
No, it's if you consider about the duration of the measurement, so it's not one point time because, for example, I measure now in July. For example, July I measure the hemoglobin in the first trimester, and then after 9 months, in next year I measure again hemoglobin in the third trimester. It's totally different.
But in your result, can you say in your result there is no that in poster also you didn't put that. So what you
Time is up. Time is up.
Different.
Please stop the time, please. First.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, in the
wait. The time is up. Sorry, ma'am. Time is up. However, I understood there is an unanswered question, right? In the last couple of seconds. Before we give time 1 minute, before we give time 1 minute to 104, I would just kindly to remind, we appreciate the enthusiasm. Teams who are debating, we appreciate the enthusiasm. However, to ensure that the debate is still, not to cut off, not to cut off the other participant who have not finished answering. Right? So you are allowed to debate and counter-argue your opponent, but let them finish their point first without cutting it off, right? We want to make sure that both of you are understanding each other and can respond accordingly. Now we will have set 1 minute to Team 104 to answer or to respond to the unanswered question in the last couple of seconds from the earlier rounds. Operator, ready? Yeah. Answer 1 minute. Participant, are you ready? Timer, are you ready?
What is it?
1 minute starts
what your
now.
question about?
Start. You can start.
Yeah, we still insist that actually we did the longitudinal study because what we are talking here is about longitudinal study, and the measurement we did in the different time point. In the first trimester, we follow up until the third trimester, and we see the change during this 9-month observation. Yeah, 9-month treatment. So, thank you. I think that's all.
Are you done, participant? You should let me know if you are done. Timer stops now. Okay, now that that is the last round of this match, we have a winner, which is Team 0071. Congratulations! You can maybe shake your hands first. And we will take a 1 minute break to hear feedback from the judges. Maybe Pak Ahmad or Bu Eni.
I really like this match, really interesting, because just like a mom versus mom, that their kids are fighting in their school, right? Yeah. But maybe for the next match, both of the group try to balance each other. Yeah, Prof. I mean, not dominantly on you or on you, right? And try to more focus to answer as defense strategy for you. Maybe just that. And focus the point of question. Okay,
thank you.
Yeah, just to be fair to the presenter and also the defender, try to, one, focus on the latest data. So if there's a difference between the presentation and also with the poster, so take the whatever they presented. Yeah, try to, because they put some effort to update, right? So don't go back to their poster. Yeah. Right, yeah, so just look at what they presented recently, right? Just to be fair, right? Yeah. Okay, and the second one is, if the thing's getting like tit for tat, those kind of thing, it's get boring, because you have to start, okay, maybe change the subject or change the topic, right? Okay, because the idea is there are so many things you can attack from different angles, right? Because if it starts getting like insisting and all that, okay, just leave it, right? Right? Yeah, just go with. The idea is unless if there is some expansion of the data inconsistencies, that you can go on, right? But don't talk to, but don't repeat the words basically, right? Yeah. So for example, in a paragraph, there's so different numbers. So focus on different numbers, not just in the same number over and over and over again. You know, those kind of things, right? So I think it's getting better. So congratulations, everybody.
Okay, thank you, team 104 and 71. Now we're going to do the last match before the lunch break. Woo! We will call upon team D0119. 119. Woo! You won your earlier match, correct? So this is your second match of the day. Good luck. And then we have team 53. 53? Ah, great. Okay, so 119 can sit over here. 119 and 53 can sit over there. My friend will explain the rules.
Hello. I would like to reiterate the rules again. So for this match, there are 4 rounds. We're going to do a coin toss to decide who goes first. And the person who goes first, they'll have a 3-minute presentation and followed by a 6-minute debate session. You have 30 minutes to attack, 30 seconds to attack, and you have 1 minute to defend. Okay, you may choose now. Heads or tails? Head, okay. Head. Would you like to go first? Okay. So team 53 would like to go first.
It's a PDF file, actually.
Yes.
Yeah. With the final.
I would like to confirm, is this your presentation?
Yes, correct.
Okay, operator, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to present the spectrum of causative gene variant in muscle myopathy patient in Indonesia National Referral Hospital, a cohort for 8 years for 2018 to 2026. Next, this is our research team members, and next. Okay, so this is the background. So nowadays, there are more than 600 causative genes for myopathy, and then while in our Indonesia, it is severely underexplored. So worldwide genomic databases doesn't represent the Indonesian population. So we would like to fill the gap by introducing the small-scale genomic data to aid the future variant curation and reclassification globally. Next. And this is our aim to reveal causative gene variants in our suspected hereditary muscle patients in our hospital and in the future to identify new causative gene variants. Next. This is the method. So we identified 124 patients of suspected and established myopathy in our cohort, and then we record the patient who underwent variable genetic testing listed there. Next. So we accept the gene variant. It is if the variant match the phenotype, the mode of inheritance, and also the variant classified as pathogenic or likely pathogenic based on the ACMG. Next. So among 124 suspected HM patients predominated by males, we found there is the rate almost 6% of consanguineous parents of the patient, and 54 patients received genetic testing. Among them, 40 patients received final diagnosis, which were dominated with dysphylionopathy or LGMD2, followed by FHHD type 1 and myotonic dystrophy type 1. That next. Okay, next. Next. Okay, so we identified novel pathogenic variants in various genes, including DYSF, sarcoglycanopathy B, titin, nebulin, and also plexin. and also the variant of uncertain significance. Next. Variant of uncertain significance, we list the VUS because VUS doesn't mean it is non-pathogenic, but we still awaiting or have to do functional analysis to prove the pathogenicity of these variants, including the MYH7, PHKB, R1, EPM2A, GNA, and Titin. Next. Okay, so we still need to do gene testing for the rest 70 patients who haven't received genetic testing, and there's a lot to do about whole genome sequencing, allele phasing, and repeat expansion among the 14 patients.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Before we start the debate session, I would like to remind all the participants who are in the room to please minimize your voice because it will disturb the ongoing tournament. Thank you. So for the next, we have the debate session. You have 30 seconds to attack and 1 minute to defend. Operator, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I would like to say congrats, and then we are going to ask about the sample selection bias. How do you mitigate the sample selection bias? Because it is started on 2018 and on 2026, and it just like got some samples. So how do you mitigate that sample selection bias? Thank you.
Actually, there is no selection bias because this is a descriptive study. So we are always register all of the patients that have myopathy from 2018 until 2026, and we always assign whether a patient suspected for myopathy or not, and then among them, we for the suspected HM patient, we try to do the genetic testing. So there is no selection bias. Okay.
Yeah, actually, this is a rare disease, right? So yeah, I mean, so how do you difference this with the disease that have pretty similar, let's say the symptoms or any other clinical appearance like that?
Yes. Although there is not specific sign for rare disease or monogenic diseases, so we can expect from several points that probably the patient have the family member having the same disease, or the patient, the parents of the patient are consanguineous, and then probably their childhood onset. That's why.
How do you make sure related to, let's say the parent have, this the hereditary, right? It's germline and it's
yes, germline.
Yeah. So how do you make sure that the parents have that same it's from their parents? I mean, how do you ensure related to that? You said yeah.
Oh yeah, we're not doing the segregation data, so we only test the index patient, not testing the parents.
Okay.
Although it is very helpful to have segregation analysis.
Segregation analysis. Yes. Okay. And then I think the data is quite comprehensive because it's cohort data. But actually, I think there's a lot of potential in it data, but I do not see that and it can support your claim, but I do not see that you explore related to that. I mean, can you explain why? Let's say you have several position, right? I mean, related to the genes related to that. So why don't, let's say, find the relationship, let's say, between that genes and also with the outcome, let's say, this hereditary, the outcome of your study, let's say.
Yeah, there's a feature working for that. Okay.
This feature. Yeah, and then. Oh, okay. Pemalu saya, Pak. So okay. So and then I mean that's quite. I mean, I seem because in your conclusion that you mentioned that it's causative. So let's say if there is in my opinion related to the causative, so you need to long process related to that. Let's say from the statistical analysis and etc. So you can support your claim, but I do not see that. I mean, can you elaborate more related to that?
We don't determine the causative gene based on statistical analysis. So in order to have a molecular diagnosis or gene-based diagnosis for the patient, we have to match the phenotype between the phenotypes and the variants that we identified in the whole exome or whole genome, whether it is matched the phenotype or not. Yes.
Yeah. But basically, I think we need to make sure related to that, because you mentioned that related causative, right? Yes. So there's potential false positive, let's say, or maybe related like bias. I mean, maybe let's say misdiagnosis or etc. related to that.
Okay, so actually during we ordered genetic testing, we always put the list of suspected genes. And also we already also make sure that the identified variant is not artifact, but looking at the depth of the read, depth read. If it is less than 20 times, so yeah, we have to very cautious whether it is artifact or not.
But it has not mapped, right, in the your reference. GCH38 you are using as a reference, right?
GCR 38, yeah.
So
but in
is it
some
mapped or
laboratories
not?
GC 37.
37.
Yes.
Why don't you use GCH, the newest one?
No,
GCH
so this is
38?
retrospective. We send the genetic testing to other lab, and then we review again whether we accept the identified gene or not.
Oh yes, and okay. And then related to the how do you minimize the bias in your data? Let's say maybe there is the other factor. Let's say because your age range of your patient is quite ranging from 1 to 50s, 70s. I mean it's a lot of group age group, right? So how do you minimize, let's say, related to the potential bias? Maybe let's say in the because it's cohort data. Let's say in the let's say and at the certain time they expose.
Your time is up.
By the,
I would like to ask Team 53. Did you get the point of Team 119's question?
No. I think Team 119 wasn't really asking a question. So we can take a break for 30 seconds before we move to the next round. So Team 119 will have 3 minutes to present, right? Is this the presentation, Team 119? The final one, correct? Is this the final one, operator? The operator will check first, yes? Final one, okay, correct. So participants, are you ready? Yep. Timer, are you ready? Okay, 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, here we are going to present.
Yep, sorry. Thought you said you were ready, okay. You can take a break. This is intermission. You ready? Okay, so the 3 minutes will start now.
Okay, we are going to present about the dissected dominance of influenza virus supply K in Indonesia based on molecular and epidemiological data. So next, the supply K becomes the dominant H3N2 lineage globally in 2025, and then the first case that detected in Indonesia was in August 2025, but however, the transmission dynamic in Indonesia remain unclear. Therefore, the phylogenetic and epidemiological analysis were used to investigate the introduction and spread we are doing right now. So we begin with the data selection. The data we are using as from genomic data acquisition and correlation matching with the epidemiological investigation data, and then we start the analysis from molecular characterization and mapping, phylogenetic reconstruction, molecular clock and phylogeodynamic, and then the epidemiological data analysis.
So this is the result of the phylogenetic molecular analysis. So at the left side, you can see there is the phylogenetic tree, the timescale phylogenetic, and then you see, and the red box is the subclade K. As you can see, the red line indicating the possible introduction time of the subclade K in Indonesia. It's June 25, and then as you can see, there is the first cases in August 25. So there is possible delay detection about 87 days. And you can see in the red dots, it's indicating the multiple introduction of the cases. Yeah, so basically it's quite transmissible in the community. And then on the right side, the glycosylated sites and amino acid mutation. As you can see, the subclade K has quite distinct genomic presence than the other variants. As you can see, it's the some amino acid N158D. It's almost all of in the and also glycosylated site. Next. So this is, and at the left side is the as you can see, the trend of the subclade K proportion, it's increased coincidence with the genetic diversity, increasing of genetic diversity, and also the cases of the influenza from Sentinel Island, Sari. And you can see the clinical comorbidity, most all of them, there is no comorbidities, and clinical presentation mostly fever and cough. And we do not find any molecular characteristic related to the severity. So the conclusion is that yeah, the subclade K potential spread, it's emergent and it's more spread, and it's dominant in late 25. It has a genetic impact, and also there is no there's possible critical blind spot, especially the delay. And there is policy recommendation related to that, so we need to integrate genomic sentinel surveillance and field monitoring. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Team 119. We're going to start the debate session for 6 minutes. Team 53, you have 30 seconds to attack, and Team 119, you have 1 minute to defend yourselves. Operator, are you ready? You may start now.
Yeah, thank you for the interesting presentation and interesting topic. But I'm curious why you choose the subclade K as the sample of the study. Whether it has more mortality or fatality depends if we with the other subclass.
Yeah, basically subclade K is it's worldwide dominant in the from 25. From the 25, it's most dominant variant influenza in worldwide. So its potential, we believe that its potential can be public health emergency. Its potential. So that's why become the reason why we choose that.
So it can have significance in that maybe it changed the policy about the influenza vaccine.
Yes, yes, exactly, because the influenza mostly related to the vaccine, and in our analysis we use the vaccine reference sequence. So that's why we want to compare if there are any related to the vaccine effect. So I mean the vaccine mutation related to that.
Okay, so the matching you use is the vaccines, right?
Vaccine strain,
Vaccine strain.
Yeah.
Matching. The matching you said in the
no in the matching. So let's say there is two data. There's data from sequence from the GSET. It's one of the biggest database for the influenza, and it's also it's mandatory to the country. It's based on the WHO recommendation, WHO recommendation. Sorry, my Indonesia. And also we match with the epidemiological investigation data, because subclade K is quite there's a lot of it's some I remember in September it's December it's make a little panic, but it's make a little, I mean it's spread the information, and and government has the need to it's become the issues related to the disease related to the pandemic, or also the outbreak related to that. So that's why we
So the matching is the
we match the data from the GSET, and with the data with the epidemiological investigation that from Ministry of Health.
The genomic data, right?
Yeah, genomic data. We match the, let's say the ID, etc. To So let's say when we match, we can elaborate more. Let's say we can find let's say the relationship. Let's say with because in the database you said we do not have any outcome over there. It's quite limited data. So with the it complied by epidemiological investigation data. So that's why we want to match. Is there any relationship, let's say, in several mutation of amino acid to the severity? Yeah, let's say that. And also for the molecular clock, we use the onset date. So because there is something, it's common. Let's say in the laboratory, there is mislabeling on it. So we use the onset data to ensure the models from the molecular clock trends well, like that.
So how do you sure that our population or our sample is matched to the data?
Yeah.
Because sometimes, as we know that the influenza virus is highly mutation.
Yeah.
That maybe our mutation that no match with the data, or maybe in this is a new mutation or not.
Yeah. Do you mean the match data?
Match data.
The match data between the epidemiological data. So yeah, basically, we match data based on the ID. So basically, Ministry of Health have the ID, and also in the GSET platform we have the ID. So it's that that's the key identifier. Let's say to merge the both of the data. So that's what we use. Yeah, and then related to the because actually GSET because this from Aili and Sari, it's the in the influenza, it's one of the oldest surveillance genomic that implemented worldwide, and it's also implemented in Indonesia. And there is in Indonesia have made the guideline that based on the WHO recommendation, and also there is recommendation of the sample let's say every period. So yeah, that's why we believe that it's quite robust, let's say, to do the analysis.
And from the results, you said that the mutation of the subclass K is not related to the severity of the disease.
Yes.
How do you know that it's not related?
Yeah, that's so that's why we merge the data. The data from the GSET we merge with the data with the epidemiological data. So the epidemiological data is the including the severity and outcome, and also let's say any other comorbidities, and it seems like medical records. We combine the medical records and also with the sequence data from the GSET, because we don't have any information in the sequence data. We merge that. So that's why we identify several important mutation in the amino acid. Important
Your
in the
time is
influenza.
up.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. The tournament is over. We have a winner for this match. Congratulations to Team 119. Now we can take a breather for both teams as we listen to feedback from the judges.
My comment for this match. Previously, the match is really like life of attraction, really full of expression. But in this match, maybe both of the team is really soft-spoken. even the attack and defense is happen, right? But maybe in scientific style, I think. But I think it's good and keep going. Yeah, especially for the team.
Right. This is an interesting a discussion between these two. I agree it's a bit too polite, but also I noticed that the topic is very complicated actually. The genetic part is very interesting, and I noticed in this side there's a very conceptual term, when it comes to causative, because I would expect that when you explain the causative, you probably have to cite some studies why the genes are being causative. Because here you don't really do the experiment yourself, right? Because exactly. So then you can actually explain why these genes are causative. For example, because the ACMG itself already gives some background, right? So you can expand on what the ACMG says. For example, you can explain that this gene has been, for example, knocked out in mice and they cause disease. Right. Yeah, exactly. But at least you can mention it just for to educate and also to defend your ideas, because he attacked with good question, and you could have actually lost potential to defend it strongly. You tend to answer it a bit short, but it's okay. You can expand. You have about 1 minute. Actually, that's just a long time. But you end up spending only less than 10 seconds. You know what I mean? It's okay. If you know a lot, this is actually your time to do 1 minute. So my suggestion is try to expand what ACMG says, right? There's a functional data, co-segregation data, and then, prospective data. Those kind of things, just bang on it. You know what I mean? Because this is actually the time for you to shine. It's this very, very interesting data, actually. You with Dr. Tiara as well? Dr. Tiara in neurology? Oh, your teacher, okay. Yes, saya salam for her, inshallah. Okay, good luck for everybody. It's still a long time to go, but you have a pretty good chance.
Itu cohort data. Kami jiper duluan tadi.
Thank you.
Nah, ini cohort data ini.
Congratulations again to Team 119. The tournament is far from over, but thankfully we have a lunch break. So you can refresh your minds, you can prepare for your presentation and for your next tournament, for your next match. We will... We will return back here at 13:45. Have a pleasant break, everyone. Hello, participants. Before we start, I would like to reiterate the rules. This match will consist of 4 rounds. We will do a coin toss to determine who goes first. And after that, you will have a 3-minute presentation for the group that goes first. And it will be followed by a 6-minute session, a 6-minute debate session. And then after that, the other group will start their 3-minute presentation, with also followed by another 6-minute debate session.
After each round, we will have 1-minute intermission to take a break, but you are not allowed to talk to each other. Just take a breather, regroup, and then we'll go to the next presentation, which is the other team. Is that understood? Yeah. Understood? Okay, great.
Okay, now we're gonna do a coin toss. Can each group say heads or tails? Do you want to go first, or let the other team go first?
The other team go first.
Okay. Please prepare a presentation for group 27. Before we start, can I confirm, is this your presentation?
Yes, correct.
Operator, please start a timer of 3 minutes. Are you ready? Participant, are you ready? We'll begin.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, judges. Okay, my name is Lina Syahwati and Eni Vidyawati. We will present our research entitled Characterization of the Diversity and Functional Potential of Root Endophytic Bacteria in Shallot Producing Melatonin, a plant growth promoting trait under abiotic stress. Next. Next. Okay, as a background, shallot or bawang merah.
I'm so sorry because I think your time is still going, and then there's a stun there. I think it will not be fair. We're gonna restart the timer, so you have a full 3 minutes. Operator, can you restart the timer 3 minutes, and then go to first round? First slide, please. Okay. Please let me know if the 3 minutes ready. Ready? Okay. Participant, are you ready? Timer ready? Start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lina Syahwati, and also my partner, Eni Vidyawati, will try to presenting our research entitled Characterization of the Diversity and Functional Potential of Root Endophytic Bacteria in Shallot Producing Melatonin, a plant growth promoting trait under abiotic stress. Next. As a background, shallot or bawang merah is a national strategic commodity in Indonesia due to their high economic value and major role in driving domestic inflation. Meanwhile, in the cultivation, farmers often rely on high chemical inputs such as fertilizers and pesticides that degrade soil fertility and pose risk to human health. So that's why it's better for us to using biofertilizer derived from beneficial microbes isolated from shallot fields. The microbe we target are melatonin producing endophytes. And in agriculture, melatonin acts as a powerful antioxidant that enhancing growth and stress tolerance, such as drought and salinity. So our study aims to characterize the diversity and functional potential of these melatonin-producing microbes. Next. Okay, this is the methods that we use. First, we collected healthy shallot plants, such as Rubaru variety that we planted before in Malang. And then the second step, we do the molecular identification that was performed using 16S or RNA sequencing and phylogenetic analysis. And the third step, these isolates were screened for plant growth promoting traits such as nitrogen fixation, phosphate solubilization, and phytohormone production. And then we do the non-pathogenic strains that were confirmed through a hypersensitive reaction test on tobacco leaves. And we exclude the pathogenic isolates. And then the final step, the candidate strains were tested for the pH4 gene and melatonin production using HPLC analysis. Next. Okay, this is the result. All data were analyzed by using ANOVA, analysis of variance, and then also t-test. As a result, a total of 29 endophytes bacteria isolates were obtained from shallot roots, and then we do the phylogenetic tree based on the morphological identification, and then we found that only 17 non-pathogenic isolates were retained from the hypersensitive test, And then we do the multiple plant growth promoting traits to categorize which bacteria can fix nitrogen, can have the phosphate solubilization, and also produce phytohormone. Finally, we found that only 5 main isolate, as you can see in the picture, that can produce melatonin with concentration ranging from 86 to 232 milligram per liter. So these strains represent promising candidates for sustainable shallot cultivation under stress condition. Next. As a conclusion, Indonesia's shallot production struggles with rising demand, inflation.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. So now we're gonna go follow on with the 6-minute debate. For the attacker, you have 30 seconds, and for Team 27, you have 1 minute to defend yourself. Operator, are you ready? Participants, are you ready?
Yes.
You can start now.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I would like to ask regarding the novelty of your study, because I think this study is well known. And then, could you please explain us what actually the differentiation between previous study and then why it should be melatonin? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We think that the novelty of this research are because we explore which isolate bacteria that can produce melatonin. So actually, there are a lot of research about study about this melatonin, but from the other plant, such as grape, etc. But from shallot, I think it's still rarely. So I think the novelty is in the isolate bacteria that we try to explore, especially that producing melatonin.
Okay, and then follow-up question. You use 26 isolate, right? 29 to represent your study. Is it enough to make it generalized to other site, because it's only done in Malang? So how we can generalize this study if it is from maybe west Java or out of Java?
Actually, we haven't generalized because, as you can see in the title, this is actually the starting point of the exploration research that we do. So in this research, we are explore. We try to find in the shallot root which kind of isolate bacteria that produce melatonin. So we haven't got further to the generalized, etc. No, because it is still the starting point.
Okay, so what are you planning about this study? Because I see you are in the starting point of this study. So what are you planning about to ahead of finding this?
Okay, first, just for information, because this is a multi-year research which has been done 2 years, so this is the 3rd year. So we hope that after this process, characterization, isolation, until we find the 5 main isolates that producing melatonin, we hope that after we do this efficacy or efficiency test to test these 5 isolate bacteria, how they affect shallot plant, we hope that this isolate can be one of the material that we can use for biofertilizers. So it can produce a healthy plant, and for our health too.
So what's the melatonin is for?
As I mentioned in the introduction section, so melatonin is a bioactive compound, react as a antioxidant that can help plant to reduce stress tolerance, especially for the drought and salinity.
Why in shallot? Why you don't look for another plants or maybe another producent of melatonin? Why it should be shallot?
The shallot that we use, the variety of shallot that we use are baru variety, which are locally majorly planted in Sumeneb, Madura Island, which, as we know, have a very dry temperature. So the shallot variety that we use are they have a tolerance of drought. So we think that if we get this isolate bacteria from that kind of plant that already adaptive with the dry season, we can get a lot of the melatonin in there and try to develop.
So we have to harvest the shallots. So
Yeah.
In what amount of shallot we have to produce to have a apa namanya
Okay, first one. We cultivate the shallot in the farmer fields. So we hope there is the innovation can be scaling up a very wide area to answer about the sustainable agriculture. So we cultivated the shallot in 1,000 meter persegi.
Okay, regarding the method, you use ANOVA as the analysis, right? How many biological replicate you use in every testing, and then is the normality assumption and then the homogeneity has been tested before you did the ANOVA testing?
Okay, we do the statistic analysis, which is ANOVA, on the fifth step, which is when we test when we measure the melatonin content in the isolate bacteria. So from the first step until the fourth step, we don't do the statistical analysis because it's exploration research. We don't do that, so we just only do the analysis variance or ANOVA in the fifth step. And about the homogeneity?
Yes. Okay. How about the homogeneity?
Time is over. I'm sorry. Now we will have a 1-minute intermission before we start the next round. You can take a rest, but please do not talk among participants. Thank you. For the operator, please start the timer.
Participants within the same team can discuss, but the participants the other team cannot discuss. Yeah, so you can take this time to not like stir up each other, just take a break, regroup, but not talk to one another against the other team. Yeah.
The 1-minute intermission is over, and we are about to start the next round. Operator, can you please prepare group 72 slides? Can I confirm, is this your slide?
Correct.
Operator, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. I am Izati and Rina. This is our presentation. The title is The Paradox of Unhealthy Diets, Associations with Both Undernutrition and Obesity Risk Among Indonesian Children. We use the Nutritional Status Survey 2024. So the next slide. So why is it important? We know that Indonesia is experiencing double burden of malnutrition. Therefore, the study explores an important question: can the same dietary practices contribute to both undernutrition and obesity risk among young children in Indonesia? So the IYCF practices are important determinants of nutritional status, and the evidence is limited on whether the same dietary practices are associated with both undernutrition and obesity risk. So the understanding of these associations may help identify double-duty actions to address multiple forms of malnutrition. Next. To answer this question, we do we analyze the 72,104 children aged 6 to 23 months from the NNS, and the primary exposure was dietary factors, and the outcome were the three of this nutritional status. Next. Okay, this forest plot shows several dietary factors associated with undernutrition and obesity risk. These patterns highlight the complex and sometimes paradoxical relationship between feeding practices and child nutrition outcomes.
Okay, next, this is the most interesting finding towards what we describe about the dietary products. Actually, there are 4 findings here. The first one is the children without continued breastfeeding showed lower undernutrition risk but higher obesity risk. And then the second one is formula feeding more than 4 times each day, which is so that higher formula feeding was associated with lower undernutrition risk but increased dietary risk, obesity risk. And then the third one is the children who consume fruit and vegetable had a 12% lower risk of undernutrition compared with those who didn't consume this food. And then similarly, consumption of vitamin A rich fruit and vegetable was associated with an 11% lower risk of undernutrition. And then in contrast, here we found that children who consume green leafy vegetable had a 10% higher risk of undernutrition compared with those who didn't consume green leafy vegetables. Next, here as our finding the evidence of dietary products, and then not all fruit and vegetable behave similarly. And then the third one is dietary quality matters more than energy intake alone. And then also here we highlight that malnutrition is multidimensional. And then next, our finding also have important policy implication because addressing undernutrition alone may not be sufficient. Likewise,
Your time is up. So we're gonna start the 6-minute debate session. You have 30 seconds to attack for the other team, and you have 1 minute to defend. Operator, are you ready?
Okay.
It has not yet started. Operator, are you ready? For the participants, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, I would highlight 2 very interesting findings. So first, the second finding about formula feeding more than 4 times a day, because this is a review research, but I'm sure you already know the data very well. Can you assure us, because I'm not, so formula feeding more than 4 times, how about the volume? Formula feeding is like susu formula. Can we include like that? Nah, maybe it's a lack of the volume. Maybe
Your time is up. You can answer.
So what's the question? So about the formula feeding, it's we measure more than 4 times per day. It includes higher intake of the other the normal calorie intake of children. So we conclude it as a risk.
So you don't have any information about 4 times, more than 4 times per day, how much volume for every single
So it is by a questionnaire. So if it is more than 4 times a day, so yes, no.
Oh, I see. Without any information about the precise volume
we
that
don't
was
do
given.
any volume.
Okay. I'll answer that. What about finding 4, which is very contrast from where I think. How come who consume green leafy vegetable can higher the undernutrition risk? How can you explain that? Because it's really contradictory, I think, because most of the parents give their children a lot of leafy vegetable, to make the nutrition
Your time
better.
is up. Please answer.
Yeah, why it happened? Because as we know, the child from lower socioeconomic household have more access to consume the green leafy vegetable, but they have limited access to the animal protein. So that's why here the green leafy vegetable can increase the risk of undernutrition itself, because they are too focused to provide their child to consume that kind of green leafy vegetables, and then the limited access to the animal protein. So that's why it can increase the risk of undernutrition.
But are you sure when this survey done, Are you sure that these respondents only consume green leafy vegetables without any intervention? I mean, we don't know if their parent give them another food, perhaps. Can you?
Yeah. That's why this study, I think we can clarify. That's why this study is the paradox, because in here, in this study also there is a co-founding. Beside the other factors from the dietary intake, it's also from the socioeconomic level, from the maternal and child health services, and then the something like that. So it's not only the single factor.
Okay. I'll go to the statistic section. Do all statistically significant factors also have meaningful clinical significance?
Also, we only do the cross-sectional study. Yeah, mau nambahkan dulu nggak, Mbak?
Okay, we did a cross-sectional study, which is here we only have an association between the exposure and then the outcome. So there is no clinical side that we try to address.
So this is a best. Maybe it can be reference to other researcher to doing a longitudinal study or a cohort study to see some exposure and the outcomes.
Yeah, in addition, because this is a large, we are using a large data set. It is from the national data set, which is the sample is more than 70,000. So that's why in this study, we can use it for the reference for the other researcher to do more
Your time is up. You may answer. You may attack.
Okay, regarding the number of the respondents, because it's so many respondents that you have, there are 72,104. With this, so many respondents, how you, I mean, from your review research, how we can conclude the findings? I mean, isn't it too big number of the respondents? What do you think?
Yeah. Actually, the big number of the study is more strong evidence for us, because we know that we call the national survey or the national data set collect the data from all around Indonesia. So that's why it's more good to be generalized, and then it's also strengthen our study, and then it can be a reference for from the other researcher to do a more deep dive into what we have found.
Okay, because I asked this because your findings is quite contradictory with the real life.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, so now that is the last round of this session. So we have a clear winner here with Team D0027 with a point of score, A of 8. Congratulations, Team D0027. Team D0072, thank you also for being here. It's a learning process, do not get discouraged. I would also like to take this moment to remind all the participants in the back, this is a very large room. I understand it's very fun to discuss and watch the tournament, but please be mindful to keep your voice down. Everyone, please keep your voice down so that it didn't disrupt the tournament and the judges can focus in scoring the tournament. Is that understood, everyone? Okay, thank you, very appreciated. Now everyone can sit down first. We'll have 1 minute judges feedback. Maybe Bu Putri or maybe Bu Angri can represent.
Yeah, thank you for the debate. I noticed that couple times whether the first team or the second team being attacker or defender, it's running out of time. So probably you can be more conscious on and be direct on what you want to deliver gitu ya to the other team. And the presentations, one of the team is within the range, so I appreciate it. But the other team maybe again should be more conscious about the time because this is your second, right? So it will be more experienced than before. Yeah, so maybe I would like to battle in the confidence. Maybe you can be more confident, more subtle in your voice, so that I don't know whether this is because of the big room or because too much noise. Is for me, it's barely to. It's hard for me to barely apa namanya, hear your voice. Gitu. But yeah, congratulations.
You can leave. Congratulations. For team 88 and 29, please proceed to the front.
Team 88. Team
29.
Let's go. This is 29. Please sit over here. Hello, hello. Team 88. You can sit over here. Welcome. Are you ready? Okay, my friend will explain the rules. All electronic devices, please make sure there are no HP or laptop. Okay.
Hello participants, let me repeat the rules. For this one match, there are going to be four rounds, and we're going to do a coin toss to determine who goes first. And when the team that goes first will do a 3-minute presentation first, followed by a 6-minute debate session, and after that we're going to have a 1-minute intermission to cool ourselves down, and we'll continue with another 3-minute presentation and then another 6-minute debate session. Is it clear? We're gonna do a coin toss. So heads or tails? Heads. Okay. So the operator team, can you put team 88 slides on the screen? Let me confirm. Is this your slide?
Can you next slide?
It has not started yet.
Next slide.
Oh,
Sure.
okay. Operator, are you ready? Participant, are you ready? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. I will present our study. Do you any history of low back pain when you do work in the workplace? So this is study explain about how to predict low back pain in the office worker. Next. In our data set, we have a 143 data set. In our data set, have 50% have a low back pain, and in here we use tree modeling to predict where the model the best to predict low back pain in the office worker. Next. Okay, office worker have low exposure of occupational exposure, but one exposure that high is ergonomic risk. And in ergonomic risk, we know that any instrument that's used usually that is a ruler, LBA, and OAS, but that need expert instruments and time consuming and the cost that is costly. So in here we use a routine screening that we call that a physical exposome. Next slide. Physical exposome in this study we have 5 variable from 11 variable that using in the model. Next. The 5 variable that is BMI, seat height, desk height, illumination, and age. So in model A, this is the low cost exposome that we call that physical exposome, and model B is expert instrument, and model C is exposome with one ergonomic tools that is ruler. And from the modeling that we have that next. The low cost exposome is 0.737 area under curve better than expert instrument, but in model C that is using exposome and a ruler, this is the best model that is 0.83 and 7. So this low cost exposome next. Low cost exposome using these tools is used to floor screening, not replace the expert instrument, but is first screening to decide it where the workers to use ergonomic tools to assess by expert. So from low cost exposome next. Limitation of the studies is internal validation only, and then this cross-sectional design. But we state that this model can be for screening, and then we have a calculator next that you just slide and know your LBP risk. Thank you.
Thank you for Team 88 for the presentation. Now we're going to start for the debate session. Team 29, you have 30 seconds to attack, and Team 88, you have 1 minute to defend. Operator, are you ready? Participants, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, when we talk about predictive model, we need a good data to be the training data sets. Okay, what your judgment to say that 143 is good enough to be like training data set of your model?
Okay, thank you. For first model is model A. Model A have 5 variables, predictive variables. So I use ABV, event per variable, whereas 74 LBP predict by 5 variable. That is mean it's more than 10. So if more than 10, this data set is can to do predictive modeling. That's it.
Another thing that we want to highlight more is your study design is cross-sectional study, which is just take data in just one times. So is it not really over claiming that you predictive instead of you just staying associated?
Yeah, true. I think it's not big issue in our study because all the parameter that we use is not constantly change. Yeah, all the parameter like BMI, age, height, and desk and illumination are constant in workplace. So why we use cross-sectional, because it's constant for several time, not dynamically change.
Okay, from the beginning you start to choose the predictive variable based on previous theory or just whatever you choose that. But why you did not let another algorithm statistical to choose the best variable that maybe represents more than your predictive?
Yeah, actually we have 11 variable before that we got from several literature review, and after conduct a bivariate analysis, we get 5 the best predictive model. So that's why we use that 5 to become our final model.
Okay, your tools is that is your mention is OAS, RULA, and LBA, if I'm not mistaken. So why don't you consider of ROSA? Because ROSA is for the office work, right? So why do you consider?
Okay, why we use 3 models in Indonesia? These 3 models in from ergonomic of Indonesia. These 3 model that's called a PEI. So postural ergonomic something. That Indonesia use these 3 models to assess ergonomic sitting or ergonomic risk in office worker. And from using 3 models, we can assess 3 part. This is RULA, upper limb, and then OAS, this all of the body, and then LBA is we can see the how much the pressure of low back. That's it.
Yeah, another reason why we use the 3-1 is because all of 3 can combine each other. So that's why we found the best predictive model. ROSA is just ROSA, and with the 3-1 we can combine and we can conclude more precisely.
You may stop. Please attack.
Okay, but why ROSA itself? Why choose RULA rather than the ROSA? Because it's more for the office. Right?
Yeah. To explanation why we use RULA, because the office workers is using just upper limb to work, and then in this 3 model we have a 3D modeling to make this is objective, not just experts opinion. We just see what happened in the worker, what happened. What use 3D modeling. That 3D modeling, we use this 3 model to explain or to make a risk from ergonomic of office worker.
Okay, but in the previous your answer, I think I mentioned something. You say RULA is for the all, but it's maybe REBA, yes, upper limb, but and you say it's all That is what you mentioned.
This is
it's
for
all-
OAS.
Oh, okay.
Ovako work posture.
Work posture. Oh, okay. So when you measure in workplace, are you sure for the external factor is not biasing? I mean, they are not just in workplace, right? In located in.
Yes, exactly. External factor is very contribute to low back pain. So it's represent by our area under curve. We got 73%. So the rest is around 30% can be explained by another factor that we are not measure in our study.
So it's your be a limitation for this. For
Yes,
your
yeah, we
measurement.
stated that
Oh,
one.
we stated
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So maybe in the generalization, for this is for the office worker in oil and gas company industry, right? But it is different from the another office worker, just like maybe a startup company. So this model cannot be maybe cannot be implemented in another. So
Yes, this is our future direction to make this model. It's using in external validation in other office maybe, or in larger sample. But I mentioned that the startup modeling, this is in the occupational medicine. This is not office worker but gigs workers. So
Your
this
time is up.
This is different. This is different population. Thank you.
Okay, now we're gonna continue to a 1 minute intermission break. You can discuss with your teammates, but please don't discuss among opponents. So operator, can you start the 1 minute timer? The 1 minute intermission break is over, and we may start for the next presentation for Team 29. I'd like to confirm, is this your slide?
yes, yes.
Okay, for the operating team, are you ready? For Team 29, are you ready?
Ready?
You may start now.
Okay. So Indonesia is the one of the 5 big country of YouTube users. Next, in social learning theory by Bandura, what we see can lead our behavior. From previous research say that by depiction of cigarette smoking can lead smoke initiation. Next, the framework of conventional tobacco control, or we call it as FCTC, state that the government should ban all forms of tobacco advertising, promotion, and sponsorship. We call it as TAPS, and supported by the Indonesian government regulation number 28 of 2024. But it is limited to the implementation and does not cover all form of TAPS. This is become a good opportunity for the tobacco company to carry out the promotional effort of their product in various forms in such various apps such as YouTube. And several studies have shown that I said before, depiction of smoking or it can lead to smoke initiation. So we conduct this study to examine how tobacco products and smoking behavior were represented within a popular Indonesian YouTube podcast and explore their potential role in normalizing smoking. Next. So in methods, we use explanatory sequential mix method, and it start with the first, the quantitative, the three indicators is presence, frequency, and duration of smoking depiction. And the second one is the qualitative. It's using semiotic and framing analysis to examine how smoking and tobacco brands were represented within the narrative. We choose the high number of views in podcast mas, showcase mas, and it is because of their state they are sponsored by the tobacco product. And next, so the result within the 3 videos we over the 1 millions, they are containing in keywords of tobacco, the brand visibility, and tobacco discussion. Next, this one, the qualitative result. The result is tobacco-related content appear continuously, and cigarette packs, logos, ashtray, smoke, and smoking behavior were repeatedly visible. So it means the indirect marketing. Smoking occurs alongside casual conversation, humor, sharing of personal experience, and intimate interaction. And smoking is the part of the conversational dynamics. Next. So if it's ignored, imagine the video can be watched by anyone. What if the children and adolescent, it might be influence the young generation to initiate the smoking. So for the implication, we need to strict the regulation and the implementation. Next. Yes, this we state this the conclusion, this practice may lead smoking by normalizing by the target audience. And
your time is up. We're gonna start the 6-minute debate session. You have 30 seconds to attack for Team 88. You have 1 minute to defend yourselves, Team 29. For the operator, are you ready? For the participants, are you ready?
Ready.
You may start now.
Thank you. That's an interesting presentation. The first question that I want to ask is about, did the researcher find any concrete evidence of financial transaction endorsement between company creator? If not, it's just like a personal choice, not marketing strategy that you claim that indirect marketing strategy.
So there is no actually on regulations. If some videos sponsored by any companies, they have to state it. But that in that 3 videos, that's not stated advertisement sponsorship of tobacco company. But in that video is showed along the videos stated or the picture of the logo brand cigarette company.
Yeah, I think that it's just incidentally appear in that moment. So we think that you should not use the marketing term. Maybe it's better to use like incidental smoking behavior only, not marketing strategy.
That's not incidental appearance, because that appearance along the videos. So that's not just only 3 minutes or 3 seconds. So it's along the video. So it's the whole video. So the whole video, if you let put brand in a front, is it not marketing? It's marketing. So we call indirect marketing. So we stated that indirect marketing because
Okay. Because this mixed model, I think code reliability is very important. Where tobacco-related content coding independently by two reviewer maybe. Do you calculate inter-rate reliability from this case?
Yeah, maybe what you mean is mixed method.
Yeah, in the qualitative maybe you must, if any 2 reviewer, maybe inter-rate reliability you must calculate in this.
Yeah, we do the independent research, 2 independent research, and then if we see the conflict, we discuss it, and then almost 80% of our see that our is still agree. So I think it's a really good point.
Yeah, but this is not mentioned that in the poster, and then this is maybe very important to state interoperability from this qualitative method. Okay. And then from the conclusion, I think from the conclusion, you state that strengthening regulatory, but I think in the small sample size study, exploratory case study, is it inappropriate to conclude that we need to stronger regulation based on three podcasts maybe.
Okay. Yeah, we realize that so many video out there can be found smoking behavior and that video. So why we found that three videos not because with keyword search by Google search or something. So it didn't include smoking cigarettes and hashtag and in a title and a description. So is it so dangerous if you cannot realize that it's indirect? So should be banned, but the policy is not really stated that which content or which which media can be taken down. So if we learn from another platform like TikTok can take down an content coming from like smoke or something. So I think Indonesian government should be more strict on which all of the platform.
Yeah, still in conclusion, it's very become more interesting. In the conclusion, you state that the practice is normalized smoking among young audience, right? But you just only analyze video content. There is no data from actual viewer. How can you make conclusion like this? And I think it's overclaim, not based on your research question.
Okay, okay. So thanks. So it is the I think the future implication. We we are not measuring it, but it can be because of in social learning theory in Bandura, what we see can lead our behavior. That is the point, and I think it's so. We cannot claim the conclusion. Yes, it is our limitation for this one because we cannot see the adolescent itself, which they are watching the video. It's watching the video.
Yeah. Thank you.
So because the data of the population that watch that video can be accessed only the owner of the channels, so we can do that.
Yeah, we suggest that you should restructure your conclusion, focus on your research question,
okay.
right? Continue, we noticed that you doing mixed method study, right? The quantitative one is present, frequency, and duration. It should be the qualitative one should explain the three one, not not another variable, I guess.
Okay, so it's not in another variable. In qualitative, we use the present, we use the qualitative data. It for what it's represented to. So it is explanatory, support the three result of the quantitative. So it explain what it means. That is the qualitative.
Time's up. Thank you. So I would like to recap the scores for team 29. You got a score of 7. And for the winner of this match, congratulations to team 88 with a score of 15. Congratulations. You may still be seated. We will have, you can take a breather for 1 minute as we hear a 1-minute feedback from one of the judges.
Okay, thank you. For me, I think this is a really great debate where all the participant is actively join this debate. I think maybe because all the participant is expert in this field, so they actively give a question and answers. And another thing is, I think please be patient. So waiting until the other finish their question or talking, and then you can adding your answer or you can give a question. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations again to team 88. You may leave. Thank you.
For team 111 and 75, you may proceed to the front.
Are you okay?
111. What team are you? 111? Oh yeah, 111, team 75. Okay. Hello participants, let me repeat the rules. For this one match, there will be 4 rounds. We will do a coin toss to determine who starts first. And then for the first team that goes first, they will do a 3-minute presentation, followed by a 6-minute debate. And then next, there will be a 1-minute intermission for you to take a breather, followed by another 3-minute presentation from the other group, and then followed by another 6-minute session. A 6-minute debate session with the attacker has 3 seconds to attack, and the defender has 1 minute to defend themselves. So we will do a coin toss. Can you please pick heads or tails? Heads. You get to determine who goes first. Do you want to go first or let the other team? Second.
Sorry, before we start, any electronic devices? Can you
Okay. So team 75 first. Operator team, can you prepare team 75 slide?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
I have not started yet. I'm sorry. I want to confirm, is this your slide? Operator, are you ready? You may start now.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear respect judges, my name is Sudarmi and Niputudian Ayu Anggreni. The title my research is formulation and evaluation of anti-inflammatory antioxidant activity and safety Obisa herbal oil. Next. And then this baby message is important stimulation method in support infant growth based on sasak culture. Is still widely practiced. However, many message oil used traditional have not been scientific test for effectiveness and safety. Next. And then this study I'm to formulate a safe herbal baby message oil as natural herbal ingredient as virgin coconut oil, turmeric, coriander, kadara, and clove essential oil. Next. And then this observasi this experiment our research is experiment laboratory. We prepare this extract using maturation and distillation method. And then 3 formulation were product with concentration of 0.5%, 1%, and 1.5% active ingredients. Next. The result, turmeric extract had the highest flavonoid content. This indicating strong antioxidant potential and antioxidant testing using the PPH method, activity increase with concentration. And then 1.5% formulation rate, active 5.5% inhibition for anti-inflammatory active, and then 0.5% formulation, so the highest inhibition of protein denaturation. The result, the physical evaluation, all formulation had good color, aroma, homogeneity, and safety. The pH period were within the safe topical ring. And then the 1% formulation saw the best adhesion, meaning it stayed longer on the skin and was considered the most balanced formula. And then next, the most importantly, this skin irritation test on 21 subjects, so and zero irritation index, meaning no redness, itching, swelling, or burning.
Your time is up. We will now continue to the 6-minute debate session. For team 111, you have 30 seconds to attack, and team 75, you have 1 minute to defend. Operator, are you ready? Participants, are you ready?
Yes.
You may start now.
Based on your research,
irritation in our research is 0%. At 21 participants, because this research is basic research pilot study, formula effectiveness, for effectiveness. The next research, we can net more participant, more participant.
Alright, can I ask? Okay, so regarding to the previous question, have you calculated the minimal sample size? Because 21 is not statistical powerful in healthcare. As we know, the rule of thumb of the minimal sample size of study is 30.
Yes. Yeah. This is not. This is a pilot. Pilot project. Pilot study. This is pendahuluan. Studi pendahuluan. We only use 20 until 3 participant in our research.
Okay, if you have only small sample size, why you didn't divide it into 2 groups, control and intervention one? Because it's quite small and it is experimental study, so it will be better if it's randomized control trial while we have control and intervention, even though it should be divided 10 and 10.
Okay, thank you. Currently, we are still testing the formulation for laboratory oil testing. However, in future research, we will conduct and more statistics tests.
Okay, and then I also have a question because my background in nutrition background, and then in nutrition background, organoleptic test usually is for acceptance test, not for safety test or efficacy test. It is very far away from your research objective that you want to test the safety test, right? But odor, color, consistency is not are not appearance to be the result of safety test. It is like acceptance test in study of organoleptic.
Yeah, but in the pilot study, we need small participant. 20 until 30 participants. But in this stick 2, my research, we can more participants.
If you can change the test of safety test, maybe not organoleptic one for the future. This is my suggestion as well. Or maybe do you have plan for your future research for the better safety test rather than just organoleptic test? Do you have any plan?
Yeah. The basically test we look at because the base formula was determined based overall parameters is biological activity, is stability. We can look stability this formula, adhesion and safety. Just not just only antioxidant and antioxidant and anti-inflammatory.
Because you mentioned in your banner, right, that it is excellent for the baby and demonstrated antioxidant and anti-inflammatory activities. But have you previous studied about the comparison this oil with the commercial oil that has been existed in the market? Because you said it's excellent, right? You claim it's excellent.
Yeah, the future research, we will to future research. The future research, we will to combine because the formula this 1% is the better.
Your time is up. Thank you. For now, we'll have an intermission, a 1-minute break, so you can discuss among your teammates, but please don't discuss among opponents. For the operator, please put the timer. Are you ready? You can start.
Intermission. Break. Oh, just break.
The intermission is over. Can the operating team please put on 111 slide on screen? Oh.
Yeah.
Is this your slide? May I confirm?
Correct.
I think it's better if you just sit down. Yes.
Okay.
Operating team, are you ready? Participant, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes. You may start now.
Okay. Hello judges and fellow researchers. My name is Umu Ditya Eliana and this is my partner Muhammad Nuregiono. We want to present our research on comparison of nutritional status before and after chatbot assisted dietetic nutrition care implementation in pediatric oncology patients. Next. So this is the study combination of some expertise, nutrition, and then health informatics and artificial intelligence. Can you imagine that every year 400,000 pediatric or child is diagnosed with cancer? So when they are diagnosed with cancer, there is a nutrition vulnerabilities because of their poor intake and then metabolic change and also the gastrointestinal symptoms. Therefore, we want to screen which one is have earlier nutrition risk. And then chatbot assisted dietetic care help not only for monitoring, but also to detect early risk identification. And this will help dietitian-led intervention and precise nutrition based on the clinical decision support. Next. Okay, this is the research gap. So we did cross-sectional retrospective study in Saiful Anwar General Hospital Malang. Initially, we have 158 patients, but we excluded 57 because not are incomplete medical record. So finally, we have 101 patient at the end. 51 for the first month, and then 50 second month after the implementation. And then what we assess nutritional status such as weight for age, height for age, width for height, and then BMI. Also, we assess related clinical outcomes such as hospital length of stay. Next. And then let me highlight the key result of the study. First, all of the nutritional status patient was normal across all anthropometric indicators. And then second, the stunting group only at the first month is 70.6%, and then the second month after implementation, 6.0%. And then third, chatbot-assisted dietetic nutrition care didn't significantly change the overall nutrition status, but it will help the implementation to the hospital, which is because they have strong relation with weight for age and length of stay. Next. So the future study, we will increase the longer follow-up from 2 months to be 6 months, and then larger samples, not only 100, but also more than 200 patients. Thank you. We are very welcome to your feedback and question.
Okay, so now we're gonna start with the 6-minute debate session. For team 75, you have 30 seconds to attack, and team 111, you have 1 minute to defend yourselves. For the operating team, are you ready? Participant, are you ready? You can start now.
Okay, first one, the research used chat box AI in the nutritional care of pediatric oncology patient. Why was stunting prevalence a focus of the study result?
We use we use the stunting because it is a chronic and it's the hot issue in Indonesia. The stunting means it's a chronic nutritional status rather than just acute nutritional status. That's why we choose stunting, and because this is the most statistical analysis significant rather than only weight for age or BMI. So the stunted is the significant one rather than other nutrition assessment result. Yeah.
Okay, and then the title article comparison, but comparison of nutritional status. Why did the study use an observational cross-sectional design? I think not use retrospective. Why use an observational cross-sectional design?
Yeah, because same with you, we are baseline studies as well. So we want to know the style of medical record first. That's why we retrospective, and then we analyze the nutrition status just based on the medical record of the patient. This is baseline study. Yeah.
Baseline study.
Yes.
Okay. Secondary data.
Yes, secondary data. So we just use medical record, and then this year we will use primary data. So we will measure the patients directly.
And then why were the sample size different before and after implementation?
Yeah, because this is just retrospective, so we cannot control it. So 50 from 51 to 50, just based on the data that Saiful Anwar Hospital provided.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think good. The result of the study showed no significant difference. Does this mean the chatbot is ineffective? Okay.
So chatbot. Yeah, so the chatbot we create from scratch. So we don't use the chatbot like ChatGPT, Gemini, not. That's from scratch. So based on medical record. So that's we use the algorithm RAG. So this chatbot has validated from dietetic and user acceptance test and black box testing to make sure the chatbot is correct the answer based on the data. So that's why we use the chatbot from scratch.
And also maybe because it's only follow up for 2 months, that's why it is quite not significant difference. Yeah, only 2 months with 50 patients.
Okay. And then what factor might have contribute to the insignificant result? And then what are the infinitex of chatbox compare to conventional nutrition education?
For the advantages first,
Okay.
because we have qualitative studies. It is like an essay for the dietitian who use this chatbot. They say that it is more efficient with time. They can like judge the intervention very fast, rather than use the experience solely. So chatbot help them judge the intervention or decide which intervention is very efficient. That's why the advantages of this implementation and is very good in the hospital.
Chatbot use a website or Play Store?
Yeah, that's from web-based, so just a web.
Web-based.
Yeah, it supports idea that nutrition monitoring can be strained through structured technology, so assist to workflow while maintaining dietitian at the main clinical decision maker. So that's like a decision support system. When you put this something, and the system will be get the output, give the output based on data, evidence based. We use the data like WHO and Ministry of Health and etc.
To integrate resume rekam medis,
medical record.
Medical record. Okay. If the research were continue, what will be improved? And then what are the main limitation of this research?
This year we improve the data by considering the pharmacology and then medical treatment and also the dietary intake. So the enumerator will ask how much the food that actually intake. That's directly influence the nutrition status rather than just medical record. Yesterday just medical record. Right now we assess directly and then also consider pharmacology and medical treatment as well.
Okay. And then what is the novelty of in this research?
Yeah. So our novelty is not claiming that the chatbot has been proven effectiveness. However, providing preliminary evidence on how chatbot assist dietetic care may support nutritional oncology monitoring in pediatric. So especially in Indonesia hospital setting. So that's why.
Can I add the answer?
Your time is up. I'd like to recap for this match. For Team 75, you got a score of 2. And for the winner of this match, with a score of 7, congratulations to Team 111. You can sit down. Please just take a 1-minute breather as we listen to feedback from the judges.
Yeah, thank you for the debate, and I enjoyed the debate in general. Yeah, so probably I would like to point out when the D0075 becoming the defender, because the other team mentioned that about your small number of participants, about your study designs, and I noticed that your answers is more like into future studies. So you should have more focus on these current studies. I think it's fine to have small number of study, especially you mentioned that this is a pilot study. So I think you should be more again confidence with your study. That is fine to have small number of study, but then later on you will expand and everything. But focus on your study, because I think there's no such perfect study, of course, and your study is already good. And maybe just mention a brief about future study, not so much about future studies. And when the other team being the defender, I think it's really good, and I appreciate your study as well. And I'm actually glad when you mentioned that you build from scratch, because if you use the third party, or especially in from outsiders from abroad, then because you use medical record, right? So it's very sensitive and everything. But I'm glad that you already think about it. So thank you for that. So yeah, I appreciate those studies.
Thank you, Bubutri. Thank you once again, Team 111 and Team 75. Give a round of applause, everyone. Now we're going to move to the last match before we have a coffee break. One last match, judges, and then we're gonna have a coffee break. Okay, may I call upon team 115? Team 115, raise your hand, you're here. Okay, great, team 115, can you please sit? Where should they sit? Here, 115, please. And then team 83. Team 83, great, welcome, welcome. Are you ready? Welcome. 115, please sit over here. 83. May I remind you, just we do not allow electronic devices, even though you're not using it. Please put them aside. And I would like to remind you, everyone in the back, this is a very large room. I'm sure it's fun to discuss about the tournament, but please be mindful to keep your voice down. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna give it to my friend to explain the rules.
Hello to the participants. Let me repeat the rules. This one match has 4 rounds, and we're going to do a coin toss to determine who goes first. And if the team that goes first will have a 3-minute presentation, followed by a 6-minute debate session, and continued with a 1-minute intermission to take a breather. And the other team will continue their 3-minute presentation and will on forward to a 6-minute debate session. Okay, so we're going to do a coin toss to determine who goes first. After the debate session. Yes. Okay, so now I'm going to do a coin toss. So heads or tails? Heads or tails? Okay. Heads. Do you want to go first, or would you let the other team? First, okay. For the operating team, please prepare 83 slide for team 83.
Can we move forward to present the slide because it's a bit far away? Oh, it seems like the slide has been cut. I think it was fine before.
Wait a minute, participants. You can sit down while we wait, or you can stand down. That's fine.
It's okay.
The operator is having technical difficulty.
Okay, I think
Please wait a moment.
it's fine.
I'd like to
Yeah.
confirm, is this your slide?
Yeah, this is my slide.
Okay.
We have 2 slides.
Yes.
This
Yes.
and the reference.
We wait for you your time to.
Operating team,
We're
are you
ready?
ready?
Yeah.
Participants, are you ready?
Ready?
You may start now.
Do you know how many people have died from tuberculosis? Billions of people. Yes, one of the reasons is the drug-resistant strain. Now, the WHO has recommended the use of whole genome sequencing and new regimen called BPOM, which comprising of bedaquiline, protamide, linezolid, and moxifloxacin. Now, the challenge is that the new mutation could arise from new putative variants, or we call it SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms, how researchers identify whether this new SNP has a higher associations with drug resistance cost billions of years to validate a longer time. And now here we establish a new computational models which utilize the protein modeling from the mutant strains, and then we use the wild type as a reference and the computer for the analysis. So we use the molecular docking simulations and then also the dynamic simulations to find the pattern between the mutant and the wild type for each resistant drugs. Now, this method has been proven to be effective for tuberculosis and will be applied for other drug-resistant strains. Now, for TB, we compared between two types of regimens, the beta-kilin and the individuals. It is blurry, but this one is the beta-kilin and individuals. For the binding affinity, we can see that the mutant strain has reduced in the binding affinity, while the RMSF tends to be higher. So compared to mutant strain, compared to the wild type strain, the mutant has 1.2 RMSF, which be the threshold for drug resistance associations. And then here is the graphic for beta-kilin resistance and the wild type, which show a very distinct patterns.
The implication to the clinical practice, we promote rapid development of the diagnosis of resistant tuberculosis, so we can understand and determine what more rapidly the identify mutations and also better treat for the patient for the tuberculosis. So those are the key to enhance the prevention and control of tuberculosis through eliminate the widespread of tuberculosis associated with drug resistance. So therefore, with a low budget surveillance throughout the computational surveillance, we have many countries together this their socioeconomic status to success the elimination of tuberculosis.
Now, the data we collected is from the WHO mutation catalog for tuberculosis and from the whole genome sequencing databases. And now this surveillance method can be used to computationally predict the resistance patterns to find the threshold for drug resistance marker. Well, we validate using statistical analysis. With this statistical analysis, we confirm by 0.001 that the binding affinity has correlations with the RMSF. Thank you so much.
We'll now move on to the 6-minute debate session. For team 115, you may attack for 30 seconds, and for team 83, you may defend yourself for 1 minute. For the operating team, are you ready? Participants, are you ready? Your time starts now.
Honorable judges and our distinguished opponent. So we first want to ask about the novelty, the biology, the method, and also the clinical insights, because all we all know that WHO has already released the WGS with 12 types of antibiotics with a minimum inhibitory concentration, while you only measured the RMSF, which I may correct. Why do you measure atomic level where we can observe the phenotype level minimum inhibitory concentration of beta-kilin, which is widely known that is effective for tuberculosis resistance? We may afraid that this was beating the dead horse.
Up. You may answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think the opposite team has clearly misunderstood what we're saying. What we're saying is that we predict the new putative variants, which we use the reference data, for example, rifampicin and their associations with resistance, for example, their mutants and then their phenotypic traits, and then we use it to predict the other drugs for their pattern as well. So we can see the clear threshold that could determine their associations with drug resistance. So here we not actually the same with the WHO data, because we clearly cut the cost effective to validate those new SNPs. Do you understand from here?
Okay, so the honorable judges, the opposite team need to prove about the PNPKRE, which was released in 2020, while the WGS from the WHO was released at 2022, that all of those antibiotics have their own minimum inhibitory concentration, which are widely known that effective for reducing tuberculosis resistance, which we may stated that this finding wasn't novel enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think the opposite team isn't really understand what we're saying. We're saying that our method has been novel because it cuts the time for developing a rapid diagnostic for drug resistance, which means that the whole genome sequencing can find new variants, but to predict their association will cost billions in the wet lab setting. So we use these computational in silico models to actually cut those budgets. So this method is just recently done by our team for drug resistance. Previously, we used docking for only drug bioavailability screening, not for drug resistance. So this is the biological novel that we found in our study. Thank you.
Before talking about the novelty, before proposing a model with potential clinical implication, it is important to establish that the investigated biomarker are mechanistically linked to clinically meaningful resistance, right? Current evidence suggests that RV0678 associated resistance is primarily mediated through MPPL5 efflux pump depression, while MPPL itself is not considered a direct resistant marker. Therefore, could the author explain how structural alternation and
You may
RM
stop.
as
Okay,
measurement? Please
ladies
answer.
and gentlemen, we see that in bedaquiline there are still no exact precise target for the drugs. We see for bedaquiline we have the putative target, which is the MMPL5, and then the RV0678, which need further validation. And that's why through our methods we could validate even further by computational screening, and for other new SNPs we could validate using our databases. So we actually create like an AI by using machine learning models to actually see the patterns, and this can be validated using statistical models. And by your definitions, the MIC, we actually use those data to train our tools. So we can see the clear exact patterns which can be used to predict another drug resistance associated SNP. Do you understand from here?
Okay, but I think the opposite team still didn't understand. They still didn't comprehend well, because in 2024, a WGS of 461 patients, they state we see no evidence that this reduction of the Loki that they state in their study. And in another study that 2025 state that 11,800 MTB data set, they say the genes MMPL5 are not directly associated with BDQ resistance. So
Do you understand that there is a dynamic resistance?
Yeah, okay.
And your reference is actually not accurate.
This is accurate. Can you pause the time? Can you pause the time? Just pause it. Do not stop it. Pause it. Just a little bit of an intermission. We appreciate the enthusiasm. I think this debate really reflects what we were trying to approach and achieve. However, we want to let the opponent to finish a sentence or answering the question first until you respond, and then we set the timer 30 minutes attack, 1 minute defend, and it will be monitored by, 30 seconds.
Sorry.
I stand corrected, that is true. 30 seconds attacking and 1 minute defending. We want to stick by the rules. Okay, operator, can you resume the time? Resume this time, yeah. 4 minutes, I think, yes? Hmm? The time remaining of the debate. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Set it for 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes. No, 2 minutes. Are you ready, operator? 2 minutes, yes. Okay. Okay. Ready? 115, please respond.
May we respond? Okay, so everyone, we see there is a dynamic mutations. It has been proven by Ismail et al. Research that MMPL5 or MMPS, also RV0678, has proven to cause dynamic resistance in bedaquiline. So the opposite team has clearly not objectively researched this topic very well. So my background, we have researched this topic around 4 years, and this data has been shown by the WHO that there is, from WGS, there is one variant associated with resistance, and then variants that has not yet proven, and also variants that's confirmed with no associations with drug resistance. So what we want to prove is actually these new variants, not the resistance, not the variants of resistance that's already been confirmed. So this is totally different from your questions.
We stated to the audience that the opposite team has performed an ad hominem, which stated our own background and our own study rather than our own arguments. So the thing that you stated before, that you have consulted with clinicians for the tuberculosis diagnosis.
Yes.
from which clinicians?
Dr. Sutama Hospital.
And how do you define that AI trained about every single variables that define the tuberculosis resistance? Because we know there are bacteriologically detected TB, not undetected TB, clinically. How do you define that?
Your background is clinician. You must know how the drugs really work. Drugs can work effectively when it binds to its targets, the active targets. And we use this model to train our data set. It clearly see that the associations of what we do with the result is very clear and statistically proven that it can be used as an effective prediction and diagnosis. We would like to underline effective prediction. Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you. We're now moving on to a 1 minute intermission. Please, for both teams, you can take a breather before we start the next presentation. For the operating team. For the operating team. 1 minute intermission. The 1 minute intermission break is over. I would like to ask the operating team to put team 115's presentation on screen. Okay. Can I confirm that this is your slide?
Yes.
Operating, are you ready? Participant, are you ready? You may start now.
Peripheral blood FKBP5 methylation in relation to childhood trauma and psychological distress, a pilot study in Indonesian medical student. Next slide. Honorable judges, what if I told you that all of 50.78% of Indonesian children has experienced some form of childhood adversity? Slide. What we currently know that childhood trauma may affect long-term stress biology, that FKBP5 is a gene that encodes the glucocorticoid receptors, with then co-chaperone the HPA axis receptor, by simple terms, that regulates how the human body responds to stress. Previous FKBP5 methylations findings are inconsistent. Next. Here are the studies that stated that it was positive associations. Next. Here are the studies that stated that it was negative or not associated. Next. So the adversity activates the HPA axis, FKBP51, the receptor that signals stress in our body, and there is no Indonesian pilot data on dimension resolved trauma methylation association. Next. The main objective was to explore the domain level association between FKBP5, intron 5 methylation, and 5-CTQ domain, which are stated at the screen, and we want to generate preliminary effect size to address the uncertainty intervals for planning. Next. So the methods, here are the methods. 26 Indonesian medical student with, we use whole blood and extract the peripheral blood leukocytes. With, we use the MSRE qPCR, FKBP5 at intron 5, and then we measure the CTQ-SF trauma using validated Indonesian translation and using DAS21 questionnaire, and then we perform the robust statistical analysis, which then we will be explained more. Next. Here are the sample criteria as mentioned. Next. And also the result, the key findings that we want to be really cautious about the statistical analysis here. We perform a Benjamin-Hochberg FDR threshold. We found no association at all of the different levels. Next. Here are the domain level variability of childhood trauma, which we found that physical abuse, emotional neglect, sexual, etc., has gone to the different direction. Next. Here are the integrated evidence map which there are no, we didn't find something significant. Next. And here are the adjusted standardized effect of each childhood trauma questionnaire domain, which is physical abuse, emotional neglect, physical neglect, and emotional abuse and sexual abuse. They tend to go towards different direction. And we perform a model fit analysis. And next, for our discussion that this study was exploratory and not powered by definitive hypothesis testing, all of the study before that goes toward different direction. Perhaps they were testing the childhood trauma as a single domain unit, which we may know right now that a childhood trauma is a multidimensional, as mentioned before. So this finding should be interpreted as a preliminary hypothesis generating. And we perform, next.
Your time is up. Now we're gonna start the 6-minute debate session. For team 83, you have 30 seconds to attack, and team 115, you have 1 minute to defend yourselves. Operating team, are you ready? Participants, are you ready?
Yes, sure.
You may start now.
Okay. I have several concern with your study. The concern is in definition of the psychological distress, because I observed that it is the substantial bias in using DAS-21, yes, in measure the psychological depression. Maybe I need to clarify more about what the definition of the psychological depressed is, and why you choose DAS-21.
You may stop, please answer.
Because currently DAS-21 score are available at our own recently guideline widely known in Indonesia as PDS-KJI, Perhimpunan Dokter Spesialis Kedokteran Jiwa. Our sample was then assessed by psychiatrists and psychologists at our own institution, and then we generate those findings. So in order we can quantify it, because we're going to quantify it with the methylations, and also all of the previous study using the same. So we're using the same model with another populations, and we want to split the domain into 5 different domains. Thank you.
Okay. The first thing that you have DAS-21, and then you not clearly define what exactly the psychological depression. Because in DAS-21, there are 3 domains, depression, anxiety, and psychological distress. So psychological distress is one of these specific domain on it. So could you explain more about how you choose DAS-21, and maybe the question about the definition of the psychological depression, you not answer yet.
Okay, so the DAS-21 and CTQ trauma questionnaire is standardized and currently used by psychiatrists as a gold standard for diagnosing depression, anxiety, and stress. There are 3 domain levels, which may know depression didn't equal as depression, anxiety, and stress. As we stated, that it was a DAS score, so that's why that was the novelty. We want to explore the domain into multidimensional depression, anxiety, and which we may found depression as a very tends to go towards significant, and anxiety exact null.
Yeah. I think you have you seen before the DSM-5 or ICD-10, right? About the definition of the psychological depression. I think DAS-21 is more appropriate if you use if you measure the psychological, the psychosocial. Did you yeah, I think, please.
That's what happened if you didn't comprehend well about the clinical diagnosis, because depression was a clinical diagnosis, and that score was meant not to diagnose, not to make an exact diagnosis, but want to measure the severity of the depression.
Yeah, I think it is very biased regarding the measurement. I think if you seen before the DSM-5 and ICD-4, I think the psychological problem more appropriate use the other measurement tool. Instead of you use DAS-21, that's more abroad and not appropriate to see specifically depression. I think I might consider you to choose the other psychological metrics such as the PHQ-9 and BDI-2 and etc.
You may stop now. Please answer.
Which are clinically and theoretically irrelevant to our own research questions. So that's why it's a very different dimension. That DAS 21 was meant to analyze and to quantify how the students react to stress, their psychological stress at their own university life, how they interact with each other, while others is a clinical diagnosis unit to diagnose something more like psychosis or maybe something like more clinical depression, which requires the physician to prescribe later the antidepressant, which are on our own study and our own research question was not applicable. So I think that you misunderstood what we're going to talk about.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the opposite team has clearly used the wrong surveys. So in this case, you mentioned about objective of your study. Well, your method is actually clearly not representative for analyzing correlations. For correlations, we actually suggest you do Fisher z-test to find the correlations, because in your design it's actually exploratory, right? And the cross section, which is a combination, it's not
You may
for
stop.
experiment.
I don't want to give a basic statistical lecture for you, because as we know that depression, anxiety, and stress, also DNA methylations at these patients currently are independent, which you may state that Fisher was not, it's a different variables. We cannot state that if I perform the statistical analysis, we're going to perform a misconduct of statistical analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the opposite team hasn't grabbed enough for their own statistical knowledge. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, experiment is not to determine, it suggests domain specific effect. Their objective is to find the domain-specific effect, and this is exactly what Fisher Z transformation tests do. So it's not the precise statistical test, and you know that in your test, this adding of new numbers can change their p-value. So it's a very biased, okay?
They have misunderstood the dimension that we stated as a variable for our statistical analysis. Rather, we stated that dimension, we're stating that is a childhood trauma questionnaire regarding to the PDSKJI guideline recently. And also, as you stated that all three subpoints were merely pre-included, and that you may be stated that it will result as an instability. So that's why we perform BCA bootstrap. Perhaps you didn't listen before. BCA bootstrap of confidence interval 2000 times. So we quantify it, and the experiment can't adjust, but the regression does, which was the last figure that we represent, that the regression does. It goes towards the different direction, which is why all of the study before didn't actually, they cannot actually research this, because they were actually research this childhood trauma questionnaire as a single dimension, rather than physical abuse, emotional neglect, sexual abuse of each children, of each student they facing differently, which may later in the future makes us a better
Thank you, Team
education.
115, for the passionate debate. First, before I announce the score, I would like to remind you that this is a very large room, and there's a tournament going on. I know it's very fun to discuss with your teammate. Please be mindful to keep your voice down, everyone. Okay, like a tournament is actually going on. Okay, okay. Now I would like to announce the final score. Team D00115 had a score of 8, and Team D083 have a score of 9. So congratulations, Team D983, for being the winner of the tournament. Congratulations. Now we will take a break for 1 minute while we hear the feedback from one of the judges. Go ahead, take it away from me.
Yeah, it's nice cooling down, yeah. Yeah, I really appreciate the enthusiasm and also the energy from this debate. So it makes us awake and also makes the audience merrier gitu ya. Yeah, but maybe one of the message also that Bu Anggi titip ke saya gitu ya. Please be patient, be patient, and then this is the debate, and then we can have sort of rules gitu ya, because there are some times that both of the teams overrun, and also the voices or the tone is really high, the pitch is quite high, so maybe a bit be mindful about it. But I really appreciate the enthusiasm, because it's really a live debate gitu ya. And I know that we all aware that we have very limited time to explain and also to defend. So the solutions is to straight to the points, not to speed up your your sentences, because it's really hard to catch up what's exactly the point. So the solutions of that time frame is not to speed up your responses or your questions, but be more direct on delivering your message. Probably that's can be tips for the next debate if you are still on the debate. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for the judge and for the participants. You may leave the table. This is the last we will now continue on for a coffee break. So please, for other participants, you may discuss with your teammates and prepare for the tournament after the break.
Everyone, before we go to the coffee break, I just want to make sure that we're going to continue our session at 4:20. The latest we would tolerate is 4:25. And the team is going to have a match here is Team 12 and Team 116. Team 12, Team 116, please make sure that you are here. Everyone, if you are late by 10 minutes, it will be automatically dropped out. Okay, so please make sure that you are here within your arranged schedule. Thank you very much. Have a good coffee break.
For team D0012 and D0116, may you please come to the front. For team D0116, you can say here.
Cek, cek, cek. Cek, cek, cek.
Hello to the participants, welcome back. Before I start, I'm gonna repeat the rules. But before that, introduce myself. My name is Jade and I'll be the referee for today. So this match has 4 rounds and we will do a coin toss to determine who will go first. And if the person goes first, if the team goes first, there's a 3-minute presentation followed by a 6-minute debate session. And then after that, there's gonna be a 1-minute intermission for you to take a break. And then we're gonna follow up with the other team's 3-minute presentation and followed by another 6-minute debate. You will attack for 30 seconds if you're the attacking team, and you will defend yourself for 1 minute if you're the defending team. Any electronic devices are prohibited among the table. Okay, so we're gonna do the coin toss first. Head or tails? Head. You can determine if you want to go first or you let the other team. Okay, you can go first. You can go first, okay. Please prepare 116 presentation. The final one. Yeah. Okay. Let me confirm, is this your slide? Yes. Okay. Yes. Operating team, are you ready? Yes. Participant, are you ready?
Yes.
You may start now.
So imagine a parasite that in the livestock world it's known as a barber pulse. It literally drains the life, the blood, and the nutrients from the animal we depend on. It's called Hemoncus contortus. Next. For decades, we fought this using synthetic drugs, but we know that the worms keep evolving. They become more resistant and more resistant. This is not just animal problem, this is One Health problem. So that's why our study addressed this using One Health approach by recognizing that the health of the animal, the human, and the environment correlate one to another. We are not just looking for the new drugs, we are looking for the bioanthelmintic, a sustainable way to ensure the animal health, ensure the food security, food safety, as well as protect the environment by lowering the carbon footprint. Next. For this, we did 3-stage studies, where the first one, we did the bioactive profiling, where we used 2 different forage plants and 2 different maturity stages. And then the next step, in the second study, we did in the in vitro setting, where we used the extract against the egg inhibition ability and the adult worm motility. And finally, we did this in the in vivo studies to validate the finding in the in vitro on the living system. Next. So interestingly, both Kaliandra and mahogany inhibit the egg hatching. However, the effect on the adult worm motility is different. So as you could see in the right side, the mahogany actually clear the adult worm within just 8 hours. Next.
An exciting breakthrough comes from the sheep trials, where we found that mahogany performed even better in than the in vitro setting, where the reduction in the egg output as well as the adult worm, which we did not put in here, is actually even greater. But here is one health bonus. So the reduction in the parasite actually correlates to the reduction of the methane emission, which you could see in the right side. So by clearing the worms, we actually also clearing the air. Next. So in general, the mature mahogany actually offer a profound sustainable alternative to failing synthetic drugs. So our conclusion is actually a game changer for a sustainable One Health system. By choosing the right plan and the right time, we actually restore the balance of the animal health, secure the food safety, as well as protect the environment. That is the power of the One Health approach. Thank you.
We will now start the debate session. For Team 12, you have 30 seconds to attack. And for Team 116, you will have 1 minute to defend yourself. Operating team, are you ready? Teams, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, you may start now.
Okay, thank you. So in your research, which is focused on, like I saw in your poster, it's quite different with the presentation. You, even in the first presentation, you don't have a clear investigation of aims. And other than that, we only focus on the poster because you show it for everyone. But here, you only focus on us. And with that poster, you have a coloration between the tannin and you apply it to the plants. But there's a difference. You apply it, the plant extract.
You may stop, please answer.
Okay, so thank you for the question. So actually, we already stated in the first introduction that our aim is actually for the One Health approach, which we evaluate these two plants as well as the maturity stage and identify which one is the best for eradication of the worms as well as the methane, so that it can contribute to the One Health approach. Thank you.
So you mentioned that your research in poster is not good because you don't provide the result in here.
Sorry, I'm not following your question.
Because in your poster you calculate or measure the tannin for the total tannin, right? And then you try to apply that. Is it the tannin have the bio anti-helminthic? It has a logical gap. And then you change it in the presentation. So we're quite confused in here. You have different poster and different result in presentation.
Okay, so for the presentation, we put the excerpt from the poster. We did not put everything in it because it's just 3 minutes. And obviously, we found that the difference in the tannin actually applied in the result of the in vitro setting, which I already stated before, that the mature mahogany, because they have more condensed tannin, it actually perform even better in the adult worm eradication compared to the Caliandra.
Okay, you focus on only on the tannin, right? So, and you use the standard is phenol total. Actually, phenol is not only derived. I mean, the tannin is not derived on not only the derivative from the phenol, right? Why don't you use another standard that specifically in tannin, or maybe total tannin, may?
Yes, so actually we did found the total phenol, total tannin, and then the hydrolase tannin as well as the condensed tannin. Why we use or choose the condensed tannin only? Because in the previous study we found that the significant effect is the condensed tannin and not the other tannin. So that's why we actually extract from the previous study that we did, it actually the condensed tannin that played more important role in the eradication of the parasite. Thank you.
Okay, so even if you make that methods, you still have a logical gap. You calculate the total phenol, which is the metabolites, but for in vivo, you just use the plant extracts. There's a big logical gap in there.
So let me explain one more time. So the total phenol and total tannin is measured, okay? But for the in vivo trial, obviously we did do the extraction based on the bioactive profile. So based on how much bioactive profile actually lies inside either the mahogany or the calandra.
Yeah, so you didn't measure that you don't like fractionate the compounds. It's very important for your research. And other than that, we also think that you just put the methane production just to fit the One Health strategy that you mentioned before. Because in your paper, you just calculate or measure the in vitro test in the worm, right? But you just think that it's correlated with methane production. There's a logical...
You may stop, please
Okay,
answer.
so let me confirm it, clarify. So the methane emission was conducted on the in vivo trial, meaning we use chamber respiration to measure the methane emission. So by doing this, we actually evaluate the living system, the sheep, the one that actually, give the methane in the living world. So by doing this, actually, we put the correlation in the living system, but because we use the in vivo trial for measuring the methane emission. Thank you.
Okay, so in terms of, okay, let's say it's true. So in terms of your phenolic and tannin calculation quality, you mentioned it as quality, but in your research result, it's show that bioactivity percentage. It's totally different. Percentage means quantity, not quality. In your research poster, I think you forgot it because you have different expression in here.
Okay, so actually for the quality, I mean like bioactive quantity and bioactive quality, we depend like the quantity, the higher the quantity, we define it as the higher the quality of the tannin. So that's why we apply the higher the quality. Let's say the tannin of the mahogany is 10%. And then let's say for the tannin for the calandra is 5%. So that's why we, in our opinion, that the 10% of the mahogany is actually greater than the 5% of the tannin in the calandra. Thank you.
You may stop. Okay, now we'll move on to the 1 minute intermission. You can take a breather and discuss with your teammates, but please don't discuss among teams. For the timer, you may start now. The intermission is over. For the operating team, please prepare Team 12 slide. Can I confirm that this is your slide? Yeah. Operating team, are you ready? Participants, are you ready?
Yes, yes.
Participants,
Yes,
are you
we're
ready?
Yes.
Okay. You may start now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Juniza and my partner is Zainur. We want to present the potential compounds of Pedirea foetida L as anti-cancer agents against prostate cancer through comprehensive in silico studies next. Okay, it's about 400,000 people died because of prostate cancer in 2022. And we already have we already have a reference that by in vitro, this kind of ethnomedicine plant in culture has the availability to inhibit the prostate cancer using the cell line PC3 and DU145. So the aims, but the specific compounds have anti-cancer remain unclear. So we try to investigate the anti-cancer compound from P. foetida against prostate cancer through in silico. Next. The methods is we use the dataset mining using 6 machine learning model, and then we try to train the P-Futida all compounds, and we got the compounds to filtered, and then using pass online and admit, and after we get the specific and active compound, we do the molecular docking.
So next. Yeah, so based on that methods, we successfully can develop 6 machine learning that which is the higher accuracy compared to other machine learning is SVM, and we can optimize it into 90%, and we also try to apply it to a new data set in Pyrethrophotida compounds, and based on that we found that 54 compounds out of 59, which is 90%, have anti-cancer properties. Next slide. And we also try to filter that 54 compounds into 25 compounds using the pass online. We want to more focus in apoptotic, and after that we try to filter into 6 compounds with optimum Lipinski-Rosol 5. Next. And we also try to filter it into 6 compounds, and using this molecular docking, we found that Licarin A is higher binding affinity, lower binding affinity compared to other compounds. And we also think that this Licarin A conformation with PARP1, which is our docking target, has a different residue of amino acid that we target before. So based on that, we think that Licarin A and PARP1 can mimic the conformation with a previous drug to PARP-A. And we imply that predictively this Licarin A could inhibit PARP1 in DNA repair, resulting the apoptotic activity in prostate cancer. Next. Yeah, so based on that, our in silico study, there are 6 out of 59 compounds in Pyrethrophotida potential anti-cancer prostate properties with apoptotic induction effect, and we think that this can be used as basis knowledge for potential as anti-cancer.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will now start for the 6-minute debate session. For team 116, you have 30 seconds to attack, and team 12, you have 1 minute to defend yourselves. For the operating team, are you ready? For the participants, are you ready?
Yes, we're ready.
You may start now.
So in our opinion, your study is actually lack of the biological validation because your study is entirely in silico. So without the wet lab experimental verification, such as in vitro cell culture assay or in vivo, we predicted the anti-cancer activity will remain theoretical and may not translate to a living organism. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So we're aware that our study is in silico approaches, which is like we predict that compound. So, but we just don't predict it blindly. We try to predict based on the literature before, like we mentioned before, that by Pradhan et al, that this that this type of plants also can in vitrally to induce the apoptotic to the cancer cell lines. And other than that, we think that we choose the right protein, which is the PARP1, and this PARP1 is already have a target for the current drug, which is approved by FDA.
Okay, thank you. So as you mentioned, you only just use one protein, PARP1. So we think that it's narrow target focus. So because your study only focus only one, and prostate cancer is complex disease, which we know they have multiple pathway, including androgen receptor, that I think focusing only one gene in here, you may miss more effective or synergetic mechanism of action.
Okay, because we want this component to be biological active, so we try to search the specific protein that FDA approved, as we said before. PARP1 is the only one protein target for prostate cancer.
Okay, I don't think that when you apply to the study, when you only just use one, it's obviously you need to do the exploration. So you need to have like a lot of different protein, and then you test them at the same time, and then you know for sure which one is actually the best one to represent this mechanism. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed. So we understand that we focus on one protein because we want to see the real mechanism. If we see like different type of proteins, it will like we will give us bias. We will like choose any other compounds that have different mechanism. And also the reason, the justification why we choose this protein is because of FDA proof. So like the approved doc is also use the PARP1, so it's targeted. And other than that, as we say before, we do some filtering before. So in terms of the anti-cancer, we're using like the machine learning. We also use any other in silico approaches, which means that it's have validated before, even though we use one protein.
Okay, thank you. As you mentioned about FDA, actually, I think one of the other weaknesses of this study is actually also lack of comparative analysis, because you only identify new compound but does not provide any head-to-head computational comparison with existing FDA approved. So I think there is one prostate cancer drug that's already known, and I think that you could use these FDA-approved drugs against your study. Thank you.
Okay, so I think you didn't see our poster. We actually use that positive control enzalutamide, which is like the FDA-approved drugs. So I think that's answer your question.
Okay. So the other thing is about that you use the machine learning for the data set. So I think the method that you mentioned is only HS 59, which I believe, because I searched for the machine learning concept in the context of drug discovery, because it's still below 60, it's still considered lower. So statistically, it's very small, and it increased the risk model being unable to generalize the vast chemical diversity. Thank you.
I think you misunderstood about our research. 59 compounds is the data set for the machine learning to apply. It's not a data set for develop the machine learning. So you have the logical flow in there.
Okay, so for the next one is actually because you use the molecular docking, you treat the protein as the static structure. So I think this will ignore the conformational flexibility of the part 1 protein and the dynamic environment of the human cells.
You may stop, please answer.
Yeah, in terms of that, we think that this research, that's the limitation of this research. We focus on the how this protein is docked with our compounds. But as we mentioned before, we filter, so we have the potential compounds at first. We don't like blindly docking to like have 100 compounds and dock to every proteins that we believe without any justification. So I think that's validate our research. And other than that, even though this research perhaps you say it's not validated, I think we still can have, we have answered our research question, which is we want to focus on find the anti-cancer compounds that lack of the previous research. And by on that, it still can continue, perhaps you want to continue to another research to extract that compounds to a new cell line so we can get the molecular mechanism in the dynamic cells that you mentioned before.
Okay, so I believe other protein may be the true drivers of the anti-cancer effect rather than just PARP1 alone. So in our opinion, that you still need to find the other protein to evaluate, to validate whether this extract actually benefit your study. Thank you.
So there seems to be an unanswered question. We can extend 1 minute if you want to answer the question.
I think we're good.
Okay. So that ends today's match, this match. So for team 116, you got a score of 12. And congratulations to team 12 as the winner with a score of 14. Both teams can take a breather as we listen to feedback from one of the judges.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the for the debate. I would like to appreciate first the presentation. Yeah, for the 116. Yeah, 116. I would specifically appreciate the way you project your PowerPoint, because the title is really focused and good. Yeah, for example, in vitro results, Coleandra or Mahoney. So that's a very good way to project your method and your findings. So appreciate that. For the D0.2012, I also appreciate the PowerPoint because you provide a very efficient slides with necessary visuals and a key interpretations of the visuals. So that's good. Yeah, that's good. It helps a lot to the reader. And the second is about the debate. That's good, yeah, because the question is beyond the confirmations. Because in some debates, the question is more into confirming the method, confirming the rationale. But the one that you brought into the debate is beyond that. So this is good. I would like to emphasize the way one group to respond to the questions from the other group. For example, if when you group say that it seems that there are inconsistencies between A and B, so it will be good if the opponent can say yes or no, whether there is indeed inconsistency and provide explanation, and or whether you think there is no such inconsistency and provide the reasons. That will be more efficient way to argue. Another thing is I also appreciate when one group asking questions and you think there have been adequate information coming from that, and you say, okay, let's move to the other issue. Yeah, that's good. Rather than keep pursuing the things that actually have been adequate, and then you waste the time for asking another issue. But the only thing that I would like to improve from each of the group, there is one group that the teamwork is less, because during the question and answer questions, only one member actively respond to questions from the other group instead of both members. Yeah, so please, maybe if you have opportunity to have another round, so make sure that each of you contribute during the question answer sessions. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for both teams. You may leave the table. Thank you. I'd like to call team 88 and 118 to the front, please.
88, 118. 88, 118. Everyone, team 88.
This is for 118. This is for team 88. Hello to all the participants. My name is Jadi. I'll be your referee for today. Before we start, I'd like to prohibit any electronic devices. Okay. So then I'll start the rules. This match will have 4 rounds, and we'll do a coin toss to determine who will go first. And for the team who goes first, they'll have a 3-minute presentation, and followed by a 6-minute debate session, followed by a 1-minute intermission break for you to take a breather. Followed by another team's 3-minute presentation, and next is the 6-minute debate session. Is everybody clear? Okay, so we'll do the coin toss right now. Please choose heads or tails. Okay. Tails. You can determine if you want to go first, or you let the other team go first.
We go first.
Okay. For the operator team, 88.
Check.
Okay, can I confirm first? Is this your slide?
Yeah.
Okay, operating team, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay. Our study is about mapping the physical exposome and predictive modeling and low back musculoskeletal complaint in office worker. So next, my central of the study is simple and relevant. That's office worker whom had a low risk exposure of their work, but have any LBP complaint still high. So in our data set, we have 143 office worker, and LBB even is more than 50%. Next. Okay. In every day we had in ergonomic risk assessment, we have a current practice that using expert instrument are informative using RULA, OWAS, and LBA. This is using the expert analysis, and then this is costly and time consuming. So the question is, can we identify worker at risk of LBP by low cost measurement? Next. Okay, this is my my low cost measurement that is named called physical exposome. This is from body dimension, workstation geometry, sitting exposure, and illumination. Next. In our study, we have 11 candidate variable, but from screening, we have 5 predictive model, 5 specified prediction that we use to given a model A, B, and C. The model A is physical exposome, or we call low-cost exposome. Model B, expert instrument, and model C is exposome plus rula. And model A, next, have a good area under curve that the model A can predict 73.7%, and then the exposome and rula, model C, have better but need rula, need expert assessment, need more time, and need time consuming. Next. So my recommendation from our study is staging 1 is to floor screening with our low-cost exposome screen, or we call the PELBI, or physical exposome. And then if risk from low-cost exposome is high to the worker, we go to stage 2, that is expect ergonomic assessment using RULA, OAS, or LBA. Next. Okay, the limitation of our study is just internal validation only, and then we need in future direction we have external validation and prospective follow-up. Okay, and the outcome of our study is calculator. Next, this is our calculator. Can just slide and know your LBP risk. Thank you.
Okay, now we will start for the 6-minute debate session. For team 118, you may attack team 88 for 30 seconds, while team 88, you may defend yourself for 1 minute. Operating, are you ready? For both teams, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay. According to your research, you didn't mention any sampling technique. So according to our perspective, it is important in kind of research. So what your response to that?
Okay, maybe this sampling technique we take in the full paper, so you can see full paper in the front. This in our poster there is any QR to see this sampling method. We are using sampling method that from 432 workers we count we clustering to have 143 from clustering by department. This is my answer.
Okay. Okay. As you mentioned, you do clustering about that. Any other confounding factors that you control during the sampling?
During sampling, we check. Yeah. During sampling, we control the confounding factor is department. So we divide it into 7 departments, and then because this office worker, so there is no confounding factor about department. This is my question, my answer. Sorry.
Yes. What about workload? Do you concern about it? Because I think in same department, we found that it's common. Maybe only some workers doing so many things. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Ibu. Thank you for the question. Physical workload is one of the hazard in occupational medicine. So our finding is we can predict with these tools. We can predict the area under curve is 73.7%. That's why the rest is around 30%. We assume that another is workload and etc. Another factor that we are not assessed in this study. Thank you.
Yeah, that's actually the important unmeasured factor, yeah, such as sitting duration, physical activity, yeah, psychosocial stressor that you not control the confounding. And also, you mentioned that the model is useful. However, it only come from one office side. Yeah, I think it's over interpreting because
You may stop. Please answer.
Yeah, this is a good point. Before that is another factor that is we don't measure in here, but from the ROC, from the model, we predict 73%. So it's good for predictive modeling. And then number 2, about? Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, because different site have different workload.
Okay. Now, jadi our future direction of this study, this is to explanatory predictive modeling. So in our future direction, we need to external validation. So we need to another site, going to another site, going to sample layer size. This is my future direction of this study. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to add about regarding for that question. Our main outcome is physical exposome. So we just only define the variable that related to a physical exposome that are consist of measurable ergonomic, workstation, and environment factor. That's why we are not calculate some variable that you are mentioned before.
Okay, with only 143 workers and roughly half of them having complaints, how do you justify the number of predictor in terms of even per variable and overfitting risk, especially for developing the PELBI score?
Yeah, thank you, Ibu. I think it's not a big issue in our study because the number of sample that are included in this study is represent our outcome. LBI is very obvious clinical condition. We don't need a special detection measurement to detect that one. So when the clinical outcome is obvious, we don't need the large sample. I think the number of our sample is proper.
Yeah, for predictive model, especially in model A, we have 5 model, and if we divided 74 workers with LBP divided into 5, it's more than 10. So it's means no problem in the statistically EPV, even per variable. Thank you.
Okay, I see that there is because you only use one single company, and then there is potential for healthy worker effect. Yeah, there might be selection bias from the leave
You may
worker.
stop.
Yeah.
Time is up.
Yeah.
Would you like to extend because it seems there's an unanswered question? Okay, so we'll now start the 1-minute intermission break for the operating team. We'll now resume. For the operating team, can you put 118 slide on screen? Can I confirm that this is your slide? Operating team, are you ready? Participants, are you ready?
Yes.
You may start now.
Okay, in this occasion, we will present our research entitled Stunting as Mediating Factors in Relationship Between Poverty and Childhood Tuberculosis, a quantitative analysis of SKI 2023 data. Okay, next. Yes, poverty is well-established driver of childhood TB, but the pathway in which poverty translates into this disease is inadequately understood. On the other side, stunting as a marker of chronic undernutrition is also proposed as a key biological mediator into this disease in terms of its impact on immune dysfunction. However, empirical evidence quantifying this mediating role using national data level is limited. According to these reasons, we argue to what extent poverty's effect on childhood TB actually operates through stunting. Next, please. To figure out this research questions, we apply structural equation modeling with bootstrapping using 1,000 resamples to quantify direct, indirect, and proportion mediation of stunting in association between poverty and tuberculosis. Okay, next. According to our analysis, we here have 3 key findings. First, we have poverty that increased the odds of stunting with 74% higher among children from poor households. Moreover, we also found that stunting also increased tuberculosis among children from poor households as much as 60% higher. However, in second finding, we found that poverty appears protective against TB. It is found that children from a poor family have 40% lower odds to have TB. But in the last finding, we still found that stunting significantly mediate the pathway. Next, please. Yes, through this figure, we know that, stunting is significantly mediate this association between poverty and TB, even the proportion mediation is less than 10%. But due to this result, we conclude that stunting has an important role on TB among children under 5. Thus, stunting should be applied as early detection of childhood TB, and incorporating this such detection into stunting program is a must. Thank you.
We are going to start the 6-minute debate session. For team 88, you have 30 seconds to attack, and for team 118, you have 1 minute to defend yourselves. For the operating team, are you ready? For participants, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay. My first question is, how was childhood TB defined in SKI 2023 dataset? Because this is maybe not mentioned that clinically confirmed bacteriology or this based on caregiver reported. And then you don't mention a sample, how much sample size of this SKI 2023. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Actually, we define TB, childhood TB here among children under 5. And then it's confirmed by the report of from the parents. Yeah, because we only have this questions according to our SKI data, and then after we performing several stages of for selecting eligible sample, we found more than 60,000 children under 5, and then which eligible, but only 173 children have TB on it.
Okay, so from a mother, yes, the reporting the TB from mother, the diagnosis from the mother, is right?
Parents report.
Okay. If the TB outcome that you mentioned that it's not a clinical diagnosis like bacteriologically X-ray or maybe scoring TB in children, is it the risk of your study is just maybe just respiratory infection, not TB, not tuberculosis? If you just mentioned that's from parents reported.
Actually, we have several questions about that. Yeah. Firstly, we on the questionnaire asked about is your children have been diagnosed of TB for 6 months by the clinicians. the question is about that. Yeah, and then it can be proven if it is bacteriological. I mean, from a pulmonary doctor, yeah, and then or through mental tests and any other thing of that.
Okay, thank you Ibu for the answer. I think based on our understanding on SKI, they use TB scoring system to diagnose the tuberculosis, not directly asked to the parent. So the validity of the diagnosis is more appropriate than asking to the parent, I guess. Maybe you should check again the data, what kind of tools that are used to diagnose TB. Okay, continue to next question.
You may stop. Please answer.
Yes, as I mentioned before, there's some several questions about that, and we also already performed that kind of selections through those several questions. Yes.
Yeah, thank you Ibu. We move on to next question. In the result, you said that the effect estimate in pathway A and pathway B were extremely small. It's the OR is under 2, right? Is 1.7, right?
7 and
Yeah,
1.6.
yeah. Based on our understanding, it's extremely low because based on the established publication that we are ever read, the number should be above 2 until 5. We assume there is
You
something
may stop.
wrong.
Please answer.
Okay. Yes, if we take a look into a whole data, it's maybe such quite a little number. But when we detail on, I put it on a poster. If we take a look among the stunted children, we found that the prevalence of children having TB is higher, but even highest on the poor family.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu. But it's not addressed my question. My question is, the OR, for example, poverty and stunting is under 2, right? From the well-established journal that we ever know, it should be above 2 until 5. Why? It can be small like that. Just only one OR.
Yeah, because the TB cases among children is small in the SKI data. And also our primary outcome is whether there is mediating from poverty through the stunting one to the childhood TB. Because to detect childhood TB is difficult because the sputum is, take the sputum from the children is difficult, the cough is not always often in the children. So if we can, through the stunting program, as the screening for the childhood TB, it can be better.
Okay, can I add up? So our goal here is to incorporate this detection for early detection, because it remains low. Yeah, as my teammate mentioned that the prevalence remains low due to the access, the healthcare, as well as.
You may stop.
Okay.
Time is up. So let me recap the scores. For team 118, you got a score of 9. And congratulations to the winner, team 88, with a score of 15. So for the teams, you may take a breather as we listen to the feedback from one of the judges.
Thank you and congrats for Team D88. And I think during the session for the Team D88, you gave a very good performance in attacking and defending. So this is your your strength points. And for the D80, 118, you're good at attacking also. But at the defending, somehow you cannot defend what the D88 questions attack. And next time, I think you can try to improve this. Maybe in the next session, the next team will will ask the same question again to you. Okay. Congrats and good luck for both of you. Thank you.
Wait, please wait. The winner is team 88. Your next match will be at Bromo 5. It's ongoing, your next match. So it'll start at, I think, 5:30. 5:35 it would be okay. So I think you should go to Bromo 5. Right now, yeah. You will be battling, let me, Bromo 4, team 16, correct.
I would like to call team 71 and team 38 to the front, please. '71. Team 38. Hello to the participants. Let me repeat the rules for the match. First, let me reiterate that there should be no electronic devices near you. No. Okay. Okay. So this match will have 4 rounds. We're gonna do a coin toss to determine which team comes first. So when the teams come first, they will have a 3-minute presentation followed by a 6-minute debate session. And then after that, we'll have a 1-minute break, intermission, and then followed by the other team's 3-minute presentation and the 6-minute debate session. The attacking team will have 30 seconds to attack, and then the other team will have 1 minute to defend themselves. Is it clear for both teams? Okay, so we'll now do a coin toss to determine who goes first. Heads or tails? Heads. You can determine if you want to go first or let the other team. Oh, second. Okay, so team 71 will come first. For the operating team. Let me confirm first. Is this your presentation?
Yes.
Operator, are you ready? Participants, are you ready?
Okay.
You may start now.
Okay. Good afternoon, judges and participants. My name is Marty Dingsi and Erlin, my team. Today we will be presentation our research result. Okay. With a title, Supura Henge, the perception, values, and belief of patients with hypertension in BIMA and ethno nursing inquiry. As we know, hypertension or high blood pressure is okay. Next. As we know, hypertension or high blood pressure is related to unhealthy lifestyle. However, health illness are not only influenced by the biological factor, they are social cultural factors that are closely related to behavior and how individuals understand and respond to illness. Next. Okay. In Bima, West Nusa Tenggara, that reported hypertension is one of the highest reason for visit the community health center. Next. The study aimed to explore the perception, value, and belief among hypertensive patients in Bima ethnic through the perspective of cultural care nursing. Next, the research method used qualitative ethnography design using the ethno-nursing research method. This study is conducted across 3 rural and urban public health services in Bima in 2024. Next. Data were collected through participant observation and in-depth interview with 16 hypertension patients as key informant and 51 general informant. An analysis used thematic analysis. And then the next, the study has obtained ethical profile. Next.
The main finding, the meaning of Supura Henge is the main theme in which Bimana spell safe hypertension is considered as a chronic illness with recurrent symptom, a mild disease that may heal naturally, a condition treatable through traditional and spiritual healing practice. This finding therefore that patients often combine traditional treatment with modern healthcare resources. Cultural care reflection various dimensions. The implication of this finding is that the intervention towards hypertension needs a negotiation to incorporate modern healthcare services, restoring generic care practice and perceptive values and minimizing the misconception about hypertension. The next. The study concludes that traditional and spiritual healing remain important in women's culture, therefore healthcare professionals should provide culturally responsive care to improve treatment outcomes. Thank you.
We will start the 6-minute debate session. For Team 38, you have 30 seconds to attack, and for Team 71, you have 1 minute to defend yourselves. So operating team, are you ready? For participants, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, I have to say that your result about your research, and I have a question. I was wondering about this one. Why did you choose the ERM instead of the other qualitative approach, such as phenomenology or grounded that it can be fit to explore analysis or something like that?
We research are qualitative, and qualitative explore culture and perception is the one choose is ethnography. And ethnography we used to in perspective of nursing health, we use the ethno-nursing research method.
You're right, there are many types of qualitative study because our aim is to explore the lived experience of specific community. So the ethno-nursing is the method, the research approach that suitable to answer the research question, to explore the lived experience of community people in Bima. Is that clear?
Okay. Why you didn't choose the like a phenomenology or EPA or something like that, or another methods of qualitative?
Okay, as you can see in our presentation, this is ethno-nursing. Ethno-nursing means this is the qualitative study which the aim is to study about the lived experience of certain community, which is Bimanis people. That's why the ethno-nursing is the suitable approach to study about the lived experience of the specific community, because the researcher is not only explore the experience like phenomenological, but we have to live with the patients, with the community, stay with them to study about their lifestyle, the health-seeking behavior, and also the whole of their life with their community, how they perceive illness, particularly hypertension.
Yeah, thank you for your clarification. So we will move to another question. So you applied the snowball linear method, right, to recruit your participants. So I believe that the snowball recruitment system is one person recruited and then recommend another participant. So how do you make sure that your sampling is not biased just for the selection, like one participant only recommend those close to them, so they have the same cultural belief or spiritual belief? Yeah.
Okay, you know, sample bias is related to the quantitative study. So in qualitative study, we don't mention the sample bias, because this is purposefully choose the participant is the hypertensive patient, and also to maintain the variability of the variation, and also for the triangulation, not only the 12 patient hypertension, but also another group like traditional healers, the leaders tribe, and also the community tribe. So there are 4 and also 12 healthcare from the primary health community in 3 types of primary health community. 12 health workers, but all of them are Bimanes ethnic groups.
Okay, yeah, I believe that this is qualitative study, but I also believe that sample bias should also be considered in this study. Because if you got a research group that is share similar cultural belief, share similar age or distribution of disease, it also will result in the same like bias results.
Okay, if you know about the main point of the ethno-nursing, we call it emic and ethic. Emic is from the insider of the key informant, which is the hypertension patient, and also emic from the outsider, as I explained, is the health worker, the tribe leader, the religious leader, and the community leader. So we already implement the two main point of the ethno-nursing. So we can state that we are not biased because it's already followed the rule of the ethno-nursing, and also the triangulation data.
Okay. You also use in-depth interviews in your method, right? So I was wondering whether this interview also done in local language. If it is yes, how do you validate the translation, and how many researchers do the code or the translation?
Okay, thank you. In the criteria inclusion and the exclusion, yes, this is the Bimanes people, but the Bimanes people that also understand the Bahasa Indonesia. And we not only deep interview, but ethno-nursing, we stay with them, live with them for certain time, like more than 2 weeks, at 3 weeks, stay with them. So it's more than only deep interview, but we stay with them, live with them, with all of their life habit every day, in order to explore how they perceive, how their health belief, how their health seeking behavior towards the hypertensive patient, how they use the treatment of the traditional hypertension, also the medical hypertension.
Okay, I believe also the age distribution, like for younger generation or older generation, may have different perspective of cultural or traditional medicine or modern medicine, right? So in your case, do you assess your age distribution, and whether is it like uniform or how variation? Yeah.
Okay. In qualitative research, we call the variation maximum. So we choose the informant have a variant background about age, school, academic, and so we can have make much data for the patient, not only the one group for explore the data.
You may stop. Time is up. So we're gonna have a 1-minute break intermission. So take a breather. You may discuss with your teammates, but please don't discuss among teams. For the operator, please start the timer now. For the participants, if the time has ended for the 6-minute debate session, if there is an unanswered question at the end, you may ask for an extended time of 1 minute, but only for answering. If there is an unanswered question. Okay, thank you. The intermission has ended. Can the operating team please present 38's presentation? Can I confirm first? Is this your slide? Okay. For the operating team, are you ready? For the participant, are you ready? You may start now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Meisha, and together with my partner, Haddad, we would like to share our findings on the epidemiology of high-risk human papilloma and virus infection and its associated risk factors in Lombok, Indonesia. Next. So recently, our government, specifically the Indonesian Ministry of Health, has launched a screening program, a national screening program called the High-Risk HPV DNA Screening Program to prevent cervical cancer at earlier stage. So, but little do we know whether this policy is actually targeted and effectively carried out in the real-world situation of Indonesia, because previously reported risk factors from across sites has been showing that the risk factors for high-risk HPV infection is quite varied across geographical settings, including in Indonesia, such as Bali and Surabaya. Next. So in this research, we pursue to find out whether the epidemiology of or the risk factors for this infection is similar between Lombok and the other sides of Indonesia and other countries by actually doing the HPV DNA screening in our community-based screening, by also using the cervical specimens that were collected by a trained midwife. And also, of course, this study has been approved by the ethical clearance of Faculty of Medicine in University of Mataram.
Okay, next I will briefly explain the statistic analysis and the main finding of this study. Wait a minute, the previously one. Okay, we ended up with 414 participants and 78 variables. The data analysis start from the data preprocessing. After that, descriptive analysis until we move to mixed effects model. Next. Okay, we found that 24 positive cases in Lombok, mostly in central Lombok, and then the risk factors, no air pollution exposure and irregularly menstrual cycle were significant as a protective factors. Though we should explain that with cautions, and the prior knowledge model were not significant. Next. Move to the conclusions. Our study presents that environmental factors, in this case, air pollution exposure, increase the odds ratio of HR-HPP, and unexpectedly, irregular menstrual cycle decrease the odds ratio of HR-SPP. And our recommendations of further analysis are needed to explain the potential confounding variables that may affect to observe relationships. Thank you.
We will continue to the 6-minute debate session. For Team 71, you have 30 seconds to attack. And for Team 38, you have 1 minute to defend yourselves. For the operating team, are you ready? For the participants, are you ready? Your time starts now.
Okay, thank you. That's very nice presentation, but I'm wondering about, in order to examine the risk factor of the HPV infection, I think cross-sectional is not sufficient. What do you think?
Okay, so in this kind of study, we did cross-sectional, and we want to see first the association of some potential variables here, which we have been divided into several categories, such as environmental, sexual behavior kind of things, is actually already give an information on which actually the real factors that should be continued for another study.
Okay, but because you're talking about the causality, I think the longitudinal would be stronger evidence about the causal relationship.
Yeah, that's why we didn't mention or claim here that it is a causality of like this factor caused this infection, but we did mention that it is associates. So yes, for causalities we need a cohort study or longitudinal studies.
Okay, I'm talking about the data 5.8%. How should this be reported that HPV prevalence be implemented in the relation to regional differentiate, especially the concentration of positive case in Central Lombok?
So actually it's kind of expected prevalence in Lombok. So previous studies but not for HR-HPV infection, but previous studies on VIA, the visualization of acetic acid test, have been confirming that the prevalence of women in Lombok that have positive results is around 6 to 7%, which can confirm our results too. And why is it specifically centralized in Central Lombok? So unfortunately, we cannot provide the baseline characteristic of our participants in this presentation, but in our manuscript we did mention that baseline characteristics of this specific area can contribute to the positive results.
Okay, but how your study aims can address both the epidemiological distribution of the HPV infection and the identification of the associated factors among women and in Lombok?
Okay, so first of all is the sample size. We currently have more than 400 participants, and we are still ongoing this research, and we target like around 600 to 90 to 700 participants which have been calculated to be representative of Lombok Island. And then also this not only being done in one district, right, but we distribute it into across 5 districts of Lombok sites, including Mataram, East, West, North, West.
But I think your title is not representative because your title is epidemiological, but your conclusion is too narrow for the title epidemiological.
Okay, so for the epidemiology, we first have the prevalence data, right? And then second, we have also the characteristic of the population who are positive and who are negative. Yeah, I think it's already representative for that title.
But not going with the conclusion. I mean, because your conclusion is about, it is too narrow if you look at your title epidemiological.
Oh, can you confirm like what do you mean by too narrow for the conclusion?
Because the conclusion is only 3 points, and your title is epidemiological. I think that's too broad for the conclusion if compared with your title.
I see. So in this 3 minutes presentation, we need to make it like to the point, right? And what we want to other studies in this kind of topic is actually common. So what makes our research innovative or new compared to other studies is the finding that we put in the conclusion, which is the environmental factors, which have not been added or have been tested from the previous studies. That's why our conclusion is that just like the innovative findings of our study.
But I think you haven't answered our question. It's about the title is too broad epidemiologically, and your conclusion is not represent the title, just the bigger.
Talking about the epidemiology, I believe that we could not only focus on the conclusion, but we also can see from our results and from our discussion, which not really comprehensive in these slides, but we have our posters, our manuscript, which have been explaining those kind of epidemiological kind of things. Yeah.
Thank you. Still have time. Okay, next, how about the sample chosen? Can you explain? Is that represent the Central Lombok?
Sorry, it's not. I want to confirm it's not only in Central Lombok, but across 5 districts of Lombok, and it is representative and randomized. So we did listed all of the puskesmas or primary healthcare facilities in Lombok, and then we randomly choose.
Sorry, you cannot use randomized in cross-sectional study.
No, I mean so we want the population to be representative, right? Not biased.
Yeah, but
so that's why we randomly check.
No, cross-sectional never say randomized in cross-sectional study because one time of the study in the research.
Yeah, but we want to represent Lombok as a whole island, right? So that's why if we just one area, it would be biased to our result.
Yeah, but
let's say Central Lombok, which has a higher prevalence, so which has the highest prevalence in our findings, right? If we want to focus on Central Lombok with the participant characteristic that has already been exposed to that risk, it will be biased in terms of we want to report our epidemiology findings.
Okay, you better.
You may stop. So I would like to recap the scores. For team 71, you got a total score of 13. And for team 38, with a total score of 15, I'd like to declare that team 38 is the winner. Okay, so you can take a breather as we listen to 1 minute feedback from one of the judges.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think I have I enjoy the discussions. Yeah, some of the questions are very interesting, including when the 038s try to confirming the questions coming from the opponent. What do you mean by this? So this is very valid when you do the debate. And it is good that 071 doesn't feel offended to that kind of questions, yeah, because that's very normal in the debate, that your opponent reconfirming the questions. It doesn't mean that, yeah, it means they need a clarification, so that's good. Another thing, my comment will be about the giving concise response during a debate. I noticed that some of the questions have been responded concisely, which is good. For example, when 71 asking, do you think cross-sectional is appropriate for this study? And you answer that yes, because our claim is association, not causal relationship. There is examples of a concise response, which is good. While another thing is in some questions, the answer is less concise, so like going here and there. So actually you can save time by giving concise response. For example, when 38 questions, do you consider younger and older, because it seems they will have different perspective. The questions, the concise can be, for example, just say whether or not you consider age in your maximum variations. I think that will be a better way to respond to the questions. I think all in all, a very good debate. Thank you, and good luck for the next rounds. Thank you.
Congratulations to Team 38. You may leave the table.
Okay.
This is both are like.
Confirmed they preferred to actually have one last match and then break for Maghrib, and then that's the end of the session. The teams have also don't mind. Yes, we have confirmed. So we will call upon team. This is going to be the last match of today. Team 116. Team 116. Thank you. Team 111. I think they're on the way here. So I think we can wait for 2 or 5 minutes. 116, please, go ahead. I'm gonna try to call.
Hello, participants. Before that, I would like to reiterate the rules. Firstly, I hope there are no electronic devices near any of you. Okay, so now I'll start with the match. One match has has 4 rounds. So we'll do a coin toss to determine who goes first. And for the team that goes first, they'll have a 3-minute presentation followed by a 6-minute debate session. And after that, we'll have a 1-minute intermission break. And then we'll go along with the other team's 3-minute presentation and another 6-minute debate. If you are the attacker, you have 30 seconds to attack. And if you are the defender, you have 1 minute to defend yourselves. Okay? So now we'll do you understand?
Clear.
Oh, yeah. So now we'll do a coin toss first, yeah? Head or tails? Okay. Head. Do you want to go first or do you want to go second? First? Okay. For the operating team, please present team 116. 116. Can I confirm that this is your slide?
Yes.
For the operating team, are you ready?
Yes.
For the participants, are you ready?
Yes.
You may start now.
Okay, thank you. Imagine parasites so aggressive we are known as barbarous ball strains, but blood and food of our dependent animal. This is the life of Hemonsus contortus. Next.
So for decades, we found this parasite using synthetic drugs, and the worms keep evolving. They become more resistant and more resistant. This is not just animal problem, this is One Health problem. So our study actually addressed this by using One Health approach, by recognizing that the health of the animal, human, and environment actually interlink together. So we are not just looking for new drugs, we are looking for bioanthelmintic, a sustainable way to protect the animal productivity, enhance the food safety, as well as reduce the environmental carbon footprint of the livestock. Next. So to find these bioanthelmintics, actually we did a 3-stage study where first we performed bioactive profiling using 2 different plant and 2 different maturity stages. And then the second one, we did the in vitro technique when we tested the extract leaf against the egg inhibition ability as well as the adult worm motility test. And finally, we conducted an in vivo studies where we applied the finding on the in vitro in the living system. Next. So interestingly, both Kaliandra or Mahoney actually perform the same way in inhibiting the egg hatching ability. However, the effect on the adult worm motility is completely different story. As you could see in the right side, that within just 8 hours, the mature Mahoney actually clear 100% of adult worm. Next. So the exciting breakthrough of this actually occurred during the sheep trials, where Mahoney actually performed even better in the in vivo rather than in the lab. As you could see in the left side, we used that we found a greater reduction in the egg outputs. But here is the One Health bonus, because the more reduction in the parasite actually correlate with the more reduction in the methane emission, meaning that cleaning the worms actually also cleaning the air. Next. So in general, mature Mahoney leaves actually offer profound sustainable alternative to failing synthetic drugs, that our conclusion is a game changer for sustainable One Health system. that choosing the right plan at the right time actually restore the balance of the animal health, secure the food safety, and as well as protect the environment. So this is why the power of the One Health approach. Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll start the 6-minute debate session. For team 111, you have 30 seconds to attack.
Thank you for your.
Sorry. For team 116, you have 1 second to defend yourselves. Oh, and 1 minute to defend yourselves. For the operating team, are you ready? For the participants, are you ready?
Yes.
You may start now.
So actually, I couldn't find any information regarding randomization. Were the animals randomly allocated, or if not, how did you minimize the allocation bias?
Okay. So we did do the randomization because you know, when we do the SIP trial, they will have like different kind of different initial body weight, for example. So we did do the randomization to minimize the risk of the bias of the selection of the animals. Thank you.
So since there is a randomized trial, and then since it is with the same animals, right? Not yet, right? So did you measure the repeatedly over time, and why didn't you use a repeated measure, ANOVA, or mixed effect model?
Okay, thank you for the question. So just to clarify, for the sheep trial, we use 35 sheep. So we do the randomization. And to answer your question regarding the analysis, we actually perform several kind of statistical tests. So for example, we did with ANOVA, we did with the mixed linear modeling, and etc., etc. What we actually perform in here, the significant p-value, we use the one with the lowest PIC value for each statistical model. Thank you.
So how was you determine the size of 35 animals will have statistical power then?
Okay, thank you. So we did use the 35 based on the previous study, which we found with using 35 by meaning this, we use 35 for 3 treatments for the sheep trial. We just use the major leaves of each forage, just to clarify this. Okay. So major for mahogany, major for caliandra, and then the albendazole for the control positive, and then the second one, the same infection for the control negative.
If then you have a prior study, right? Did you do a prior power analysis to perform?
Yes, we did use the power calculation. So before we used only 5 animals, and it did not perform well because the standard deviation is too high. So that's why from the power calculation, we had to do minimal 8 animals. That's why we used 10 to allocate a better statistician power.
But beside the statistical significance that you said and you did calculate, did you calculate effect size as well to quantify the magnitude of the treatment effects maybe?
Yes, so we did also allocate the effect size, but we did not put the effect size up, how to say, like more than below, between below 0.05, not below 0.01.
Could you know why, the reason behind it?
So for this, because we want to test it first, because we don't know, because it's also a limitation of the funding as well, obviously, because if we have more animals in here, it means that we need more funding, obviously, but at the same time, we need to find whether this actually, how to say, can be adapted to the next step.
So can you clarify again about the not repeated measure of ANOVA or mixed effect model use?
Okay. Sorry, I haven't answered that question before. So actually, it depends on what the parameters that we are looking for. For example, in the sheep trial, let's say in the egg outputs, because we had different day post-infection, we use the repeated measurement. Because during that time, the mixed model that using the repeated measurement has the lowest PIC value than the other model. So as I clarified before, we use the one with the lowest PIC value. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So I was wondering, your study evaluates multiple endpoints across several treatment groups, right? So could you clarify how you control the overall type error rate to avoid false positive conclusions based on your conclusion?
Okay, so for the adult worm motility, I believe this one will happen quite a lot. So we use actually kind of a machine to let us know whether there is a motility, whether they are dormant, or whether they are active or they are inactive, basically. So we use the machine to know whether they are still alive, basically. So by doing this, actually they are telling us at what time they are actually still alive, at what time they are still dormant, at what time they are actually die, if that makes any sense.
How about the sustainability, since it related to the food and my background is nutrition science, so how to prevent, is it parasite, right? How to prevent if this parasite cannot transmit it from the cow, that parasite you created, to the human when we eat.
Your time is up.
I just need to clarify.
Yes, you have 1 minute to answer.
So actually this parasite will not infect the human indeed, because this is not zoonotic infectious disease. So obviously it will just infect the same animal. Thank you.
After this, there is a 1 minute intermission. So you can discuss among your teammates, but please do not discuss among teams. For the operator, please. Okay. Thank you.
My brain is everywhere. Hopefully they understand.
Now that the intermission is over, we will move on for the third round. For the operator, please prepare 111 slide. I'd like to confirm, is this your slide?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Operator, are you ready? Participant, are you ready?
Yes.
You may start now.
Okay. Good evening, judges and fellow researchers. I'm Umuditya Liana, and this is my partner Muhammad Regiono. Today, I will present our study on comparison of nutritional status before and after chatbot-assisted dietetic nutrition care implementation in pediatric oncology patients. This is the collaboration expertise between nutrition and also health and informatics science, and also artificial intelligence. Next. So can you imagine that every year 400,000 children are diagnosed with cancer, and then because they are diagnosed with cancer, there is a nutritional vulnerability because there will be poor intake, and then treatment-related toxicity, and then metabolic changes, and also gastrointestinal symptoms such as nausea and vomiting. Therefore, we need a personalized and very precise nutritional intervention. Therefore, the chatbot-assisted dietetic care can help the dietitian to nutritional monitoring, early risk identification of malnutrition, and also help the dietitian lead the intervention. And then help also the dietitian to the clinical decision support very efficient and precise. Next. So the research gap here, actually, even though there are so many malnutrition in pediatric oncology patients, there is still not remains scientific reason based about why the malnutrition common in pediatric world. Therefore, we use retrospective cross-sectional study in Saiful Anwar General Hospital, and initially we assessed 158 medical record, and then in final we analyzed only 101. We excluded 57. What we assess nutritional status such as weight for age, height for age, weight for height, and BMI. Also, we assess related clinical outcomes such as hospital length of stay. Next. And then let me highlight what the key result of our study. First, nutritional status of almost or most the patient were normal, and then the second, before implementation or at the first month, there's decrease in stunting. And then chatbot also help assisted dietetic nutrition care, even though it didn't significantly change overall nutrition status. Next, so we hope for the future studies this year, because it was the baseline study last year, we will increase the number of patients that we will assess with the primary study. The previous one is secondary study, and then also we will very welcome with the feedback and question, and maybe we will also longer.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
So now we'll start for the last round. It will be a 6-minute debate session. For team 116, you have 30 seconds to attack, and for team 111, you have 1 minute to defend yourselves. For the operating team, are you ready? For the participants, are you ready?
Ready? Yes, we are ready.
Your time starts now.
Okay, this is so interesting. Without understanding the dose of mechanism of the AI interventions, it is difficult to validate your outcome, as you did not provide detail the intervention.
Oh, do you want me to answer? Okay, we didn't do intervention to the patient directly. We intervened the dietitian. The dietitian trained to use the chatbot that we created from scratch. So we collected all the medical records from the patient and created AI chatbot, and then we trained the dietitian. After that, they use it like that. So we didn't intervention the patient directly.
Okay, so one of our belief is that in your study is lack of the statistical statistic significance, because your study showed a p-value of 0.071. And for this, I think in your poster emphasize that this result as key finding, which we think it's obviously overstating the result. Thank you.
Because it was only short study, only 2 months, with 51 at the first month and 50 at the second month. That's why it cannot be overclaimed that the chatbot will significantly decrease the number of stunting or maybe malnutrition, something like that. That's why we didn't strongly clarify that it is just because the chatbot.
Okay, so as you mentioned that you only use 2 months period for this study, I think it's a little bit misleading for the how to say, the title as it is, as because it's it didn't represent how to say, like the other months, and then how to say, the other year, and it brings the gap on how in the other month, let's say in the dry period or in the how to say raining period will differ as well, because obviously it will be.
You may stop, please answer.
But in the poster, we really put there, I mean, first month 51 and the second month 50. 51 for the before implementation of chatbot and the 50 after implementation of chatbot, right?
Yeah. So no, I mean that I know that it's 50 months before and 50 months in after, but I mean that whether the other months, like let's say it's January and February for the before, and then the other one is the other way around. So I think given the time point, I think you should put the longer period of time to make sure that this is how to say a periodically robust. Thank you.
Yeah, because it was a baseline data, so we just want to use it for create a chatbot. So we will learn the style of dietitian to intervention the pediatric oncology patient. We want to know how the medical record in Saiful Amran Hospital is, and then we create the chatbot. That's why it's only 2 months. Also, there is also the ethical clearance that say that we can only for 2 months since the time constraint and the funding constraint as well.
So this chatbot, ideally that's by linking national assessment with digital health support dietetic care. So it support idea that nutritional monitoring can be streamed through structured technology assist workflow while maintaining a dietitian at the main clinical
You may
decision support.
stop, please
Okay.
continue.
Okay, I think I will move to another things that I found. So I think you have a really small sample size for subgroup analysis. Then you divided this into 4 different nutritional categories. I think this will lead to limited statistical power to find a meaningful power differences. Thank you.
The categorization not from us. The categorization is from WHO, CDC, and Permenkes from Indonesia. That's why we don't create the 4 category by ourselves. That's the first one. And then the second one, why is the sample size is limited? Because we just use secondary data. And then we cannot intervention the patient to come to the hospital. We only got 51 for the first month, and then 50 from the second month. This just naturally because there were only 51 at the first month of observation and 50 at the second observation. We cannot intervene that one.
Okay, thank you. So as you mentioned that you reliance on the secondary data, which we think that it's often prone to inconsistency, missing values, error in original documentation, that we believe it will limit your data quality.
Yeah, because of that, we will have a future research this year. We will have a primary data. We measure the patient directly. So we will measure the anthropometric like weight, height, BMI. Also, we consider the pharmacology and then cancer treatment or other medical treatment. And also, we will assess the nutrition intake. Nutrition intake means the food intake, right? That will be more directly influence the nutrition status rather than just by influenced by chatbot itself. So we will have more considered this year with more primary data rather than just secondary data last year.
Okay, thank you. So another thing is that your study is in a very short duration for
Your
chronic.
time is up. Because so let me recap the scores. For team 116, you got a score of 9. And for team 111, you got a score of 10. So I declare team 111 as the winner. Okay. So for both teams, you can take 1 minute breather as we listen to feedback from the judges.
Okay, thank you for both of teams. I really enjoyed that. Even though at the first round, it seems that the D111 seems kind of lose the engines, right? I don't know, because it's too tiring, because you still had the time, but you still have no question or have no energy to ask the question. But I realized that the D111, that you really know your stuff, and you are really good at defending. And the D116, I also acknowledge that you are really good at attacking. Okay, you are good at attacking more than your defending. But even I can say congrats because the score is really tight. I think D111 deserve the win. Yeah, I think good luck for tomorrow. Thank you.
It's okay, you may leave the table. Congratulations again to team 111.
Okay, everyone, participant, that marks the end and the last match of today's session. Do not forget, we still have another one tomorrow. Please be here at 8 maximum or 7:45. There are gonna be new informations updated into the rundown, and the committee will share the rundown and remind the team again. Everyone, I feel like I'm talking to a statue. Do you understand me, everyone? You're all tired, I understand. But please stay tuned in the WhatsApp group, okay? Every new information, every rundown will be there. And in order for us to finish on time tomorrow, because you're going to check out, right? We need to be on time as well starting it, okay? So have a good break. Have a good sleep for the judges as well. Give a round of applause for our lovely judges, everyone. Thank you very much for your hard work, judges. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone. Oh, one more thing. Thank you also to our operators. Give a round of applause. We'll make this event smoother. Thank you, operator.